fight to him. Fight to him.
Like we won't stop. I'm going up on the stats like need more bucks. No more traffic, we not stuck. We going up in the sky like landing struck. Stay on the ground cause it's on us. Put your hands in the sky like turn this up. We gotta move, yeah, get on your feet. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping our ice, now we made it to a new look. Yeah, I came from the bottom so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. I was born ready, don't fall down, yeah, stay steady. Looking all around like can't get messy, yeah, we gon' make it alright. Every new day gotta make it feel so great, yeah. And we gotta make it all the way, nothing is stopping me, yeah. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping our ice, now we made it to a new look. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. such a pretty face.
Good feeling in me tonight. You baby, feeling the same way. I know you feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together up all night. We need to let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together up all night. We need to let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. I know you feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my
fight to him. Fight to him.
Like we won't stop. I'm going up on the stats like need more bucks. No more traffic, we not stuck. We going up in the sky like landing struck. Stay on the ground cause it's on us. Put your hands in the sky like turn this up. We gotta move, yeah, get on your feet. We was pushing out a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping out ice, now we made it to a new look. Yeah, I came from the bottom so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. I was born ready, don't fall down, yeah, stay steady. Looking all around like can't get messy, yeah, we gon' make it alright. Every new day gotta make it feel so great, yeah. And we gotta make it all the way, nothing is stopping me, yeah. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping out ice, now we made it to a new look. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up.
such a pretty face.
This feeling in me tonight. You baby, feeling the same way. I know you feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together up all night. We need to let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. Feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together up all night. We need to let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. I know you feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
单盘上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然爆头，给你爆头，突然爆扣，这就保留胖胖。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面10秒钟摇头。我想要 you can you got no BB no can， 不停的扫妹，滴滴答答到地地道道，滴滴的刀飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已被，干嘛几岁变到耻贵，却被以 Z 里对你还喜被，一般玩个几位，怕是晚上的什么行为，不为别问，我在暗里出几位，不梦但不红问，老子自己见不自追，想到图我的游戏，默默的盯到玻璃镜头，努力的抹灰。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天说点击酒店，到头来是黄店店头晕母炫厕所，每次来到那边每次歪歪里的怼，这场每次最后他都没有位置。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
消息开了，我呆了，闹掰了，碰面火车站和兵场都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，我好卡呀，有人他们在走塔呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当小心肝。
去菜狗，去了带头，外面 C 的摸摸抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，直播票的招楼，全靠我太熟。
有种来考我，我做长宁，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我 我是最强的，
青铜的，
从来看不上白银的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的，
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
但心脏会停的呀！我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
套上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
有多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的特质，我只会对你呵斥。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎你屏幕，哥们儿才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我虽然 bad，但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练个输了，动作是疯了，脑中的胃肠就推散不空抗，只把需要我这种没病的人，去跟对立的搞什么进行一个中和。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞入框架，放在欠费的网费，等着记记，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复数的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
这个不能拿着我的 S5杀，不要进出外面和进去找水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不敌的游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧！
我没有这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You can you are no can no baby。
哇，这个打中的，小分计划这里给他升一个，喷一个，第二个P90来了，很快。
哎呦，心跳狂点死了，后来被缴械了，超级大招凯珠，对方一个一个出塔全部送掉。
这就是个打人去的，牛人恭喜拿到了这个击杀，一闪过去，大招省成2个，非常帅啊！这个进场，
然后一闪把花老给秒了，对回3个人，已经全光掉了。
一个技能把赌场给拍死了。新界的 AY 的第3个也有露露，4杀入手。
看一下怎么去操作，直接拧进田里吗？有，先把2楼打掉，再打一个。
闪出来看到了 YJK 这一枪，再剩一个。
Alright, here we go.
Oh, we were sorry forever. With T-Will, Shanghai is your eSports World Cup champion.
大家好，我是小 K， 欢迎来到 Chocolate。
我们今天的题目是换人。
换人怎么？好，我看看怎么画。我画的是幻灵啊，这两个是他的手势，上面的2个是他一个小技能，这明眼人一眼就看出来了。我说实话，这样我再补一笔，大大的菱形。哎，这包太了，展示一下。应该可以，他们应该。哎，好。What is this? Really? Oh, nice. Really について何を書けばいい？こんなんだよね。まずウェイレイ本体を書きました。そしてこれが代表的なスキルです。以上。
저는 웨이레이인 것 같아요.
웨이레이 안에서 뭐가 있는지 모르겠네. 망한 것 같은데.
웨이레이의 그 C 투척률을 그린 거긴 한데 사실 웨이레이를 잘 안 해서 어떻게 날아가는지 잘 모르겠고 그냥 약간 이렇게 스킬이 터진다 정도를 좀 표현한 것 같아요.
画的比较潦草吧，我也看不出来。盖可是毒女吧？ 毒女丢了滩毒吧，可能是这个意思。哦，那这个是那个新英雄，幻灵。
你觉得哪张画的最好？
我觉得可能是 Step 这个吧。他画的这个人就是看得出来，对对对。
中路甚至可以去打一些更加深的迂回。
然后这个回防其实没什么技能，很准这一方。
硬磕了，15滴血的 Looking 被找到了，再磕一个。Def 还在 carry 队友，但是峰藏在底线的另外一个角度，但 Def 你把点里面全部清完。
峰 锋这个位置感觉要遭重呀，近点要吃技能，远点的位置得赶紧跑，但是小道的位置依然压出来打了一个协同。
这一波跟自带这种距离还是非常强势的，架没架住，主要对面有枪也升级，但这个闪是好闪，然后自闪自拉，让这个 A 小的悬念消失了。那第二时间 Raga 其实去找人那个角度没有飞得特别好，所以现在是把自己打成一个定制位。对，然后现在明居一下，单边又一掉。
自己知道你可能有一些技能的限制，所以他压得很靠前。
前点的一个下枪位置，桑信驾驭巨刃之后，后续 Mana Break 也在，桑信已经3杀了，再找人，要收尾。这是一个计中计啊 ，YOU 用这个少剑炮台勾出了一定的一个角度，但是 Viva 还在啊 ，Viva 这个位置其实还是神秘的，但这个一剑暴露了位置，我这个这边还是比较有经验的，打拉出来，正义3发下来，直接打完了，我一个人一把正义一做成 Forsaken。来看一下正面，叶灵直接给了正面的抢夺 ，Raga 是能去换掉一些技能，安全撤退了。晚焰火再给，前点给了非常多的道具，进晚焰火硬炮双响，可后他的也在，进一个人就把 A 拉给打通了。
而 Forsaken 是他的导航，这暗兽给他提供了足够多的信息。
抬点出，进一个人就是一个军队。Martin 最后一人的位置已经找到，而进已经来了，最后一人进的5杀收尾，让我们恭喜 Paper X 拿下了 ACL 的首秀。
That's right, everything yesterday was damn exciting, and today's going to be even better. Hello and welcome to another day of the ACL here live from lovely Shanghai in China. I'm Achilles, that's Komodo. We will be your guides throughout today as well as every other day because we're the only ones here.
Yeah, and there's only one more day after this one as well. So yeah, you got us for today, you got us for Grand Final Sunday, but we got to figure out who's going to be meeting Paper X today.
Very, very true. We're going to have 2 matches as per usual here today, and then on Sunday we will have that best of 5 for the Grand Final. But off the top, it's kind of becoming its own El Clasico here, and it might set the stage for us to have an El Clasico on Sunday once again. DRX are going to be battling as they try to work their way through this bracket, and they once again have to go up against none other than Billy.
Yeah, but maybe a different result this time. Who really knows? Are we going to get close maps? We're going to get a out of the proportion size affair again, you know, your 13-1s and that sort of stuff.
Seems unlikely. I think, yeah, we're talking about it quite a bit yesterday as we saw that Billy was getting closer and closer to the match victory. Obviously, them taking down Trace yesterday in 2-0 fashion was quite surprising for us. But yeah, the Haven ban, probably something that we're going to see continued over. Don't want to have those 13-1s happen once more. But with Haven out of the way, what does DRX do? Do they opt to just continue to ban Pearl? Do they change it up? Maybe the split after seeing the performance from Billy yesterday as well, since they got themselves, what, 13-4 victory on split. So we're not sure where the series is going to go, but history, even with the rematch, history does often show that Derby just kind of always beats Bile.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll have to wait and see, but it's not like it's just one series and you're done for the day as well. So you got to have a potential 6 maps that you got to contend with. You got the grudge match in the beginning, let's call it that one, the rematch, and then you're going to have an XLG affair after that too. So it's not going to be a short day for one of these teams.
Yeah, I was told about 20 minutes in between the games is what we're looking to see here. So, but it's going to be pretty tight for the team that is victorious in the first series. So XLG going to be having a decent little advantage. Obviously, they'll be watching that first series. The draft is going to happen during that 20-minute break, so they'll be able to kind of go off of what they're witnessing from this opening set and basically pilot the draft from there. So they do have a very nice advantage overall. But I mean, I think both teams have looked great. Obviously, DRX smashed BLG in that first map win. Then we saw them take it in OT, 14-12. Billy also looked a lot improved in that second series versus Trace. Wisey in particular.
Yeah.
Ooh, what a day.
Yeah, I mean, what did he do? A 29 mapper and a 22 mapper or something like that? It was kind of crazy But let's have a bit of a recap throughout the bracket to see where we have been and where we are today. So we've said farewell to Zeta. They were in that first elimination bracket spot, so they don't get any prize money for this tournament. Trace, they get a bit. They got that first victory. Can't best BLG there, and you continue on. DRX is what we got now versus Billy, and because they are the seed number 2s as well, there actually won't be a bounty attached to this game. It'll just be for the 10, and then the chance to face off against XLG later on.
Yeah, so still some money on the line, but if you take down XLG, bounty will come into play once more, and then you'll also get yourself secured into the grand final versus Paper Rex, who are set back, chillaxing, watching all the action unfold, and just waiting for their series. One more best of 5 to be played on Sunday. So 2 days' time until we are going to be wrapping everything up. But this is going to be truly the most gauntliest of gauntlet days that we have, given you're going to have to play back-to-back. Good news, DRX didn't qualify for Masters Toronto. Bad news, DRX did not qualify for Masters Toronto. I agree with that. I'm not sure if they're saying bad news because they're here at this tournament and they're looking good and potentially going to be eliminating one of these, potentially eliminating another Chinese team in Billy, or if it's bad news because they just want to watch them at Masters Toronto.
Yeah, it could be both, absolutely. This is a big block of words for the other one. Let's keep it short. Did a review of the BLG DRX on Haven. There's a gap in the macro strategy and map understanding between the two teams. So if you think about that, probably, yeah, don't go back to that map as Billy.
Yeah, I think it's something to certainly be avoided. Saw them do it just yesterday versus Trace, was banned right off the rip. So I don't think that is going to change, especially as they get ready to go up against a team that had smashed them quite considerably. Yeah. But, nice little breakdown. Good to see the interaction here from the fans getting involved with their own little analysis as well.
Yeah, I like that little component at the end of that. No China team has won a map of Haven internationally in those years too. So that's actually something to consider, and maybe they can break that curse coming in towards Masters Toronto.
Perhaps we will have to just wait and see. But yeah, this is going to be, I'm hoping for a fun one. I'm hoping that this time we get a little bit more of the icebox variation rather than the Haven between these squads. Yeah. I'm looking for a bit of a nice contention here from Billy, and it's always tough when you're playing these back-to-back days. So let's see how they fare. But we're going to get ready to go ahead and hear from the players.
BLG 的如夏选手，昨天看你们的状态还是比较的轻松愉悦的，但是已经作战3天了，想问一下现在状态怎么样呢 ？Yesterday we saw you played relative ease and enjoyment, but today you have played 3 days in a row. So we want to know how's your status right now.
我觉得我状态还可以吧，我们团队的状态也还可以。
I think my form is okay, and also our team's form is not bad as well. 那第二个问题，你们和 DRX 的缘分也还没有结束嘛？今天已经是迎来了5番战了，不知道你们有没有找出破解之法呢 ？Your rivalry with DRX isn't over yet. Today marks 5th showdown, so I want to know: have you ever figured out maybe the game plan or strategy to counter them?
前几天输完 DRX， 我们回去复盘了。挺多小问题吧，希望这次可以赢他们。
The day before yesterday, we actually did a lot of review and fix our small mistakes, and hopefully we can win today's matchup. 那今天比赛加油！
Can't ask for too much more than that. Close turnaround here for the side of Billy. That loss to DRX means that they had to play yesterday. They're having to play today. So it's been a lot of days back to back consecutively here for the team. And you only get so much time, so much extra little bit of, scrims in at the end of these evenings. So we'll see just how improved they can be.
Yeah, a massive difference though from their first game that they have against DRX. Then you compare it towards what we saw yesterday against Trace, right? So a great amount of learning, a great amount of just better preparations, and maybe just feeling better in the day as well. It comes in the familiarity when you're maybe just a little bit more familiar with a team too. So we'll see what the adjustments do look like from Billy in today's series.
On the opposite side, as I assume we are getting ready to hear from one of the players on the side of DRX. Curious to see what they have to say for themselves. So we'll go ahead and send it off over onto that video. Hear from one of the players. Chinese casters have.
站在我身边的是来自 DRX 的 Huming 选手，先让他和大家打个招呼。Can you say hello to them?
Hello everyone.
Hello， 欢迎 Huming 啊。那有没有预想过会跟 BLG 连续交手2次，并且已经交手过1次了？现在会怎样去评价 BLG 他们的打法风格呢 ？Have you ever expect to play DLG twice in a row? And also you have played with them once. So how would you like to evaluate their tactical style or their gameplay?
Well, I did expect them to meet them again, but I didn't expect to meet them this fast.
Okay.
But I think if we just do what we do, I think we'll be able to win.
OK， 他说我确实有想过会跟他们交手2次，但是我没有想过这一次的交手会来得如此之快。但是我相信，如果说我们打好我们所需要做的东西的话，我们一定能够战胜他们的。那其实你们的道具协同啊和枪法也是给观众留下了非常深刻的印象。那有没有一些小秘籍可以分享给我们去？提升一下团队的默契，还有我们的枪法呢 ？Your utility, coordination, and also your aim leave a really deep impression on the audience. So I want to know, do you have any exclusive tips for improve the team synergy, or tips to improve one's aim could share with us?
I think the most important thing is playing a lot, and I would say another tip is to watch people that are better than you. I think that helps a lot too.
OK， 他说我觉得最重要的其实还是多玩多练就好了。那如果说还有什么小秘籍的话，你可以去多看一些，比如说高手啊他们的 POV， 看了他们的 POV， 你的枪法和你的协同自然而然的就会变得好很多。Good luck in today's match.
Thank you.
Glad that it caught on that Hyunmin speaks fluent English, because we did have the interview and there was some translation back and forth with Korean as well, and I was like, he lives in Hawaii. I was like, he understands all of this, but yeah, there we go. So we got it nice and settled. Hyunmin, though, I think good advice overall. I think pretty much anything in life, if you want to improve at it, you got to look at somebody who you look up to, somebody who you think is better than you, and you can take things away from that and kind of integrate it into your own play. So overall, I think Hyunmin, very wise for his age.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, he's getting great deliveries as well. So maybe some people are going to be looking up to him. But then you ask the question, who are you looking up to?
I wanted to see the follow-up question, like, okay, but who do you think that is then? who are you looking at? Is it going to be the likes of Texture, who's been competing for quite some time? Is it Durka International? Is it Aspas? But maybe we'll have to get that on the side. Maybe that'll be a different content. Maybe if they win, we'll do another interview ahead of the XLG series, and then they can ask we'll have Echo ask that question perhaps. Not too sure. But DRX, at the end of the day, do they go and float this sunset again? I think is the biggest question. We have not seen this map at all in the tournament. It has been floated.
Yep.
It's been there. It's been second round banned. It was a third map in the Paper X series, but we couldn't get there to see it. Does DRX float it once again?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they choose not to ban it. I don't really think they've got too much to lose. If that does come in towards the veto, you're more exposing what Billy would have to offer in that map. I'd be interested to see what DRX would go back towards on the Agent comp as well, whether or not we get their old Neon style back on towards it. A couple of stats there from the tournament, of course. The previous ones heavily in the favor of DRX. This one a little bit more backwards and forwards. Surprisingly enough, tied on the ADR.
Oh, that's a weird coincidence, I suppose. But yeah, 168 ADR. YZ was putting up very significant numbers, and honestly, they would look a lot more inflated if it wasn't for the loss to DRX. So,
yeah,
a little bit brutal in that regard. But yesterday, YZ was looking like the YZ that we know and love from the international stage.
Yeah, no, 100%. And for Hyunmin as well, right? Having that really good first map, and then you switch it over towards Icebox, and Bane was coming out with some really great delivery. So you got a lot of pieces for this puzzle starting to be put together. And it's not like anyone else on the BLG side as well was falling back, right? We've had some pretty great moments from all the players there.
All right, we have. So DRX with an extra day of rest. We'll see just how prepped they are going to be coming into this one. Should be feeling pretty fresh, though, I would say. BLG definitely going to be coming into this a little bit as the underdog, just given the consecutive play.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that one as well. And we already saw previously, right, they were a team that did have to have a slog of days in a row, where they're doing it again right now, just consistently playing games. trying not to make sure that you're getting a little bit burnt out, which today in the longevity scheme, if you are getting that first series done, you've got a short intermission break between, and then you're going again for another whole series. So depending on what happens with this series, if it's long, that could play for some of these players.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of comparing it to, like, one step beyond a best of 5 yesterday, because you're potentially playing up to 6 maps, but obviously instead of having to get 3 wins, you need to get 4. So it is going to be a little bit of a test, I think, for either team when it comes down to their endurance. XLG just going to be sitting back, looking their lips, saying like, okay, well, we're getting all the information that we need. This is what we want to do with the draft, and we're going to look to come in, even more fresh than these guys. But sometimes we do see that consecutive play, those runs that you go on, keeping yourself very warmed up, it can be rewarded. I mean, you think about Gen G, they had some of the, last year they had one of the longest runs, played some of the most, series of Valorant that we had seen from a team in a single year, and were able to lift the trophy as well as make it to consecutive grand finals over and over and over again. So some teams, I think it does benefit them quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and you even, more recently have the flip side of that, right, where over in Pacific you got the team coming from the top side of the bracket, and, well, it gets dropped to the lower side because you got that consistency being played time and time again. So some teams do like to have the break, some teams do prefer to keep it consistent, but I guess they never really drop themselves into a lower bracket purposefully to do that. So,
yeah, that's, I mean, that would be, we joked about it, okay, drop yourself to the lower bracket, go on a run, rack up all the bounty money for yourself, but no one's really looking to do that. I think Paper X, they're quite happy with their position right now, knowing that they just have to chill until Sunday and get to play in an even bigger arena here in Shanghai. So I think at this point, we should just be a couple moments away from getting ready to go over to the stage and get these teams out in front of that Chinese crowd over the VCT CN arena.
Yeah, and that the crowd so far, we've seen a lot of great energy from them too, right? Rallying behind the Chinese teams, rallying behind the Pacific teams as well. Seen a couple of fans for Zeta, for DRX as well. Of course, for Paper X, they had a lot of them, but they'll come back on Sunday.
I think it's going to be a little bit of an opposite situation here today, though, because, I mean, obviously Paper X, again, it's hard not to love them.
Yeah.
But I think that now that we have this head-to-head, I think Billy Dilly's probably going to come out on top as far as the fandom's concerned.
Oh, in terms of that, yes, for sure. In terms of the actual series, coin flip. I'm not even sure where it lands for me.
Yeah, I mean, which one do we go with? Do we go with the consistency here of DRX being able to beat them? I mean, it's the 5th time that they're playing against Billy. It's the umpteenth time that they're going against Bile as a coach on the opposite side, who's never really been able to get that victory. Do we go with that, or do we go with the rematch buff? We're going to find out as we go ahead and send it down to the stage and get the players out there.
DRX Hillman Estrella Mako Fame Frame Termi Billy Gaming Rushia K-Knight Neff Wang Haosha Hughes. Bale.
And there we have it. Once again, the showdown between Billy and DRX to see who is going to be sticking around in the tournament. This time, it's about the cash, it's about advancing, it's about playing a second series here today, and it's about elimination.
Yeah, for sure. And it's going to come down to the veto to answer a couple of our questions as well. Are we going to be floating that Haven? Oh, rather, the Sunset? Are we going to be banning the Haven, more importantly, I think for Billy is where their heads might be at. And for yesterday's affairs, right, DRX getting to sit back, have a little bit of a watch on the BLG versus Trace game as well. Do they think that we can change it up if we're like okay with what we're seeing on the Pearl and shy away from banning that one ourselves? A couple of these questions to be answered.
Well, only time will tell. The players taking their seats. We should be getting ready to have that map selection, and here we have it. And right off the rip, it's going to be Billy electing to go to Sunset. So here is our first glimpse of this map at long last.
Finally, we get to see it, and not as a potential tease for the third map of the series. It's going to be Lotus, picked up by DRX, though, as the choice there. So that one should be fun. And then, well, Icebox, if we do get to that decider. Last time it went to overtime, so it could be pretty tantalizing to see how that one might finish up.
Well, I think now the question that we have to start asking is, what do comps look like on Sunset in modern day Valorant? Obviously, we're not on the Taeho nerf patch. We've been talking about that throughout the last couple days of play. So it is still going to be strong, and I think that this map does end up being very good for Taeho, so I wouldn't be too shocked, especially given the Freeing's playing. If, you know, we see quite a bit of Taeho here. I think that both teams are probably going to be looking to integrate that, but what else do you slot in aside it? Because I think Sunset overall has been one of the most diverse maps that we've had when it comes down to competitions. You've had Big Paper X going with their Sage comp. You've got Zeta Division in the past in Pacific who had been, you know, doing Phoenix. Neon seems quite good here, but then you have, you know, Raze as well that can become that can come through. Yoru is now hugely played by every team. I really don't know what to expect here.
Yeah, you got Breach as well as the initiator. That's pretty common in a Sova too, but whether or not you're putting Taeho in as a replacement for one of them, you know, we have already seen in the recent tournament over here in China that this map has been played, and we've been seeing a couple of different agent comps. Speaking of, for BLG, that actually looks pretty old in terms of the composition.
Yeah, no tail at all. It's just going to be Cypher, Sova, Omen, KO, and Neon here for the side of BLG. Freeing, of course, is just playing what he often does.
Yep.
So intriguing to see. So just the solo controllers here with the Omens going to be coming out on both sides. Let's see which one of these Neons can roar out a little bit louder than the other. Wisey, obviously, after yesterday, insane performances from him, Kunmin and consistent as ever. Who comes out on top, though? A little bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah, throwing it back to the last time that these two teams did play on Sunset as well. Slight little roster differences for DRX, of course, as Athan and Flashback were in it then. But it was a mirror match. It was the Cypher, the Omen, the KO, the Sova, and the Neon, which is exactly what we're still seeing right now for Billy. So happy enough, or protecting things for Masters potentially. We'll have to see in that regard. But yeah, a bit of a throwback comp for them. And on the expectation, a very small change over on Sunday. I'm trying to figure out where that is. I'm trying to figure out where that is in the map.
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
You're going to fly around. Try to scout it out. Well, first on the defense here is DRX. BLG on the attack. Bit of a spread here As K-Knight pushing forward, Mako holding the door. That should be in a shoulder spot. And it's going to be a paranoia sent. K-Knight is able to collect one. Freeing and Bane, however, responding in kind. Come up with 2 kills. Freeing looks for a little bit more. Sliding across the way, though. YZ coming up with the goods. Finds Freeing. Bane's dead. Suddenly, we get ourselves into a 2v2 with Russia tagged down to 38.
A big scrappy battle there. And you're spotting out Hyunmin earlier over at the B side, but where do you think Australia has gone to? You'll have early warning call if things do pivot back towards the A site, but it's going to be towards Bravo instead. And Hyunmin is slotting himself at the right spot.
Here, ready to try to go ahead and intercept the push. Flush against the wall, the peak coming through, finding a timing that's going to be Russia taken down. Knows that there's going to be the second player here stacked in alongside him, and that sets up Australia on the flank here at Market. Comes up with the kill, and it's going to be DRX picking up the pistol.
Yeah, good little maneuver from DRX to cheetah rotate over towards the B side there to pretty just easily dispatch of the remaining 2. Nothing too untoward besides the early battles through the market, which DRX double swinging out. Almost not ready for the fights there. They do stabilize in the end. So, pistol round. We've seen DRX be pretty good with them, of course. Just dropping 1 in the series last time these guys played.
Has been a bit of a strong suit here for them. Like you said, BLG, I mean, going into yesterday had 25% pistol win rate. Today they have 50% because they were able to clean up the majority of those in their series yesterday versus Trace. They're going to be hoping that it doesn't go the same way that it had prior. Turning the field here onto a couple of plays. Tripwire to try to dissuade as Mako just going to position over towards the alley. Sends up the paranoia. Now needs to TP out as Melee Bolt goes flying. But similarly, Hyunmin with one of his own able to go ahead and stop them up, blocking them here in the corner. But eventually BLG just full swinging 3 players. Look to overwhelm, but Mako goes back in and quickly finds 3.
Just Russia now, once again quite low to try and get anything situated, any more damage.
Any eliminations will still be pretty good value, but Bane with a very nice read, a very nice timing. Shock dart right at his feet, takes him down. 2-0 start here for DRX.
And now we'll get to see what the attacking side will look like for BLG and where they want to go around the map too. Not running on the Teo, you're just going to have to be pretty occupied in space clearing too. So I'm looking towards K-Knight, what you're going to be able to still figure out on the Sova, right? You're still going to be able to remove these trap wires if you're expecting them to be in the normal common spots. When we did see Sunset changed a little bit earlier on in the year as well, the way that you're getting into this B site, maybe a little bit easier given by the one-way cages that were very common, very strong, now not so much.
Into the bonus, coming in. Noted here in the corners, sets up the fast lane, trying to get himself out to safety, but it's going to be fragmented as well as the shock dart's thrown, and they still can't quite find that kill. They do very much wreck his HP bar, though. Down to 24 health here on the Neon.
You got a bit of a push as well at the moment from freeing off Yonder. Trapwire will keep him in check.
Trying to flush him out here. It is push forward, and Levies just can't drag it across. Mako at the same time able to find 2. As YZ also goes down, and suddenly DRX threatening this bonus conversion, potentially even in flawless fashion.
They seem to be aware of this tiles push too from freeing.
Picked up on the corner, Australia able to find 1. Knight does fight back for a singular kill, but that's just a player with a ghost. Weapons now starting to get picked up here, get upgraded. Everyone now with rifles in hand. And with 15 HP, 30 seconds, there's just not much to be done here for K-Knight.
No, unfortunately not. He's 2 away from the Hunter's Fury as well, but Mako has pushed himself into the correct spot to find him. You're not going to be able to get this orb either.
Swing the corner, be met with death. Mako with a 3K gets things going as DRX find a monstrous bonus conversion.
Yeah, pretty clean, all things considered as well, right? A bit awkward on the spray from Billy. I like the idea for the mid-push from DRX as well when they recognize that there's a trapped Levius, essentially. The rest of the map is being held at bay as well by DRX, just everything held captive, really. So we'll have to see some sort of adjustments come through from Billy. Getting those Haven vibes as a throwback really early on. Going to be a stinger force up here. If you can get out a Hunter's Fury, you know, you'll definitely take that and see what you can potentially get on the back of that.
Creep up through the smoke here, top mid, spot out. A couple different players, but surrounded around the corner. Payne ends up getting taken down as Risha comes away with a second little kill there. Just gets right on top. So the Stingers right now roaring out. Two-player advantage here for the side of BLG. As A-Site not quite as open as they might anticipate. Estrella is here and he's holding it down. Comes up with 2 kills of his own, freeing now back over in mid. Finds Levius after losing Mako. That leaves K-Knight all alone. Knows that he's got Estrella contained in, but there's the tripwire. The turn, 2 HP. Estrella swings out, will get met with death. Weapon gonna be upgraded. K-Knight now in control, but freeing. Keeping things quiet. Slides around and can delay. Tucks back behind the box, not giving away his position. As the salvos go out to try to interrupt, pushes him into the open. And that's going to be freeing, coming away with the win.
Oh, it gets pretty darn close at the end there, though, doesn't it? A 1 versus 1 on the back of the Stinger buy up. A couple of cheeky plays with a bit of a mid push. You got a Paranoia in there, getting sent in, as well as Neff. You got Rushia finding one, but ultimately, you know, there's a little bit more of a disconnect after those first 2 kills. No trades available anymore from the rest of the Billy guys. Hopefully see a little bit more adjustments for those sort of later pivot styles in the rounds. You get your first little check marks happening, but then what does it look like if you weren't expecting to actually find a bit of success in the beginning? Coach intervention early on.
Now will be the call here for the side of Billy. And yeah, pretty necessary. Money's going to be not the most stable position at the moment, given the force up in that previous round. Being down like this early on, not going to be a good look. I mean, you mentioned it, the kind of echoes of that first series, that 13-1 on Haven. Feels like it's coming back here into the forefront for BLG. Coach Bile wanting to find a bit more stability here.
Yeah, and it was the 1 round that they got on Haven on the back of Billy's timeout as well. So whether or not we're still following in pursuit that timeouts reap some good reward afterwards, we'll have to figure that out now.
Well, I was going to say an outlaw here would go huge, but
yeah.
Operator might as well just go for that. So Hyunmin will be bringing that into the round. Buys down for 5,700, but the rest of the team very flush with cash.
Beginning stages. Send a bit of utility towards A, you get some information off the rip, drone up through mid as well. This is a very cheeky early push.
Yeah, because of this, Mako getting planted forward here, looking for the second kill, can't make it happen. Rashad does manage to go ahead and take him out. Could have been a lot more catastrophic than it was, so good to just go ahead and get the trade, but it does mean that, yep, you've lost out on YZ, somebody who could be sliding these angles, checking for the operator. Went around with that speed. Risha with a second kill, finds freeing here top mid. Player advantage, however, still in the hands of DRX.
Now, what do you look to do right now is Billy 2. You got all this Cypher utility at the B site that you would have to try and remove. Almost feels unexplorable. Estrella happy enough to disconnect.
Push in, Risha. For himself a third, so decent fragging here so far from the Omen. Neff now breaking down the door, still just taking a peek over towards mid, but we'll have to get a move on. 35 seconds remaining. Go for the plant here on the B site.
Quick rotation from Hyunmin as well, courtesy of the Neon. May change weapons from the operator, will indeed.
Yeah, wants to drop it somewhere nearby. We'll have to pivot back across into mid. Neff is going on a big walkabout. He's going to try to swing all the way around to market. If they just get on this, he's not going to have the time.
Well, we'll have to wait and see.
Diffuse now getting started. Works his way across. It's going to be a bit of a double face, and it seems like they've now read it. Yep. Narrowed it down. Unfortunately, Neff just a little bit too slow on that rotate. Can't get the jump. It's going to be DRX now 5-0 to start.
Yeah, when you're playing the KO, you know, and you've not really seen too much of the battles earlier on, you'd kind of be expecting maybe a flash and a peek on the back of that. You got the fragment. We do have a lot of those players. When Sunset used to be the thing, that there was some post-plant molly lineups as well. You don't see him at the end there. You do, as you say, kind of read into that. Oh, he's not main. Swinging towards market, common strategy on this map to go for the wrap. With a bit more of an open plant specifically too. And it's another pretty worrisome position now for Billy. They will formulate another buy with a lot of lesser shields in the mix.
Just some early salvos here off the rip. One stinger in hand for Neff. Otherwise, relatively decent purchase is afforded here for BLG. Half armors across the board though. A little bit of space. Temp here taken as freeing, isolated, and flushed out. Wisey with a second quick kill. Estrella regretting that swing in. Bane does manage to find one, but now he's getting tagged from behind. Completely surrounded here on the site. Ping revealed as well. Swings. Russia nearly missing the timing, and Bane eventually will get overwhelmed as Levius holds down the smoke here at back site. And somehow, some way, Billy pull off a very clean round after going down 0-5. So they get themselves at long last on the board.
Yeah, pretty set execute to get over towards the alleyway of this site too, right? You just got the flash drive that goes through the window. You completely just dislodge freeing, and his chances to do anything almost looked like the weapon wasn't ready for Estrella, unfortunately. Makes it a little bit difficult there with the team not slowing down as Billy catching DRX off guard a little bit. Pretty decent round, but for DRX as well, not too worried, right? They've got a handsome lead.
Oh, for DRX, you're probably just thinking, well, all right, well, that's their one. That's their one. This time around, Wisey's not going to be given a chance to have nearly as much impact as freeing. Holds down Alley, re-swing, spots K9, White swings out, catches him in the head. That's going to be the 3K. Little shot attempt there as freeing will find Russia trying to TP away here from Hyunmin. So a 4K for Teo himself. As, yep, back to business. DRX not allowing him to pick up any consecutive round wins.
He pretty much is the Teo incarnate, isn't he? He just looks so comfortable on this agent time and time again. I don't know why the decision was ever really there to move him away from it back on towards the Cypher. A little bit understandable, I guess, when you're trying to refigure out a couple of roles and a couple of different swaps with the players and stuff. But hey, back on towards a comfy map at the moment, it would seem, for DRX. This is not the audio we like, folks. This is not the one.
Yeah, this is the bad music. It's the bad music. It's a bad sign. You can always tell if we go straight into the player shots instead of the coaches.
Yep.
It's gonna be a tech pause. Well,
they have been short.
They have been. Looks like it's something here on the BLG side. So hopefully something that we can just quickly get out of the way and resume what is a bit of a brutal map at the moment here for the side of BLG, because it's worth mentioning, once again, the Haven pick was DRX's. This Sunset is BLG's.
I mean, it makes me kind of wonder for the XLG game as well, right? In whichever way it goes, if Billy end up dropping this map, winning the series, you're probably thinking as XLG, all right, we can pick a Haven, we can pick a Sunset. They've not looked that good on these two maps. You can only get one ban.
Yeah.
So those options are going to be pretty good for them. On the flip side, though, if you're going against DRX and this comes out, what one do we feel a little bit better on?
Probably not too much. That you're going to feel super comfortable with. I don't know. Well, we will have to see. Obviously, DRX still needing to get through this series. But so far, they are off to a roaring start as action can resume.
Yeah, going to get the rifles back in the hand for BLG. Still only one full shield coming into the mix, though. They have really not been able to balance any sort of credits, get any momentum in this map. Maybe this time will be a little bit different because they go to a bit more of the weaker stack side. 2 members currently here for DRX.
They're out on the camera, but 2 players going to be spotted quick. Raptor market now going to be coming through. The Ultimate gets popped here by Neff. They both not going to go deep enough to get the stun across. And Hyunmin peeking, finding one. Looking for a little bit more as Armageddon going to be called in, pushing the players forward right here into the welcoming arms of these DRX players. Russia able to find 2 before getting taken down. Estrella with 3. Looks to ensure that the streak shall continue, and he will. Big round here from the IGL. Gets himself a 4K as DRX find a 7th round win.
Yeah, a couple of 4Ks to come through from the DRX lads. First freeing, now the B site holder. You are not getting through him with the utility that actually doesn't really do a lot of the lion's share of work. He's playing on the back of his teammates' util, so great assistance to come out from freeing, allowing Estrella to dance a little bit around the site and deliver quite nicely. The half now going to be gathered by DRX no matter what. And I think a couple of the questions are going to be how much further do they go?
BLG needing to get some victories here. Try to rescue the 7-5 run back from here would be still overall pretty good. But it's looking unlikely unless they can pull something out here with the jointed investment that we see. So we have two sheriffs in play. Swing onto the corner. Why is he going to be noted? He has previously spotted and tagged up. DRX a decent understanding of the presence here on this side of the map, and well, Paranoia didn't even need to connect. Bane just finds the kill.
Once more.
Technically does get the assist, but I doubt the full blind had even gone through as he hit the floor. Hunter's Fury now scouting, looking for the kill, and that's going to be Russia taken down. We'll readjust here from Frank. Can't quite find K-Knight. Does manage to fight back for one. So much more work to be done, and now K-Knight once again all alone. Does get clipped there by the operator. And then maybe not too certain if he got the connection. Otherwise, I think he would just try to run him down with a shorty. We'll just play back, and on the repeat, he gets the clean shot through.
Yeah, it's just becoming bad to worse for BLG too. Getting locked out on a lot of these choke lines. One raise being refreshed. There was a bit of an ambitious peak from Marco, an opportunity for YZ that may have been able to find in the beginning. But it just doesn't happen. DRX on top of these trades, on top of these kills. Feeling just a little bit flat for Billy at the moment. Gonna need the second coach timeout. I think, talk about it before we go to the coach cams, it's gonna generally be this normal one, and that it is. Early usage of them. Now you've got no more.
Yeah, not going to be a good feeling here at all. But Bile well aware that they need to rescue something here in this half. Need to at least make this a 9-3, an 8-4, something to that effect. So looks to try to pump the brakes here, but I think in all likelihood, Billy, you know, they're running the same composition that they have in the past. They're using something that hasn't really been innovated on at all. I think that they're probably just trying to keep some things secret here.
I wouldn't be too surprised. You know, we've got a big Teo nerf coming as well, so they could have technically still pivoted back towards that for this series if they wanted to, but if there's any expectations that they want to get some prep on something more similar that they may be running, because you could see that, you know, maybe some slight adjustments on 1 or 2 agent checks here and there. Don't really know just yet, though. Masters Toronto not too far away until we get the new look at what the patches will see. Some new faces for an international event, too.
Plenty of them. For the cam, quick clear. Hyunmin likely still spotted, though. Just going to be a silent little drift away here from Levius.
Do like the change up at the moment from DRX's side of things. On the back of that timeout, they also get time to have some thoughts, right? So you change it up. You don't let any tendencies get the better of you that Billy might have already recognized.
Coming through, Estrella here. Around the corner, Cage at the ready, freeing. Going for a little bit of a peek as thrown over the top. Hasn't missed him. Let's get noted here, and there you go. Well, jump onto the corner. Estrella, a little bit of sleeping wheel, still able to find one before getting traded out. Mako at the same time, able to find Russia. Lurk getting ready to come through at mid, but isn't going to be too late. Turn back. I think he might have spotted him out here. Levius is now the last one standing. Cam goes in, sees Bane here around the back. The Cage drop to try to scale forward into the site, but as he swoops out of it, the off shot will connect. And that is once again a timeout, not leading to a round victory here for the side of BLG. The onslaught and dominance continues.
Yeah, there was a bit of a second guess moment in that round as well when the neural theft does come out. There's still a cheeky corner being held that Wisey nearly overlooked. See that one, that yeah, they do get one in the end. 3 versus 3 spot, and I'm looking at a position where Billy might be able to get another round on the board. Still trying to challenge in towards the site, and the rotations already came from DRX nice and early.
Camera. The dart there onto Fring. He's going to look to further delay as entry starts coming through from Wisey, but Salvo's now greeting them here. And finding value. Wisey similarly though. 2 with a stinger. Scooped up a weapon. Russia mauling Hyunmin out of the smoke, and it seems like the stingers might just be the key to success here for Billy, but round still not yet closed. We have the back sight. Now the spike going to be dropped. Russia, he does have the ultimate, can try to make a play.
Oh, he picks it up so close though.
Well, now Nat has to cancel that. Almost a moment. But spike is going to be in hand, but as the operator and DRX have no reason to swing this.
Oh, Bane contemplating the idea potentially. But as an Omen with just a single dart cover now. No TPs, no extra components, and an oral theft position red.
Is it going to be a double back? Looks like the answer is no. Is just going to be sprinting his way across. A chance for a catch here onto Estrella, but
both
seems like he reads it well.
Both pathways into the A site, though, have trapwires.
Yeah, tripwires are there. Camera as well at Alley, and obviously the Cypher's still alive, so there you go. Gonna be fully stunned up. Bane looking for the wraparound. Opts to play this out a little bit more patiently. Knows that time is now very much working against Russia. Feels he has to try to get this kill. Hits Estrella through the wall. Knows that he's done it, and he's able to find the push and kill. A 3K clutch from Russia. What in the hell just happened here?
Yeah, a little bit lucky to come away with that one, you do think. The operator shot just blowing off the leg, and it looks like to me through the corner of the box that the tag was on towards him, but it was the early engagements over at the B site that the damage was actually delivered a little bit towards Bane. So could be potentially brought into 1 versus 1 a little bit earlier. Go ahead and look at this replay. It is the sub 4-second mark, or literally on the 4-second mark. So had to go for the challenge instead of going for the plant. Nicely done. Last round of the half now. You would think that Billy 100% need this one.
Oh, for sure. 9-3, still not going to feel too great, but feels a hell of a lot better than a 10-2.
Yeah. Bit of a different look as well at the B side of things. Once again, no Cypher utility there, but a very large push-up from Freeing. Meanwhile, small scaling over at the A side.
Levius catching a glimpse there. Mako just drifting across to stay safe as turns back in towards that B main position, and Freeing going to get caught on the flank. Player advantage now for BLG as they try to close out the round. Tripwires still set up now, going to be cleared. Bane still going to be good for 1, but Hyunmin eliminated, and Estrella overwhelmed. Isn't sure which way to look. Bane good for a second, but Mako now, last one standing for the side of DRX, still working his way across towards this A site. Not much damage dealt to really try to play off of here. Minor chips on the 2, but yep, push out. Noted watch by far too many players. So 9-3, BLG. They get their first back-to-back round wins and rescue the half as much as possible.
Yeah, anything that they kind of found out with what they might need to adjust, though, in the tail end of that half. Gonna not be able to translate too much on the flip-up now. Back to the pistols, back to almost feels like the starting line. DRX getting pretty close to the end in this 9-3. You'd think with the pistol in the second round, it should be coming unless there's a force-up. Starts to put a closer on it.
Here at the half, Billy will be able to find that pistol win here, try to tie things up in that regard. Because, yeah, feels like it's going to be necessary. If they're unable to find it, it does just seem like DRX will likely run away with the rest of this.
Yeah.
Well, last couple rounds, overall, pretty good. It does feel like the blood's pumping a little bit more here for Billy compared to what we were seeing at the start, because initially they were kind of just getting out-fragged.
Yeah, no, 100%. It was just a couple of scrappy battles around it as well. Good lines being held from Hyunmin on the operator too. Pring quite sharp with these shots, and I mean, I can just ramble off moments for everybody on DRX at the moment from what we've had on this map. I think more importantly, I want to see some adjustments from Billy, right? Because they weren't scared in the game against Trace. They were going in together as a team, getting all of these trades, getting all of this set utility pieces out, and it was looking pretty darn good. Here, it's felt like even on a couple of these executes, you know, one little slip up and they are scurrying to try and pick up the scraps.
Yeah. All right, well, halftime over. Let's go ahead and jump back into the action. Billy going to be looking for their first pistol here of the series. Otherwise, DRX might just have another very dominant closeout.
Yeah, just a very, very clean opening map for the series. We'll have to wait and see. We were really excited to see what Sunset was going to have on us, but the horizon right now, the outlook, looking pretty grim for Billy.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much everybody on DRX at the moment going positive, aside from Fring at the 9-9.
Oh,
16 kills for Bane. Guy's been having a hell of a tournament.
Yeah. Specifically with that Killjoy that we did see previously. Gonna go towards the B site at the moment, DRX. Try and break out a couple of these trap wires. You've got Marco just
one, but yeah, pretty deeply placed there.
Yeah. No other pushes around the map at the moment from Billy either. Slow and steady. Default style.
Shots there just into the legs. Paranoia going to hit. Russia just trying to see back there around the corner. He's able to find the kill. Why is he joining in from behind? They get a bit of a counter trap play here. There's 2 kills go the way of BLG. Now well poised to pick up this pistol. Billy Bolts diving in deep as why is he trying to push down here in towards a mid. Right on top of Estrella. Kills him off with a right click. Bane now, I mean, it's been a very good map for him thus far, but I don't even think he realizes that he's been read and spotted there from Market. Shot does not come through. It's a flawless pistol as Billy start the half off in the only way that they really could afford to.
Yeah, that was a much needed round to come through from them. Pretty crispy shots with the pistols. Starting off with a good crossfire actually as well. Wisey making sure that he's not leaving his team kind of out in the open, isolated a little bit, so swinging on in. Taking some good challenges with the squad. Hoping to see a bit more of that continue out through now this second half as well. They give themselves a little bit of breathing room at least until the bonus. This one looks to be a bit faster for DRX off the rip with the lesser pistols.
Really going to be hoping that they don't suffer the same fate that they set up Trace for yesterday. Seems like they're going to be in a decent position here as shots going out. Some damage certainly is dealt. 1 kill traded back here from the side of DRX thus far, but Wisey rushing forward ends up getting taken down, but the cleanup is going to be there. Levius with the Spectre and Neff with the Fragment. They'll have 3 players surviving as they go ahead pick up that anti-eco.
Very small amount of damage coming on through, whether or not that's going to equate to a force up or just happy enough to float with the pistols in this bonus round for Billy. We'll wait and see. For DRX though, it's been a little bit, you know, of time between drinks on this map of Sunset for them when you consider it too on the attacking side, right? So now we get to see what their attacking side is really going to look like. Didn't get too much of it from Billy in this almost mirror comp. Slight differences in terms of what the Teo can provide on the attacking side now to the KO.
Silent start here from DRX, just playing a bit fanned out, defaulting. Trying to see if they get any aggressive pushes from the side of BLG.
Yeah, you do have a pretty forward line from your shot over at the A site as well, just playing spot, seeing if there's any pushes there. But once again, it is just the name of the game, the slow start for DRX on the attacking side. If you're going to go back to this B site yet again, well, you've already got a bit of a rotation starting to come through from Neff. And you would consider on the lesser guns, the more the merrier. If they can get themselves in a crossfire.
Ready. Going to be cleared out by that. And Gunman does not check the corner. K-Knight able to find one. Does get taken taken down, traded out, but Levius with the Spectre at range. Mo's down 2. That leaves Hyunmin here. Now all alone, 1v2. Try to clutch this out, otherwise bonus converted, but already so much damage dealt. Nothing spotted there at Bulba. Here's the push coming through, and YZ more than happy to just play distraction. Bonus convert is locked in. BLG, suddenly they're off to the races, 3 rounds separating.
Yeah, it feels a little bit uncharacteristic for DRX that they're not checking their corners and not having any closer scan ability, right? A little bit more focused on the deeper side of the site. When you're going into a bonus round as well, you've seen Spectres in the previous round, you've seen the Pistols. Generally, you would think that they might be a little bit closer in proximity. So that one's a little bit baffling, but nevertheless, great for Billy to find the bonus there. Get this one looking a little bit hotter of a map.
Bit of a rare glimpse here. Forced buy from the side of DRX, keeping the cash reasonable. Couple players pretty low though. 1,200, 1,250 purchases. 3 Stingers, a Ghost, and a Sheriff. Let's see if they can try to get themselves up to double digits.
Oh, no traps that they need to contend with.
Blind out, Levius. Oh, that's overdrive now popped as Hyunmin finds K-Knight, looks for a little bit more. Neff does manage to find one before peeling back away from the angle. And then still pursuing, but doesn't want to try to run down the smoke, so opts to back away. Market door now going to be broken open. Stun going to be connecting. Neff re-swings out from Bubba. He's able to find it. YZ arriving on the site. Off Estrella. Brings it down to a 2v2. A 1v3. I can't count. As Mako surrounded. Ends up getting picked apart. And yeah, close but not close enough. DRX cannot find it.
Yeah, lots of struggles in the market area there as well. When the overdrive starts to fade, you got to juggle to the Stinger. You got YZ just yet again, great timing with the relay bolt coming out. It feels like he's always been good for 1, maybe 2 on the back of the utility.
And it's a great start. I mean, at its peak, a 3v5 here for the side of BLG. And, you know, weapon advantage in their hands, but maybe a bit of frustration. We'll see if the timeout called. No, not yet to be seen. Only 2 rounds separating the 2 teams, though. Pressure's got to be building up for DRX.
Yeah, I think if this one gets felled, that maybe you do drop that timeout. Even if you're going to give Billy some time to discuss some things, you, well, just more importantly, need it for yourselves at the moment. Another slow start to the round for DRX, but a bit of space silently on the approach of mid.
Drone's going to be cleared out here. Trying to Estrella, just trying to explore around, but I mean, round after round, Russia has just been cycling these one-ways. This time is able to find a kill for his troubles. IGL down. Stun, looking to connect, and then kind of push forward up into that cage, but K-Knight is just dancing around, and YZ with the overdrive, it will find Bane, swings forward over into main, and it's going to be a flawless round as BLG suddenly are 1 away from closing this out, and or rather from tying this up.
They have certainly come back in towards this, haven't they? This is where you got the timeout that you would assume will come through from DRX, because that was the moment when they've got the guns back in possession that they need to have something deliver. It begins with a great pop flash to come out. I mean, talk about KO, right? I've been highlighted through this tournament. Great KO players, built with great timing and coordination with the team. So it's great to see that that comes through for Billy there. Neff on 14 assists.
Racking him up as YZ not getting checked once again. Hyunmin sliding back to try to keep himself protected, leaves the rest of the team vulnerable. And YZ gets a second kill before finally getting taken down. Double space forward in towards Alley. Estrella does manage to find them both with a Stinger. Brings it now to a 2v2, but look at the HP bars. It's 66 between the 2 remaining players here on DRX.
And the Stinger Marco too. Try and get close and almost kiss K-Knight here.
Drone over the top, Mako to the timing, and he is able to find it. Tries to back away. Does a good amount of damage. The neural theft will reveal Estrella. Both players knowing that their opponent is so very tagged up. It's going to be about who can really just pull this trigger a little bit faster. The re-swing in from Estrella, though. Trying to check the angle, trying to get back in behind the boxes, ends up falling down. So once again, close but no cigar here for DRX. Billy now tie us up.
Flawless on this defensive side so far. Another scenario where you've just got great utility trading for BLG. The hat's invested, the timing found for Marco. Had he been able to fall back to the site potentially and play with Estrella in a crossfire or a double swing motion, maybe that would have been a little bit better situated for them. Timeout now finally invested from Termi.
That's the kind of question. The choice to push back into sight there from Estrella. Thought for sure he might have just slotted himself over at the alley, wait for a tap to come through, try to play a swing like that. And maybe things starting to get a little bit flustered in the comms for DRX, so Termi will pump the brakes as we find ourselves tied up. It's been 8 rounds consecutively across the halves here for BLG.
Lots to consider for DRX and how they're going to try and approach things on their attacking side. We saw, a bit of success from Billy in an execute, getting quick flash over into the alley and going together with the team, spreading in towards the site. You don't have the opportunity for that as DRX in not running the KO. You'd have to do something with freeing on the salvos potentially, and you don't really feel as valuable to try and gather the space that the flash permits for getting your Neon player right up and close, for example. So timeout will subside.
Well, from what was looking like a speedrun of a map, we are now tied at 9-9. And I mean, yeah, everything has just been very much slowed up here for DRX. Even for Bane, 18-12-5. At one point was 16-6-5.
There's a kill trip here as well at the B site. If anyone tucks themselves into the left cubby.
Get the clear on the right-hand side, as it had just been placed. Smoke down. Go ahead and cover market. Gunman trying to scale in towards backside. Ends up getting picked apart, but freeing. Finds 2. Levius, K-Knight both going to be eliminated as the Hunter's Fury. A little bit of damage, but YZ trying to play anti-flash. Mako is there, ready to collect. 4 players left standing. Fragment sent. Freya going to be pushed over to the side. Still comes up with the kill. And Bane will similarly watch over towards Boba. So DRX break the monstrous win streak here that BLG had racked up. They get themselves now to double digits.
Yeah, much better round to come out from them there. Bit of a set executing towards the site as well. Pretty heads up with the Cypher utility too, right? Destroying that one when it comes. Levius trying to stay in sight. We have both our Neon players looking the wrong way when they do die, but it's the forward push for DRX, not giving space and opportunity for BLG to take matters back into their own possession.
Yeah, a not so smooth criminal maneuver there from YZ. Once again, though, looking like it's just going to be this B-site hit. Armageddon still online for freeing.
Yeah, considering it, does clear all the backside.
Use it just to, yeah, go ahead. Get themselves forward. You either get a player pushed up in towards you to try to pick apart, or you just force them back here towards Boba.
They've just been able to walk into this site.
Yeah, swing it in. Ping reveal. Never been able to go ahead and back around the corner. Not going to be caught. It's swing out. The full flash does end up connecting there, but K-Knight unblinded, able to find one as Risha pitching in from market, finds one before gets traded. YZ reading the player. Stuck here as Estrella trying to strike. Nearly has him lined up, but cannot make it happen. BLG not allowing for DRX to build up that momentum once again. They manage to answer back, and they keep us tied at 10-10.
Unfortunately for DRX, if they do get in towards the site silently and try to force the hand, force the plant, they haven't removed any of the pieces of BLG, just giving them a lot of options to try and get back in very quickly on the retake. You got the null command, all this KO utility, a bit of a crunch to come through as well. Just looking very clean for BLG in the turnout of the round. I know it's 2 players surviving, but they were all there, they were ready, they caught DRX with their pants down, essentially. We're tied up, 10 apiece.
So maybe this is the overtime map, and then the 13-1.
Yeah, maybe. Early challenge in this round can be quite large.
Jiggle peek there from Hyunmin. It's going to be further noted. Be a spot out on the Fring as well with that drone. So 2 players.
There is a real opportunity at the moment for DRX to play with Fring's ult too.
Oh, it's going to be a Hunter's Fury coming through, trying to get a catch here onto the Neon, but only finds the one pump of damage there. Coming down to 31. Once again, now getting clustered up and gathered around this B side or DRX.
You can see the K-Knight is being aware of potential lurk, actually.
He is as well, and has managed to go ahead and get the readjustment there on the aim. Finds one, but Russia quickly takes him down. Pivot across, Spike being brought forward, Mako. Now walking forward into this B site once again. This just isn't that deep util. Camera gets set up.
I saw him.
Yeah, he's spotted him. Mako just going to go drifting across. I suspect that he has. In the meanwhile, that is going to be the site broken open, and Mako should know exactly where Levius is.
Yeah, it's just extremely slow from DRX, isn't it? You're cooking with a couple of flanks around the map, but you're ultimately not decided on which one you might feel a little bit more comfy in. A situation where if Mako also in the B site sees that no one's home and they have them over at A, you can drop the spike as DRX, get him to TP over and plant. So there was a lot of options that DRX actually have when this spike plant was looking to happen.
A bit of an outlurk here. Levius catching Mako. It seemed like he was pretty well convinced that it was going to be a push out of market, if a push at all. So gets this to be a bit more painful for DRX, considering just the back and forth nature of the rounds here. His last little couple, but it's still going to be the spike going off and DRX regaining the lead.
Yeah, Levius finding that kill, getting one away from the neural theft. You got YZ one away from the overdrive, equally. So already there for Hyunmin. So if you're thinking about economy game as well, you don't have to have 5 weapons coming in towards this round if you want to try and set something up a little bit fast. You know, Hyunmin getting overdrive on the back of an Armageddon, that can be pretty quickly a site take. It depends if they want to contact up, or if BLG, recognizing that that's going to be a possibility in this next round, they want to take some further control themselves. You know, a lot of teams do like to do the A paranoia plays for the main grab. This time, a little bit more spread on default. Waiting to see the blade for Neff, if he can find anything, and the answer is no. Read by Australia and waited patiently.
Full flash here onto Estrella. Able to stay tucked back though. It's a very shallow push forward. And be cautious than we saw several rounds ago at this point. Him getting caught by Russia in this spot, utilizing that one way.
Yeah, combo with the great flash drive from Neff. Provide him. Still got one available too. See what the pivot will look like right now for DRX as the minute mark clocks on over. Oh.
Just go ahead, challenge that angle. K-Knight somehow though drawing down the weapon. Able to find Mako. YZ on the re-peek. Gets rid of Estrella. Bane, however, trying to fight back. Has Spike in hand, has some players crunching in from the market. Kind of buying a little bit of space. That's also going to be taken down. Down there at Boba. Head of the Cypher found and decapitated. Levius falls, and that leaves YZ now by himself, pushing forward. Out of market, joined in now by Russia, but they can't swing together, so he ends up falling down. Looking for the clutch. The Neon at the ready. About to try to go on the slide. Cuts across, 4 bullets remaining here in the mag, and Russia just cannot make it happen. Have that double swing come out from market, maybe they can challenge him for the fight, find that Neon and be able to take her down, but in the end, it's going to be DRX now getting themselves up to map point.
Yeah, maybe the name of this game at the moment was just a very, very slow start on the attacking side for these teams. The tail end affairs looking a little bit better, a little bit more heads up. A couple of problems in this round actually for DRX too, with the gun barrel that poked through the cage from Estrella. It's not really been able to fashion too much when there's players over there.
And you see YZ trying to get anything that he can with that overdrive, but
yeah,
have the open. Very likely going to be able to overwhelm. Drone now is going to be checking out this B site, which DRX seems to continue to favor.
Another
recon into the corner. They're checking. They're learning.
It's good. But the thing is, you've already got a pretty handsome rotate to come through from Billy as well.
Mako sliding forward into the smoke. K-Knight trying to find it, but cannot. Mako tears them to pieces. Neff now going to fall. Paranoia again, not even really necessary. Got him in a little bit faster on it.
Yep.
And suddenly, with it just the two remaining, Rochette and YZ a second crack at it to try to clutch this, but versus 5. I guess that's how you say I'm pissed. Yeah. Well, Armageddon now going through, pushes Rochette over towards market here. But surely it just feels like there's no real way for these players at the moment. And yep, there you go. The first one will fall. Cage gonna drop. YZ able to find Estrella. The time is working against them, and you've got 3 facing out here from the spike. DRX slowed up a little bit there in the middle, but in the end, they still are able to go ahead and close things out here on Sunset, 13-10.
Yeah, at one point in time as well, you got to remember that it was the what, 9-1 situation. Both timeouts not going in favor of Billy's way really early on in the set, but then you get in the middle, as you say, they start to actually have an awakening, start to figure things out. But I just reckon it took both of these teams too long to recognize what they need to do on the attacking side. Yeah. A little bit extra space and a little bit just the earlier wake up for DRX. A pretty close map, you know, not the way that I thought Sunset would go from an outside view. I thought it would be a lot more backwards and forwards in affair. That this scoreline, you know, doesn't really show.
Yep. Seems like the map may be still a bit defender-sided.
Yeah.
As we had seen it in the past, because I mean, I can remember from when the map first started coming out, these teams just couldn't really figure out how to get wins on that attacker side. But like you said, DRX, they pumped the brakes, they called the one timeout, they were able to get the conversion on the back end of that, drop one more, and then just go ahead and slowly rack up those last few that they needed. So 13-10. A hell of a lot more contentious than we had anticipated, given how things looked at the half, and can just hope at this point that it's going to continue going into map number 2, but worth reminding that this is the pick for Billy, so DRX have their selection of Lotus coming up next.
Yeah, which is an interesting one as well. You know, happy enough to be picking in towards it, but looking from the outside of it, not a successful map in the win variety. A lot of rounds played though, a lot of overtimes that come through for them on this map, so maybe they're seeing a little bit more weaknesses on the side of Billy that, well, we know how to play Lotus. It's not our best, but we'll give it a shot.
We'll have to see. Maybe it's just for the humor of it, you know, the 10-2 comeback back at Champs 23. Maybe they said, yeah, we'll play on Lotus again, why not? Hard to say. Either way, Bane roaring first half, a little bit slowed down as Billy just kind of had everybody ramping up. They had everyone on DRX fairly well contained, but at the end of the day, Bane still does come out on top as the MVP.
Yeah, it's good to see, you know, kind of carried over with the Killjoy from it, or the other game on Icebox.
Oh, he +1, gentlemen.
I want to have my fun highlight in this one. Neff's scoreline doesn't do him service. 8 kills, 21 damn assists.
Yeah, 21 assists, kind of monstrous. Rishi as well with 15 there on that Omen. Right neck and neck alongside of Mako. Always going to be a good company to find yourself in. But for Bane, continuing to show that he is flexible as well as damn important for the team.
Yeah, dangerous if he's going to keep coming out with these sort of plays as well. You're never going to have to rely on just one, you know, roaring lion of a player to really just get the herd going.
I mean, when you look at these stats, you really would think that it's been inverted somehow. You know, 4 out of 8 plants to the side of DRX, they get 3 out of 4. But then the 2 clutches, the 2 flawlesses, the 13 first kills, but no, it's DRX on the other side, able to go ahead and get the map victory.
Yeah, so they put themselves up one more chance closer to closing out this one, and I mean, you got to think about, you know, longevity for those that might have joined us through the course of this map. Whoever wins the series has to have a very small intermission and then immediately go into another game against XLG. So if you're having these really long maps be played out, think about the mental scape.
Yeah, it's certainly something that's going to be a bit of a concern here for the coaches, no matter who is able to take this one down. But that's going to be for the future. Obviously, the players, you know, the coaching staff, just think about it one step at a time. Don't think about having to play twice in a single day. Don't think about XLG sitting back watching you and starting to try to pick apart your strategies. It's best to just say, okay, well, let's get through this one first. Let's get our 10K, and then let's worry about it a little bit later on. So I think the full focus is going to be on the second map, which Lotus, who knows what's going to happen. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we will get into that Lotus and see if BLG can tie things up. Alrighty, we are back. It's now time to go into what could be the final map of this series. The final map potentially for Billy here at the ACL, unless they can get the win on DRX's map pick of Lotus.
Yeah.
Our first look at Sunset. It's pretty much the same.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I'm gonna play the bad guy. I was really excited for Sunset to come back in this pool.
We both were.
And I don't think that's the Sunset we're expecting, to be honest.
You know, we can give it a little bit more time. Obviously, Masters Toronto teams maybe holding some strategies there, especially for Billy's sake. But if it's going to look like that, I could do without it.
Yeah, you'd rather Fracture, wouldn't you?
Well, it's Fracture for this.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. Give me Abyss as well.
I'd
rather have either of those than the Sunset here. Either way, we're past the Sunset. The snooze fest is over. It's now time to go into Lotus, which is oftentimes going to be a bit more chaotic, a bit more upbeat.
I mean, when you consider Marco brings out an Odin on this map from time to time, chaotic is the right word to use, I think. So who bloody knows what we're actually going to get in towards this one, if we're going to get any different look on agent compositions as well. Right, we've still got Teo in play. We've got a lot of Breach Teo composition. We've got Vice becoming pretty common, but we've also got some very hellbent Cypher players in these teams. So it could be a switch up. It could just be a little bit more common for what we do expect on this map of Lotus.
In all likelihood, not likely to see any real big comp swaps, but never really know. Billy, they've not played the map here at the tournament quite just yet, nor has DRX, but they've shown it plenty here in recent history.
Yeah, which is the fun change up for DRX last time they actually played this map, right, against Paper X, because they brought out a composition that made me scratch my head. There's Deadlock in there, you got Vice and a Yoru, you got a Teo as your initiator, but it's just solo Teo. It's, it's a bit of a wacky one.
A little bit of some change-ups there, so we'll see if they're going to be sticking with that, try to iterate on it, or if they're just going to be pivoting back to what has worked for them in the past. You can see plenty of DRX fans, though, there in the audience. Likely loving the result there from that first map. I love that we also have just fans with signs that, you know, cheering on Jing. He's not there.
Yeah, I saw that one. With
He's not even in today.
What is it? The mouse drawing.
Yeah. So.
He'll be back on Sunday. Grand final, Paper X, for those that may be joining us throughout the course of this one. And what's going on for the ACL. The bounty system right now as well. Any lesser seeded team that topples a higher seed will get some extra cash their way. In this series though, unfortunately, that's not on the table. The winner will just take the 10K and then go in towards the next series, which would be a bounty game. Let's have a look at the agents though. It's going to be normal scenes for Billy, and for DRX, they, I guess, are confident enough with their first deployment of this one against Paper X, despite the close 13-11 loss.
Yeah, so looking to try to run this one back now that they've gotten a rep with it on stage. Obviously, a couple weeks have passed to be able to try to get some additional scrims on it as well. So we'll be Neon v Yoru, no raise in sight.
Yeah, which I don't know how to feel about that one. It's got positives, it's got negatives. If this is the way that DRX are at least pivoting for this map currently, we have to wait and see what the differences will actually look like for them in stage 2 of the VCTs, because, well, running the Teo is probably not going to be there again for them then. And for Toronto, for Billy, what are they changing up as well? So it definitely does feel like right now it's just, well, we've been playing this map locally a lot. Let's just go with something we know. And I can't fault them for that whatsoever.
Yeah, nor can I. I'm curious how it all will unfold, though, for the side of DRX in Stage 2, now that you kind of bring up that topic, because, I mean, you know, we've been saying that Freeing just is Teo incarnate. He is basically just that agent. He has been one of the best players, you know, on Teo globally. It's getting pretty heavily nerfed. You know, does he have to go back to like Sentinel? Does that change the rules around for everybody else? Like, I'm very curious to see what they end up doing. Do they go back to double duels playing Yoru? Maybe that one.
Can I give an answer?
Yeah.
Please don't.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it as well.
Here we go, folks, though. Let's see if DRX are going to close out their map pick or if Billy are going to extend this series to Icebox. Early challenge towards a Rubble.
Full 5-player push up. It's just a quick exit from Hyunmin. Gate scratch across towards C. That leaves Bane all alone here on this A site. Little bit of added backup from Fring as Wisey with a jump peek. Sending out a right click, but not going to be able to find too much. Remember the flash, but only going to be a smattering of damage found here. Bane flushed out. Site now opened up a bit, but Hyunmin meant to push in, finds Levius. Gets rid of the Viper here for the post plant. Wisey now scale forward, riding that rope up to the top to try to hold this angle.
You got to give away the heavens here with that smoke. Everyone coming for the flanking angle from DRX.
Just able to be wrapped around. A foot going to be spotted. The swing in. Freeing looking for the shot, but cannot find it. Risha able to go ahead and take down Hyunmin. Estrella will find one, but Rocco dead, and Estrella alone trying to reload. Will just get cleaned up as Wisey finds himself a 3K.
Yeah, these ghosts aren't working at the moment in these rounds. Maybe just take the free bundle classics and use them and pick up some extra utility. Bit of shaky pistol to come through from DRX, but gorgeous for Billy. Take a little bit to even look to establish a plant, but the idea that they want to take some further space and force DRX to be a little bit uncomfortable, you do understand. It's down on a start over on Sunset. This time off to the races nice and early. You would expect just everybody to hold the credits for DRX going into this second round. That's exactly what they do.
Let's see when they're going to be able to try to get this one going. Obviously, this defender side is where DRX should be finding the majority of their value, given the double sentinel that they have. Push up, check on the corner to come in, but it's double stacked and come in. Away with 2 quick kills. Net now coming in, goes in on the peak for a little bit more. Mako was setting up that paranoia, which ends up working a treat. Mako stuck into the corner of the marshal on the opposite side, tagged now down for 28. Refights in, and somehow Wisey loses it. Levy will be able to find a timing 101, gets the transfer for the second, but freeing now arriving from around the back, finding the timing, and it's going to be a thrifty from DRX to tie us up 1-1 off the rip. What in the hell just happened?
That's actually a really cool anti-eco strat to come through, or rather eco strategy, sorry, for DRX. They just send in Estrella with his arc rows towards the mound, and the rest of the trap is still on the site. First contact from the high-low, GravNet ready for when that either works or doesn't work, and for DRX it actually does work. The pistols, I said, don't use the ghosts, use the classics. Well, that's why, folks. Right clicks are very damaging when you can get up close and personal. Great steal of a round from DRX. Can Billy look to immediately answer something back now?
Looked like Estrella was just running it down mid, but in the end, he's just selling a bit of bait here. Suppress and reveal onto 2. Mako dancing around back rubble. Levius about to be revealed as the smoke falls, and Mako fast enough to be able to go ahead and find those shots before that sheriff can start ringing out.
Yeah, if this is just going to be a slower, more isolated round for Billy, it's going to be more difficult to get the round.
Good amount of damage taken there by Roche as well. Down to 65, Estrella pushing forward, dodging out that relay bolt. As the clone does get tapped. Taps the door as well. As crossfire set up here for DRX. Really not wanting to push into that. Instead, looks like they will try their luck going in through B main. But you do have freeing tucked away in the corner.
Yeah, and you've also got some good Sentinel util as well. Makes it pretty difficult to try and get into this site.
Small and the Thorns have ready. Push forward. It's going to be Frey taken down, but Bane finds Wisey. The rest of the players now locked out of the site. Sonic sensor is going to be set up at the top of the door. It looks like they are going to call for the rotated cross towards the sea. He hit, but Estrella just threw the smoke. Absolutely massacres 2, finds the 3rd. And there you go, just the 1 casualty. DRX now in the lead.
Yeah, since the game against Paper X, I'm already seeing a lot of adjustments for DRX here that I'm quite liking with how they're deploying these bait and switch plays with the utility. You know, slotting Marco up close, he can still TP out of dodge. You've got the double sentinel utilities, making sure that you've got wall for contact, and then your thornsing, stunning. Those are good for kills. You're resetting them afterwards as well. It's going to be very difficult for Billy to dislodge. You know, if Wisey gets in front, he's just going to be left there by the rest of his team. So they're going to have to come up with an idea pretty soon how to navigate around all this. No shear at the front of B this time.
Yeah, why attempt to bait it?
Does get the thorns out, so you could take that.
2 thorns for stealth drone on the exchange. Wisey now can try to get the jiggle peek here to go ahead and pop that sheer wall. Does so. So just going to be snapping up that flash there. Go for a reposition.
Meanwhile, Marco's fallen back as well, because by this lean, you don't know if anyone's starting to push back up the A side of things. Really early dimensional drift from Hyunmin right now.
It's going to be a good timing here, as he will make a quick exit. Doesn't go on a full exploration with it. Crashes out towards safety. Hit the door, gets the paranoia out, swings in, trying to fight here, but Mako ends up winning it. Now seems like it's going to seal the deal on the C site. Estrella just jiggling back and forth. Already here. Stun onto Estrella, but they need to try to scale forward here quickly and get on top of the Spice, and not quite able to do it. Knight does get taken down, Neff eventually finding one. Gunman though. Fadeaway shot snaps on for the head. As Wisey gets struck down. Neff now needs to try to clutch it out, but there's just too many players standing in his way. Hyunmin with 3 will get DRX the same on the board.
Yeah, lots of stopping power to come through from DRX in the engagements too, right? When you got the early bait out of the wall for the sheer wall at B, eventually that gets refreshed with the deadlock wall. You've got to pivot towards the C site, and it's the timing with the dimensional drift. It's enough to scare them away a little bit. You're feeling that Billy might be getting a bit frazzled with how they're being forced to move around the map. You know, DRX are coercing them very nicely at the moment.
Is that the timeout? Yes, it is. Once again here after a 4th round of play. Timeout gets called to Billy. Similar script from Sunset, slightly different scoreline.
Yep, but remember the timeout didn't eventuate into a round, right? So whether or not there's going to be a little bit of a difference this time. Need to see some pretty large adjustments from BLG. Going for a lot of this early A rubble control either. That is very common when you also consider that on DRX's side, if you're not seeing, you know, a Gravnet or a Salvo combo over at rubble, what are they doing? Well, they're just slotting Marco up close, right? Yeah. That's kind of just been the recipe for DRX with this comp.
TPing at him.
Yeah.
Let's see if the changeup comes through as well, because obviously with that steady conditioning, you might start thinking, okay, well, we can just fight off Mako, and then suddenly, boom, you do have the Gravnet salvos right there on top of you.
You could. I mean, we do see Bane already moving towards the A site right now, so the idea for Billy was to try and do that. It would be ill-advised from our POV. Stinger bite. Quick towards the B site.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a full stack up here and ascend onto the site. Fastlane is trying to go ahead and support them forward. Net has been invested. Wisey pieces a bit, but Bane fully blinded up, ends up falling as Wisey comes away with the kill. The push forward now onto the site is freeing, eats a full flash. Has to backpedal. Continue to try to pressure him out. Mako, that paranoia going to be absolutely huge. Holds him at bay here for the moment, but punish on the back end, not really going to be able to be found. It's just going to be Rashette tagged down to 53. Wisey at 55. Still 5 alive here for BLG. Pull the trigger coming. Run one, Mako. Get flushed out. Wisey sights towards upper. Gives Jumpman to boot. Wisey on for an ace, but Neff will be there on top of Estrella to go ahead and take it away. So we'll just be the 4K. Either way, don't think he's going to be too bothered about it. Thrifty comes in as BLG get themselves a 2nd round win.
Yeah, the thing about the flashes that come there onto BLG and the stuns on the sensors too is that Wisey is outlasting them when the fast lane is out. So the fact that is there. Salvos thrown in from the team to stop any immediate flooding back into the site for DRX too. It's definitely a good way to get a Thrifty round there, hitting those shots. Good timing on the paranoia to note as well into the baby doll room. All right, Billy. They're doing it.
Well. 3-2, one away. Tying this up. Wisey. Heroes previous round. Now dead is Spring. Like a very snappy shot. Rish is going to be taken out. And Hyunmin just gets a little bit lucky. Finds the kill there onto Neff through the smoke. And gets himself a little bit of follow-up as well onto K-Knight. So Levius with that kill. Manages to fight back for 1, but knows that he's going to be completely surrounded. DRX know exactly where he's at, and that is going to be just as fast of a round here in reply.
Yeah, and on the proper buy round as well, right? So doing more with less in the previous. This is the sort of play that I was expecting from Billy with the rubble control and everything, but I guess now, well, if the idea that that's going to come out is there from DRX, have a bit of extra numbers. Loose shots to this one.
Yep. Hyunmin. I think maybe utilizing that first map as a bit of a warm-up. Still had some decent impact, but 10-3-2 here after 6 rounds of play. Pretty good scoreline for the Yoru. Stealth drone. Good spot onto Mako. Send a lot just to try to get a catch here onto an Omen, and he's just getting up. TP's out, TP's right back in. Wants to try to buy himself some space, maybe waiting for a timing here. Does he open fire is my question. As it seems like they have spotted out the sheer wall, but they know that it's a little bit too deep to try to safely go for the pop on that one.
Do pivot over towards this seaside at the moment. You go towards Australia. Well, the Steel Garden is very viable for a retake or to even potentially stall them. It's going to be favoring the Rolling Thunder over the Armageddon for that orb pickup.
Is it at the ready? Another dimensional drift, by the way. As Gentleman just setting out a flash, looking to just go ahead and stem the tide, slow up the approach here.
Ooh, Levius.
Wall similarly going to try to do that, but Freeing is just on top of it. Swing in, being able to find one before getting traded out. So that's a player advantage down here in the hands, as that is a cosmetic setup if I've ever seen one. Gentleman instantaneous with the headshot on the Phantom. Now brings it into a 3v2. Still winnable here for the side of Billy. So needing to get the spike planted, and it's going to be a deep plant here.
Steel Garden goes out. Bye-bye guns. Oh, except for Neff.
Neff deep enough to drop. Does manage to hold on to it, and DRX are not exactly scaling forward here rapidly, so the weapons are going to be grabbed back up. Trent does manage to find one, though, as now final position going to be noted, and Freeing will take it down. 3 surviving, 5-2. DRX continuing to look strong.
It's got to be my favorite saying in this game. I know I say it all the time.
Son.
Stuns are cosmetic. That one kind of does land on him, and they are funneled out by the Armageddon, so you'll take that one. I thought there was an opportunity for Levius in the round to sneak on by, but just the awareness factor of DRX, Australia, and Freeing at the right spot at that C site. Regardless, the movement around that A site, you're locked in as Billy,
yep.
And you kind of shut down yet again. Bit of an angle of an overdrive potentially if you want to have some more weaponry for Billy because they're juggling up a buy here. Eventually going to decide what they want to do. There you go. All right.
So 2 heroes and some sheriffs. And just going to be noted there through that one-way Mako. Easy collection for him. This young man silently going to swing back here behind rubble. Fault line into the rush coming through. Flashes himself out, but looks like it doesn't matter. Has a gate crash. And can just say, oops, and
yeah,
get away.
Bane's bailed him out as well.
He has. Freeing taken down over here at the baby door. Nice shot from Neff, but no way to try to push in, so it's not any kind of angle where you can really go for that flank into B, given that the barrier mesh is set up here.
Yeah, little by little too. Flank comes from DRX, so
Levius does venture grab a gun.
Well, there goes the wall. Can go into B if you want.
Has he seen anything? Well, he certainly has now. And that's another very nice headshot.
Oh, Bane's dropped the Annihilation.
That he is, and that's going to be the round done.
Yep.
Ropes him up. And there you have it, 6-2.
You do draw that out, though, on essentially an eco round, so I think you take that if you are Billy. But at the end of the day, the ideas for DRX, again, just looking pretty destructive. Having great reads, great movement around the map, great contingency factors as well. Don't know how Bane's got away with the second one there, actually.
Already some shots there, but yeah, unlucky for Neff, not given the chance to try to go for the clutch. One more shot, obviously, would have taken down Bane. Like you said, a minor consolation perhaps as they get the Annihilation out, but they'd rather have a round win as TP forward. Oh no.
The fact that
the hit on the door, Mako
yeah,
is just so smart about it.
Smart, lucky, bit of both sometimes. How do you navigate this one now that your Omen's gone? You've got to see good timing for Levius with the wall to provide your way in. Wisey with the fast lane too. The reset for Billy. Good timing on the barrier mesh too. Oh.
The drift away from the angle. He's not getting caught. Mako maybe considering a wall bang angle here. Yep, and there you go. Couple tags into the back. Levius down to 75. Mako looking for a little bit more. Slow drift over, though, here to the baby door. Levius looking to try to swing in. Swing finding it, but cannot get the weapon drawn back out. Mako still just poking prod where possible, but The rest of the players getting away unscathed now over onto the B side as the spike gets planted. Double approach here from Upper. We're being held. A nice Armageddon play to kind of flush them forward. And Neff is there, playing off the back of it beautifully. Hyunmin going to be taken down now, so we're in a 3v3. Working his way forward and catches a bit of a timing there onto Wisey. Unites around it. Read this. Mako had not reappeared. He just goes strafing right into him, and now Neff just far too low on HP.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Billy. I think they put a couple of their utilities in the right spots to stave off any immediate flooding from DRX.
It seemed like they were going to make a go of it, but
yeah,
unfortunately just losing tabs on Mako, not realizing that he was still on that A side lurk. Just K9 giving it away for free.
Yeah, and you had Neff really low as well at the end there. Get the idea that if they were falling back to set up for a bit of their utilities too, you could have had a bit of a stun combo. 7-2, again, monstrous lead for DRX in the first half of a map. The tail-ending scenario, though, is this where we maybe start to see a bit of resurrection for Billy like Sunset.
Let's see, getting out there. Gate crash a moment before the suppress can come through. Salvos clearing out the close sides. Estrella doesn't find Wisey, but just managed to find K9. Flash up over the top, a couple players still going to be locked out, waiting for that wall to fall. BLG still do manage to gain some control here of the site as now. That's going to be the pit invested.
Yeah, going to be 5 players for DRX to come together.
Wisey watching around the back. This time, Mako very much being noted, and he's about to swing in, and he still manages to get the readjust. Spray connecting. Takes him down. Levius dead to the salvos. The pit has now fallen, as has Billy. Just crumbling here in round number 10.
Yeah, that's a rough round to come out. You lose the first pick, but you do get in towards the site. Just complete control gifted over to Billy. I want to see how the salvos actually find it. Was there a Ravnet that was also thrown in potentially?
I think it's some kind of combination. We can't tell.
Oh, it just looked like he was...
There's an assist from the deadlock.
Okay, so yeah, probably.
So I think it had to have been a Gravnet there. But also the paranoia connecting, so I think he probably might not even really known that he had the net on him.
Yeah. Doesn't matter now though, unfortunately. You got 2 more rounds to try and recover a little bit in this half as Billy. So you go in with a bit of a force here. Some lesser weapons. The heat is a bit too much at the B site. So you're going to fall away from that one. You also got to contend with an Armageddon of freeing now in this round. Slow and steady at the beginning from BLG. I don't really see a way in which you can activate a lurk here as well as Levius, right? He's been locked out of that equation time and time again. Maybe now he possibly can. A little bit more on the stampede for Billy into the tree. Just being kept at bay.
Comes the pivot, Ring immediately backing off, getting himself situated here at upper. Sends out the stun. Wisey though, a good understanding of his position. Armageddon go crashing across as him, but he's taken down. Bane arriving, just managed to trade 1 back, but it's going to be a big player advantage until Bane does that. Ooh, 3 quick kills. Spike now. The plant being held. Estrella knocked down to 17 as Bane goes swooping forward, and he's able to find a 4th. Gives Mako now the 1v1 with Russia's position completely and utterly known, and Mako comes out on top. Bane on his feet, and you can't blame him at all. What a round.
That's huge. That is actually huge to come through. Just the shots are there, the reposition around the heavens as well. You've got an idea that freeing is getting a little bit locked in, stuck in the corner. He loses his life because of it. I thought there was going to be a bit of an overheat moment from Bane when he got in towards the dark cover. But no, he still just gets one. Absolutely ridiculous there. Mako, Clutch King, delivers another blow here. 9-2. The way this one is looking, he may have been on the money with the map 2 being the 13-1S.
Yeah. more dominant. BLG transfer that 9-3 once again as Mako being here behind Rubble, and he somehow snaps on for Levius. I feel like Levius had the god timing. Now there's a pull forward. Wisey around the corner. As they're going to try to save him, but then the door gets tapped. Gunman's here on the flank. Mask goes on. As, yep, it is looking like DRX 10-2 here on Lotus on the half. A bit poetic, given the opponents are Billy. They are looking so damn clean.
Just again, another shutdown from any aggressions that start to come on out when you've got that annihilation and you've just got amount of bodies, you know, together. Well, you're probably going to be good for one. Yep. Turning Wisey into a butterfly at the end there as well. As I mentioned previously, Levius on these lurks has just not been able to come out, I think, once. Always just being shut down. Real rough scenes for Billy in this map.
I can't believe that Mako managed to get that kill. Well, if Billy want to be taking this over to a third map, they have to do what DRX did to them back at Champs 23. Run back a 10-2 deficit.
And then you got another map to play that's going to be Icebox, which in history in this tournament already, I would say is a pretty great decider for it, given that it went into overtime previously. But it's a different day. You never really know.
You do not. Well, XLG, BLG fighting. BLG doing their damnedest, but DRX just looking a cut above at the moment. As they look towards that back-to-back series. Something about Jing and Sage. Don't see him play that too often anymore.
No.
Used to be a bit of the, you know, the battle Sage for the team from time to time. Icebox does come to mind.
It's always the funny thing that used to see back in the day as well. Sage operators was something that I thought is disgusting, but the more and more you think about it, point and shoot, it makes sense. Any agent can do it. We see, you know, he plays on Killjoys these days as well, bringing out the operator time and time again.
I mean, Lucio won a championship doing that.
Exactly right. 10-2. Starts to look a little bit dark for Billy here. If they can't come away with the pistol round, especially so as well.
You need to be seeing, I mean, just a huge streak to try to get back into this one. There's no other way about it. No wiggle room, realistically. Even if DRX gets the pistol and then you thrifty them like they did to you, that's still another round given over. It feels like they have to basically just win everything out from here perfectly.
It'd have to be the flawless variety to come on back.
Well, it's going to be a bit of a rush play, pushing forward. No. Net, however, gets the catch, and that's going to be Mako coming away with one, freeing the covering fire. Trades back Russia. Spain has been contained here outside of B. Wall is going to be set up. Reese swings in, and Estrella is able to find one as well.
Beginning of this round.
I don't know, but somehow Bane and Freeing are still alive. 28 health between the two players. Hyunmin in the spawn. Neff have to break the door.
And they'll hear that.
Yeah, quick reposition a little bit further around the corner here for Bane, making sure that he's not going to be exposed. Freeing noted. But he says, well, I don't have to push this angle. We have the spike, we have the sight, and now there's going to be traps set up as well.
And he also has salvos. He can shoot them from distance.
Yeah. He'll still be able to find and earn his participation. Award is, okay, well, stun, a little bit of damage there. Neff eventually able to find the kill. Now looking to try to go for the hold. There's the spot out, and Gunman says, hello.
And soon, probably goodbye. Pistol round over towards DRX. That's the 11th, so maybe we do get that thrifty in response that you're talking about, the force up. Oh, the pistols in this one. I mean, what's that? Two cosmetic stun duels as well. One, lots of low HP. Trying to also not shoot the barrier mesh at that point, but hey, entertaining, it's fun. Well, not happy. Probably knows that, well, it's going to be very difficult to come back in towards this one. Mountain climb.
Ball in hand here for Fring as well. Hyunmin. Quick little exit, not wanting to get caught by the util. Won't line and scale forward here for BLG. They'll cycle a smoke up in front. Wisey stay in that one with a stinger, but Mako is just Stomping over Mount, finding Russia. Slow creeping back as Estrella holds the lobby from across the way. 2 kills going to be found. The pivot call immediately made to start working this way back across towards the A site.
Now the force up for Billy when you're playing the distance game as well makes it pretty difficult for Stingers, for example, across the map. See maybe what K-Knight can do at the A site, but he's the player that's only got 1 kill in the lobby so far. A chance to double, to triple, quadruple, depending.
I think he would like a 5x.
Yeah, let's see. Not a single one.
Just instantaneously dead. I guess it would have been a 6x. On 6 kills, so yeah, whatever. Yeah. Math. Levius, last one standing. Relatively healthy, but position. It's not even necessarily known. It's just when you have 5 players, you can watch every single angle of approach. And there you go. 3K for Estrella, a flawless round. As DRX now looking to go ahead and close out this first series of the day very quickly, and then get prepared for XLG.
Yeah, unless we have just a universal difference come through from Billy here for 10 rounds in a row. Flawlessly come back. I mean, that's a lot of padding that DRX have given themselves. It's not even a hand supply to come through Billy, is it? Light shields across the board, 1 regen for YZ, but he's also been given a lesser gun there on the Spectre, so to slide in.
And because of the 3K, able to find an orb, Estrella will have the Steel Guardian, so could just take the weapons that they were barely able to afford out of their hands. And it's going to be Hyunmin taken down though, and Estrella is going to die, so he's ult there in death. Counter spray from Mako, going to be good for 1 Vayne, finding himself a second kill, I should say, for the team. Brings in a little bit deeper, but yeah, Judge around the corner, not going to be able to win that fight.
And the Jury and the Executioner there. 1v3 angle for freeing.
And he is getting wrapped around on. Smoke going to be cycled forward. As, oh, it's the leg shot. Doesn't meant to draw down where that goes, but here comes the approach from behind. K-Knight is looking for the timing, gets the catch, gets himself doubled up, as it's a team ace for Billy.
1 out of 10. We're 10% of the way. Little by little, who knows if they're going to be able to come through with this one, because any mistakes, any slip-ups, and change the outcome. That was the bonus, by the way, for DRX, so you would even assume that they're going to be more well-equipped to come into the next round. They will have the Steel Garden as well, that you're going to have to really contend with and think about how you navigate that a little bit differently. 5 players for DRX, all poised towards rubble. Just going to have to be gifted by Billy here.
Connecting, trying to back. K-Knight though, very nice shot to find Vayne, but Hyunmin quickly equalizes it there. So 1 for 1. Paranoia going to be sent over towards the rope, and as Levius arrives, so too shall he exit. Hyunmin very quickly finding the headshot. As Mako swooping around towards drop, is able to get Neff intercepting him here. Spike now planted. DRX looking to bring this series to its conclusion.
There goes the Steel Garden 2.
YZ does manage to find 1 before losing the weapon. Finds 2 before losing it. As Hyunmin able to find himself a 3rd, but Neff picking up Estrella now leaves this Yoru by himself. Needs the ace if he wants to end this right here, right now, but he's got no health to speak of. 6 HP remaining. Neff slowly pushing forward. The spike in sight. I believe another gate crash. Sent there. The jump on the corner. The headshot will connect. Neff keeps them afloat here as Billy will find their first consecutive round wins here on Lotus.
Oh, the fact that YZ gets 2 just before the Steel Garden comes into effect is kind of the thing that keeps them alive in this one, isn't it? A 4K to come through from Gunman, just 6 HP. Different Phantoms as well. Oh, the Vandals dink immediately, and still managed to find one through that one. Right on the last little millisecond of that
frame
becoming
perfect.
active, yeah. Well, Billy, I want to say 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10 now. Still.
They're on the road, they're on the path. They just need to do that 5 more times.
They,
back-to-backs.
They on the track?
Not quite. Wheels aren't fully aligned on it. Flash and TP forward in here with the dimensional drift in play. A good amount of scouting. They know that there's going to be an outlaw there. I'm trying to get the jump. It will be Mako as everyone gets participation on YZ's kill, it seems. All up over the top. Neff here, though, looking forward, is able to find 3. Just holds down M1. And suddenly, it looks like DRX are going to be able to pull something off in the blink of an eye. And it's now just Estrella left standing. Spike a world away, just a stinger in hand. He's going to have to try to play for a death at the very least here. Just trying to figure out how he wants to route it.
Could hear the crowd roar as well with that triple that comes through from Neff. Start to get a little bit excited.
And given nothing gets spotted there from the drone, sights now turned towards the flank. Estrella doesn't manage to come away with that one. Picks up a better weapon. Guardian, though. See, fault line at the ready, but so too is K-Knight there on the flank, off to that left-hand side. Gets the kill. Billy, 3 now.
Little by little, yeah. Starting to figure it out. All it's going to take, though, is the one mistake. This time, it kind of is the hero moment, too, when you consider that the site is almost lost in its control. Neff stands and delivers. Odin retained into the next round, too. We'll see how much value that's actually going to have. Timeout here now, going to be deployed. Now, I'm actually wondering, is this...
Yes, DRX's.
Yeah. Fermi on the screen.
Like, you know, at the end of the day...
Just get the win?
You're like, yeah, okay, yes, you are up by 7 rounds. You could just give this more time. But I think Termi, it's wise to use this here because ultimately you have to remember, they're going to play a second series after this. You know, assuming that BLG doesn't run this back and then take the icebox and win, DRX have to get ready for XLG. So I think Termi probably just wants to make this as smooth as possible. But on paper, it does look a little bit BM.
I was waiting for that. Yeah, let's wait and see. Billy. See what they can discuss about in this timeout as well, right? Because you're going to be expecting to come against a gun round 2. Ultimate starting to come a little bit more online. You've already got that Rolling Thunder for Neff that can halt any proceedings. Dimensional Drift was just utilized a little bit ago from Kunmin, so you don't have to consider that as well. But I'm looking at a couple of explosive components on the side. DRX2 Armageddon. That can isolate the whole position on the site. Well, you got to consider the Cocoon as well. That Bane will look to grab you in. And if he continues to come towards the seaside at the moment, it is the weaker equipped one. Just Levius here with the worstest gun in the lobby of that Bulldog.
Majorly spotted out there. Self-drone. Oh, and now realizes that he has to reroute. Instead, is going to rush forward here. Look to try to close the gap on these players. Shoots out, though. Falls to the clone. And at the same time, YZ pulled forward. Does get broken out, Mako. Fun one, but trade's going to be found as Risha up both the top. Find a little bit more value, but
Estrella.
Shutdown kill comes in from Fring. Flank is there from Estrella, but it looks like he's going to call for the rotate. Got to make some noise and see if he can get them baited forward.
They were not looking for this whatsoever. I don't think they know he's here. Knifed out.
Yeah, no clue whatsoever. Now the plant can come in to make their way towards A. Estrella rerouting, hearing the jumps. K-Knight, the jiggle peek, the Odin, though, not going to be able to get it done. Estrella will find the headshot. DRX will find the win. A little minor attempt at a run back there from BLG, but in the end, it's a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, pretty clean, all things considered, as well with the very beginning of both of the maps. Just a slight little recognition phase from BLG. This time shut down a lot quicker compared to Sunset, the win on the back of the timeout as well. This victory here means that we will bid adieu to Billy as well. They'll take a little bit of prize money through this tournament too, with the victory that they did get against Trace.
Yeah, 10K snatched up, but for DRX, gets a little bit more. So Billy will go ahead and take the final bounce here in front of the home crowd. But this is where the road comes to its end here at the League of Champions, Asian Championships, or Champions Series League. Good God, can I talk? Can I figure out my words today?
You've got one more series in another day.
I know.
So I hope so.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna have to utilize that day off, get some extra rest. But anyway, we'll just stick this in the ACL. How about that? That seems a little bit easier.
That works. Well, thank you, Billy, for your efforts and endeavors here. For them, the focus now towards Masters Toronto. Get a little bit of rest, figure things out for that. For DRX though, they can have some rest. Not too much.
Yeah, not much at all. A little bit of a break, but they're going to be looking to have this same victory bow here at the end of the day. They have to play one more series. They have to eliminate another Chinese squad in XLG if DRX wants to get us that El Clasico Grand Finals.
DRX Derby. That's what that one would be. Well, we'll look back at the highlights of this map as well. Just kind of the DRX show yet again, stealing both victories against Billy in a 2-0 fashion as well, right? When you do consider it, we didn't need Ascent in the first installment. This time, no going back to Icebox. Could have had Split. That was floated for the end as well, but Icebox the choice. We're talking about what the series might have, right? For YZ coming into this one with the performances the other day, thinking, all right, this is going to potentially be really, really hot. He had his moments as well in this server, so I'm glad that that consistency factor is still going to be there.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's gonna be some people who are, you know, like, oh my God, BLG looks like this going into Toronto. It's like, well, yeah, because they're not showing anything new. They're not gonna be pulling out any kind of strategies that they have been working on. So I would say withhold the judgment, wait a bit longer, see how they look at their opening matches. Obviously, Toronto is gonna be tough for every single team that goes over there because I mean, it's the best in the world.
And we've got new teams there as well. You know, really proving, really going through their leagues as well. So yeah, first time actually for the players that actually have their proper first time in an international crowd. That gets a little bit, well, maybe worrisome. We'll see. MVP for this map though, Mr. Marco.
Mr. Marco, 203 ADR playing the Omen. I mean, the guy was just getting away with murder on the regular.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting. We didn't get the Odin from him, but we still got the tree play, still got the spam through the wall. That's common.
I, for one, am thankful that we didn't get the Odin from him. Didn't need it, and he got himself the MVP with a 3.1 KDA. That can be you guys as well watching at home if you just don't use the Odin in your ranked games.
Well, and you do your team a favor and you pick smokes as well instead of insta-locking a duelist.
Yeah, very true.
Because you can still shoot.
Yeah. Insta-locking a duelist, it doesn't make any sense for the map that you're playing, you know. I love playing ranked by myself.
That's what I do.
Yeah. I'll take a little zoom out here on the map. 13-5, very one-sided affair in favor of DRX. It just far too much damage dealt there in that first half with the 10-2 scoreline coming through. Hyunmin, though, back over onto the Yoru, looking as clean as ever as well.
And that's it, right, isn't it? It's the word, it's clean, that comes out from DRX on this map. It's pretty clean over on our first look into Sunset as well, which will have a bit of a caveat that Teo Nurse will come in. What does that actually look like going forward as well? This time, these statistics here,
they tell the real story.
They tell the real story, yeah.
Not much ambiguity here at all. DRX pretty much constantly having control with those 11 first kills. We're just getting themselves into good positions, and then even when they didn't get them, they were able to convert, you know? I think we saw 3v5 or 2v5 get converted in there at some point, so pretty brutal. But yeah, didn't get to see that Icebox once again. Didn't get to see an overtime between these squads. DRX and Termi just saying 2-0. We know how BLG plays. We know how Bile thinks. Let's get through this one, and then let's tackle the real team of XLG there. And last little hurdle ahead of the grand final.
Yeah, and that game is going to be a bounty bonus game as well, with DRX being seed number 2 from Pacific, XLG being seed number 1. So there's more money up for grabs, and then you get into the grand final, there's $50,000 up for grabs.
So who knows? We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. And of course, I think they would also have a, well, we have to see if there's going to be a bounty going into the grand finals as well, since they are going to be
confirmation on that,
higher seeds. Yeah, but I'm not really too certain. So time will tell. We'll get the clarity on that. We'll make sure that we have all the information ahead of that series on Sunday. But, you know, before we even worry about how much money they're going to make, we got to see who's going to that grand final. For now, though, we're going to take a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see that second series. But let's throw it down to the stage and hear from one of our winning players.
让我们再一次恭喜 DRX 获得了本场比赛的胜利。站在我身边的是背影选手，先和大家打个招呼吧。Can you say hello to them?
Hello， 你好。
欢迎背影选手。背影选 选手之前其实在中国是打过一段时间的职业的，但是我不确定他是不是第一次来到上海。那回到这里再次打比赛的感觉如何呢 ？I know Ben used to play professionally in China for a while ages ago, but I'm not sure like whether it's his first time to visit Shanghai. So I want to know how does it feel to be back here competing?
네, 예전에 베인 선수가 중국에서 프로 생활을 한 적이 있는 걸로 아는데 혹시 상하이에 와본 적이 있었는지 그리고 지금 상하이에 와서 기분이 어떤지 궁금합니다.
사실 올 게이머스 때 이제 청두에서 지냈는데 마지막에 상하이를 일주일 정도 놀러 왔었는데 그때 상하이가 너무 좋았어서 꼭 돌아오고 싶었고 이렇게 돌아올 수 있게 되어서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
When I was playing in China, I used to be staying in Chengdu, and I visited Shanghai a week ago, and I think this place is really nice, and I'm happy to be back here.
OK， 他说我之前在中国打职业的时候，我那个时候是在成都，然后我当时是来上海玩了1周的时间，我真的非常非常想念中国。那第二个问题也是很久，时隔很久回到中国了嘛？那你刚刚也说想念了，你最想念的是什么呢 ？Like away such a long time away from China, what does he miss the most?
네, 중국에 정말 오랜만에 왔는데 중국에서 가장 그리웠던 게 뭔가요?
하이디라오 핫팟.
对，大家应该不需要我翻译了，大家听得出来，比较想念海底捞美食。那接下来你就要开始你的第2个 BO3了，现在感觉怎么样？会有一点疲惫吗？还是说依旧充满了能量？包括说你接下来的对手也是刚刚赢下了 VCT CN 的冠军，你之前有没有研究过他们呢 ？Next up, you will have your second best of 3. So I want to know how do you feel right now? Maybe kind of exhausted or still full of energy? And also your next up rival XLG just won the champion trophy of VCT CN. Have you ever studied them before?
근데 이제 바로 다음 경기를 또 뛰게 되는데 지금 바로 다음 경기를 뛰는 게 좀 많이 피곤하신지 혹은 아직도 에너지가 가득 차 있으신지 궁금하고요. 그리고 다음 상대가 VCT CN의 챔피언인 XLG잖아요. XLG에 대해서 연구를 해오셨나요?
하루에 대회를 2번 하는 게 인생 처음이라 약간 힘들긴 한데 그래도 끝까지 집중해서 할 생각이고 XLG 팀이 VCT CN 챔피언이기도 하고 워낙 잘하는 팀이어서 끝까지 집중해서 겨뤄봐야 될 것 같습니다.
So it's my first time playing 2 games in a day, so I feel a little exhausted, but I will focus until the end of the game. And XLG is a champion of VCT, I think I will have to focus on the game and play well.
OK， 他说这也是我人生当中第一次1天连续打2场比赛这样的初体验吧。所以说我现在其实感觉到有一点点的疲惫，但是我依旧会全神贯注的在接下来的比赛当中。至于 XLG 的话，因为他们刚刚拿下了 VCT CN 的冠军，无疑是一个非常非常强劲的对手。那我也需要更加的投入来赢下来接下来这场比赛的胜利。Thank you Ben, thank you, thank you, 谢谢。那我们本场的赛后采访到这就结束了，但是不要走开，接下来还有更加精彩的比赛等待着大家。
极限操作就用野蛮部落。
单排上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头。我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀得到的3个，至少数据颠倒的帅了。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那你们出门装先买了，练着疯了，动作是疯了，老周的微操就特产不空扛，这把是要我这种没病的人，全看队里的稿子吧，进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，放在欠飞的网飞，当成记忆，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。
Welcome to Show Clip. I'm Jing and I'm from DRX.
Almost. Ready?
Wait, start dia.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, 3, 2, 1, start.
I miss the timing.
Easy.
可以，很接近了。
就闭上眼睛就准备了。
Fight to him. Fight to him.
dash like we won't stop. I'm going up on the stats like need more bucks. No more traffic, we not stuck. We going up in the sky like landing struck. Stay on the ground cause it's on us. Put your hands in the sky like turn this up. We gotta move, yeah, get on your feet. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping out ice, now we made it to a new level. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. I was born ready, don't fall down, yeah, stay steady. Looking all around like can't get messy, yeah, we gon' make it alright. Every new day gotta make it feel so great, yeah. And we gotta make it all the way, nothing is stopping me, yeah. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping out ice, now we made it to a new level. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up.
Such a pretty face.
This feeling in me tonight. You baby, feeling the same way. I know you feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together up all night. We need to let it be, let it be. feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together up all night. We need to let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be, let it be. I know you feel the same as me. I need you by my side, by my side. I felt it straight from you, honey. Stay with me together.
fight to him. Fight to him.
Like we won't stop. I'm going up on the stats like need more butts. No more traffic, we not stuck. We going up in the sky like landing struck. Stay on the ground cause it's on us. Put your hands in the sky like turn this up. We gotta move, yeah, get on your feet. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping out ice, now we made it to a new look. Yeah, I came from the bottom so you know I can't give up. I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. I was born ready. Don't fall down, yeah, stay steady. Looking all around like can't get messy. Yeah, we gon' make it all right. Every new day gotta make it feel so great, yeah. And we gotta make it all the way, nothing is stopping me, yeah. We was pushing on a bike, now we hopping out a big truck. Yeah, gotta push it like a hike, gotta make it to the big stuff. Yeah, we was slipping out ice, now we made it to a new look. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up. Yeah, I came from the bottom, so you know I can't give up.
Alrighty, welcome back to the ACL. It is now time to get into our final best of 3 of the tournament. Winner here goes on to the grand finals on Sunday versus Paper Rex. We have DRX taking to the stage once again. This time, though, going up against XLG.
Yeah, they've had a short little break to go through the veto, have a bit of a discussion as well. Meanwhile, XLG, they've just been able to lay back through the lion's share of their efforts this year so far, coming in as the #1 seed from the CN region. They want to get back into the grand final, of course, have a rematch with Paper Rex. Otherwise, the Pacific El Clasico will come forward.
Yep, it might just be the case, but DRX, I mean, we'll have to see how they look. Obviously, like you said, not too long of a break, 25-ish minutes to go ahead and kind of get reset and remind each other what the prep was for XLG. But they also have the warm-up. They were on the stage earlier on, so maybe they come in and kind of pick up where they left off, which was looking very good for them with the closeout on that Lotus over Billy. XLG, though, looking to see a bit of a bounce back here for the team. I think that even Paper Rex didn't think that they were going to win that series.
A little bit.
Just given the, the seed that they were going up against, given XLG's performances in the stage.
Yep.
So I think they kind of caught themselves a little bit off guard being able to find the victory. But of course, it was a little bit shaky at the beginning. That icebox ended up going into overtime. They kind of scraped by with a win, but then found their footing for the second.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at this as well. You're going back up against Raga in some sort of sense, right? And he's the current, I still believe, the current top performer of the tournament, despite the small sample size. It might have just changed from what we've had in the first series of DRX, but I'm not exactly sure
up there
on that one, because I know that DRX's rounds that they've played is more now. So who's been the most consistent? Hyunmin, Bane,
Mako after his MVP win.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's be tough to see. Maybe we'll see at the end of the day kind of how everything stacks up. I know 10-10 as well. I mean, just the one series played, obviously, but had some very good statistics. So was kind of the front runner for a little while there. We'll go ahead and get some fan comments though on this match. XLG still has time to adjust. Just participating in ACL is a win learned from the experience. So yeah, I mean, I agree with that. The more that you're going to be able to compete, the more reps you get, the more practice it is, and the better you can become. Even in losses, you're always going to be able to find something to improve on.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about losses, exposing weaknesses, that's what a loss could potentially do, right? So depending on how things come out here, this fan is right on the money, facing other regions, other teams, just getting reps against different teams, different styles is always going to be a good thing. So, whether or not XLG are going to get the victory here, though, we don't know specifically on that one. We were asking our question, Sunset, these teams have come out with that one. I don't know if we'll get that one again. I reckon XLG could probably float it if they want to, because it wasn't the greatest in the grand scheme of things, but it was pretty good in the start, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they could, I think they absolutely could float it. I mean, versus Paper Rex makes sense, that you would maybe not want to see that map as much, just given their past proficiency on it. So was that final second round ban from XLG. But versus DRX, you might have kind of liked what you saw there. They did, yes, manage to get the win. They did have a really good streak at the start, but maybe they just say, okay, you know what, maybe we need to continue iterating on it, and let's just not show it until we get to Toronto.
Potentially so. I mean, you got to remember as well right now, Taeho is going to be a little bit of a difference when you come in towards Toronto, because for those of you that might just be joining us, welcome. But we are still on the patch where Taeho, that's a good question actually. No, but Taeho is still pre-busted. So yeah, he's still OP.
He's still strong. Fring still playing him pretty much full time. So yeah, not gonna be the nerf like we kind of thought it was coming into the tournament. So we got our confirmation, just the sunset swap. But let's go ahead and get ready to hear from our teams and get their thoughts ahead of the match.
来到赛前采访，我是麦麦，站在我身边的是来自 XLG 的 Raga 选手。那昨天也是你们第一次和国际的队伍去打比赛嘛，但是还是有点可惜没有能够拿下。昨天发生了什么样的复盘？包括说你觉得在什么方面需要去调整一下呢 ？Yesterday was your first time to face the international team in the official match, so but it's kind of shame because you didn't secure the win. But I want to know what kind of adjustment or review you did last night, and also what aspect do you think you need to improve in today's match?
First of all, we play with sub, so I think with the main roster it will be more good. What about improvement? I think we face against like top players, so we need to train more.
Okay, 他说，首先的话，因为他们昨天是上了替补队员马丁嘛，所以可能在全部都是首发名单的情况下，他们打得会更加的好一些。那第二点的话，他们面对到的是全球非常顶尖的选手，并且他们也非常的有经验，他们个人的发挥也要更好一些才行。那今天的比赛也是非常重要的，会直接决定了你们能否晋级总决赛。那想问一下，你对于自己的发挥有什么样的期待呢 ？And today is a crucial match because it will determine like whether you can make it to the final or not really. So what's your expectation of your individual performance today?
I just try my best to win the match.
OK， 他说我会尝试我最棒的表现去赢下来今天的比赛。Good luck in today's match.
Thank you.
A man, a few words, but doesn't really need to say much to go ahead and back up his performances. Raga has been insane throughout the stage here for XLG, and probably the biggest reason why they find themselves in this position, find themselves getting ready to go over to Toronto. It is worth mentioning once again, though, we do have Martin playing.
Yeah, but he's been pretty decent as well, right? He's had his moments to shine. He's not been an anchor for the team, so no dead weight. It's always a good thing to see. And they're going to be going up against DRX, who, again, have just played a series. It didn't go to a full third map, so in terms of just tiredness and strain and everything, I think that they're going to be pretty okay going into another series. And time and time again, you see the guys going through scrims after scrims anyways, and whilst it is on, you know, the stage and in the official capacity and everything, it's what, minimum 5 or maximum 5 maps that they have to play. That's a full best of 5. And they get a bit of a longer break in between too, so it should be all right.
Should be good. Well, here is DRX. Already heard from them earlier on, so don't have another little interview to fly there for you guys. But I think, you know, whatever DRX would have said, they kind of said in the first series. They said, yeah, we're here. We're looking to win this. We're looking to take down these Chinese teams. But for XLG, it's going to be a bit of a different beast. First time that they're playing against this squad outside of any potential scrims that may have happened behind the scenes. So not going to have necessarily as strong of a read on this team, perhaps, as they would Billy Bill, just because, you know, again, Bio, you know, they know how he works, they know how he operates.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of value in the results today from them, but DRX is showing how would XLG be feeling after sitting back and being able to watch that. Does that play any mind games in towards the veto? You know, were they happy with shearing away from Sunset with Lotus? You know, I think I look at those, and we've got the past affairs. You know, Lotus has already been played in the game against Paper X, so maybe they don't want to do that because they've got a loss on that. There's a pretty convincing win from DRX. Are they then shifting their own veto? These are some of the questions, because, I mean, this is an elimination game. This is an extra bounty game as well.
True.
So are you going to give DRX more money?
Yeah, DRX has the opportunity to get quite a big bag after this one if they're able to punch their ticket into the grand finals. But for XLG, I'm wanting to see just a bit more comfort on stage, a bit calmer play, make sure that everything's going cohesively. Obviously, they got so very close to closing out that ice box, but just couldn't quite get it in the end. But that was the first time, as they said there in the interview, the first time that they were able to play on stage versus a different, you know, team from a different region. So maybe there was some extra jitters, extra pressure that came along with that. That should now be squelched a little bit.
Yeah, you would hope so. And I mean, I'm looking to these guys and I'm kind of thinking, you want Raga in some really good form. I'm hoping to see, you know, Viva potentially get away from the shakes as well and start to deliver a bit. So a couple of key members maybe needing a little bit of other consistency or step up here to go toe-to-toe against DRX kind of out of the gates, right? Because DRX, well, out of the gates, were already there.
Yeah. Well, Viva, for his own right, I mean, we saw some really good assist util coming through from him. So maybe a bit more of that to be on offer. Coconut, though, going to be the player that we highlight. We got Rocket last time, so we'll change it up a little bit. And overall, I'd say had a pretty good performance.
Yeah, I can't really fault too much, you know, when Paper X are kind of coming out with Paper X style. I think for XLG, isolated rounds, ignore, like, we don't want that. We don't want anyone out on a limb by themselves in the maps as well. Keep it contained, keep it funneled. If we're thinking about, you know, Icebox for that matter, there is another site that exists as well if we get that in the veto. So it's not A and A and A.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern that you probably have to have if you're XLG is you're probably not going to have, you know, somebody on the enemy team that's going to be dropping 70 ACS like we saw Mindfreak do, and then they still couldn't quite close it out. So
he had
it's
his
going to be a bit. Well, he definitely had his runs. I mean, he got the 1v2 clutch that he absolutely needed, and he was frying on the second, but. Yeah. But anyway, I think it's going to be a much tougher battle.
Yeah.
So I think that being able to clean up the nerves and everything like that is going to be even more paramount.
No, I 100% agree with you on that one. Martin, though, as we bring up his stats, with you know, a situation a little less pressuresome, right? Coming in as a bit of a substitute for the team, having some good delivery as well, I think is going to be pretty, you know, self-comforting.
Yeah. I love when players just pick a name and they're just like, oh, that's just going to be my ID. I'm just going to call myself Martin.
If his name is Martin or not, because we've got, you know, what is it, Patrick who is not Patrick?
Yeah. Sometimes you just, I don't know, you just say, like, I like the sound of that name.
Yeah. So
I'm just going to make that my ID. There's been some fantastic ones throughout history. But, yeah, big pressure matchup here for the side of XLG. Don't want to be, you know, leaving over to Masters event not having found yourself in another grand final here on home soil.
Yeah, that one would probably be worrisome for the fans, I would say. You know, we were already talking about it earlier with the whole BLG situation, right? They've bowed out here relatively early in the grand scheme of things, without taking too much money as well. But then you also got to remember, you probably aren't showing everything that you've got, because, you know, the Masters tournament is the one that you're going to be putting your full focus on. So,
again,
similar story.
For the fans out there, I wouldn't panic about pretty much anything that you see at this tournament, because it's not going to be a full representation of what is going to happen on the international stage. I mean, you know, obviously, even with Paper X and whatnot, I mean, yeah, they're in the grand finals. It's not much to be upset about, I suppose. But obviously, Mindfreak is in, so.
We put it the other way then, even for Zeta Division, right? The team that played one series and bowed out, they are shaking things up as well, with Depp and 1010 now in the roster and Shoda stepping aside. So, what are they going to look like as well coming into stage 2? You know, the fact that they got an on-stage rep to try to have some initial thoughts and feelings is a really good thing. So yeah, don't take too much of it, but enjoy the Valorant.
Yeah, I saw the team last night. Seems like they're still in good spirits. Went over, had some fan meets and going out to dinner and whatnot. And they know that, you know, with these changes, it's going to take some time to integrate. They're in a very brutal position where it's a single elimination. They're able to find their map win. Things got shaky from there. It's just one of those things that you just, you know, you have to continue iterating on. And fortunately for Zeta, they have all the time in the world to do that.
Yeah, they sure do. And I mean, we can kind of say the same for the other team as well in Trace, right? They won't be going over to the international stage of the Masters. We're kind of seeing if they will get back over to an international event at some point in time, right? Because the teams that have made it through the CN region right now, I mean, no EDG, for example, right? So where we really are shaking things up going into the international environments, there's opportunity for a lot of these other teams to start punching.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, once you start getting that experience, once you start traveling, when you get left behind, when you're not able to make it to those events, that's when it starts stinging. But that's where you can really light that fire under you to spur you on to get, you know,
you get hungry.
Because Trace, I mean, think about it, they had back-to-backs. They went to champs last year, and then they went to Bangkok. It's been a little bit of a crash out, and now they don't make it over to Toronto. I think they're going to be very hungry to make their way back over. And also worth noting, of course, that they, you know, were playing with 2 rookies. So, and they, overall, they had their good performances. But anyway, I think we're finally ready to go ahead and get this party started. So we're going to send it down to the stage and get the players out.
DRX. Sheila Gaming. Martin. Diva. Coconut. YOU. Rarga. Herbuya.
All right, here we go. DRX back on stage for the second time today. Really running through the gauntlet, looking to earn their way into a grand finals and earn a day off tomorrow. XLG, though, here in front of the home crowd, going to be looking to try to put on a display of dominance.
New kids on the block, the Ascended, already getting a grand final victory for the stage 1 of China's, looking to technically back-to-back it as well on home soil through this tournament, and then set themselves up for some potential damage going into Toronto. In another universe, probably could have been, should have been this one. They could have been facing DRX there, but they didn't make it to Toronto.
Yep, not the case. So for DRX, just trying to min-max these. Calling it off-season doesn't feel exactly correct because we're technically, the season is on.
It's
but
like, it's not even mid-season, right?
Let's say like a non-circuit
like,
event, perhaps.
Yeah,
something like that.
Intermission.
Yeah.
Event.
Either way, yeah, they're looking to min-max that at the very least. As you take a look, it's going to be the Icebox, this time picked by XLG. Seems like they feel like they're still going to be able to have a pretty strong performance there.
Yeah, I can't really fault them too hard, right? Because it went to a couple overtimes against Paper X where, you know, it wasn't like the game was extremely backwards and forwards in the beginning. It's pretty clean from XLG for the first coupler, then Paper X really started to run a bit of a marathon. It wasn't until the later stages of the second half that we did see the sort of ping-pong fair. So I guess they are feeling confident. You got to back yourselves going in towards this one. Whether or not it would have been the map that DRX expected them to pick, that, you know, we kind of don't know.
Yeah, hard to say. Otherwise, both teams have played the Icebox coming into this matchup, and both of them have gone to overtime. But DRX get their choice of the Haven. It's left open, and they say, okay, that's where we want to go.
That makes sense. If you're getting out a 13-1 against Billy on it, and XLG aren't banning it, well then, yeah. Double-edged sword could be the play as well if XLG know that DRX are going to be picking that one and have just sat, you know, by the side watching the previous game, seeing if there's anything that they can pick up and potentially exploit coming in towards this series. Of note too, the final map, if we do need to get there, Ascent, it was the decider in the BLG DRX game that didn't eventuate.
Yeah, couldn't quite make it all the way there. Perhaps this is the time for it, though. We haven't had that many 3-mappers. I mean, I guess yesterday, yeah. I was able to pick up the pace with the 2-0s, but yeah, I think it was just the Zeta Division series that ended up going to 3. Everything else has otherwise been pretty one-sided.
Yeah, but a bit of depth to those series as well, right? With some overtimes, with some drawn-out rounds and some fake comebacks.
Coaches getting ready. We take a look here at the compositions. Nothing too shocking. Viva going to go back over onto that KO. And one of the things that we were noticing versus Paper X is that if Viva was starting a flash, it was connecting. He was very on point with that. So good to see XLG not making any changes here to the comps.
No, and on the side of DRX as well, they are coming in towards this one, right? So no harbor for Australia. What is that change going to start to look like as well for them? Was this the expectation? Kind of understand, you know, that you have an overtime loss if you change something, one little component. Well, maybe it can be better. Maybe you catch your opponents off guard. I like the way that they were, you know, repeating all the walls and everything.
Well, I mean, DRX, if nothing else, this year has been very willing to make adjustments. I mean, we saw them completely change their game plan and strategies of going into Bangkok. Granted, didn't
this is true.
Result in them having too deep of a run, but they are willing to play around and change things up a little bit more here as Mako, off the rip, rushing for trying to get this turret, but doesn't quite clear it.
Yeah, I don't know if I saw DRX on the cards being a little bit paper-esque by picking up an Omen as the other second controller. But in this pistol, a bit slow up through mid on this Mako lurk.
Nope, no, let's try to just go ahead and clear out in towards two. Mako able to find one, identifies Coconut here at mid, but cannot win the fight. Doesn't even find too much damage. Spike planted, however. DRX on the A site. And Viva swinging around here at the back alongside Raga is a double watch from the side of DRX. Now striking as Viva falls down to 5 HP, and Hyunmin wins the fight here at the front. Drop down, cleanup coming through. Now just a double approach from the screens. Fring spotting him out, still has the salvo. It's going to be a little bit of a timing push here. YOU is able to find one. Coconut gets it of Hyunmin. Now down to Estrella and Bane to try to see if they can get this clutch pop swing on the corner. They find their targets, and that is going to be the defuse looking to get help, but does he have the time?
They're praying.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, he's just got it.
He has
but what was the time?
Just narrowly managed to make it happen. Obviously, he couldn't quite see how much time was remaining. And it was damn close.
Yeah, I mean, if you're praying at that point in time, it's going to be 0.0 point, I don't know, 0.3, something like that, if I'm to hazard a guess. The audio cue and the particles.
Maybe we'll see it here in the replay. No. Watch the relief wash over their faces. Okay, so we won't get the answer to that question, but we will have a pause timer.
Yeah, that was, by the way, a 2 versus 4 at the end there, with the salvos trying to come out a little bit early for freeing and caught off guard, and then it's the 2 versus 2. There was a turret available, deciding to go for the swing instead. That is a round that XLG definitely fought their way back into, but maybe DRX giving them the options where they might not have needed to.
Yeah, that one kind of get away from themselves there a bit. So into the tech pause we go.
Oh, it's already gone.
It looks like it might be, yeah, something pretty simple there. So, okay. Somebody celebrated after getting the diffuse and out their earbuds, that kind of thing. Probably something silly. Bane and Hyunmin, 2 sheriffs, brought forward as there's a swing out. Braga, shot's going to go wide, ends up getting a tiny bit of damage. Stunned here into the corner, but no real way to try to flush him out. Covering fire from Viva. Up on top of the screen, going to be good for 2. Raga on the re-peek finds Estrella. And Mako, here at the top of 410, does find Coconut, so to make this a little bit more costly. Hyunmin finds another. And Martin will be there for the cleanup. So 2 players surviving, Bulldog and Outlaw going to be carried over.
Yeah, which means that the bonus round for the next one is going to be a little bit weaker for XLG. Whether or not they're going to also, again, try to cheat a couple of rotates around this map nice and early to get some information as quick as possible. Something for the Paper X game where a lot of defaults being played made things slow. DRX, though, they come into their first gun round and see what they're going to be able to prioritize. It's going to be a little bit of a different look, of course, because of the Omen versus the Harbor. So no forward walls for any A scaling. Going to leave that one to the hands of XLG as just the depth game for DRX at the moment.
Mako checking into mid. Turret not going to be spotted, so should suspect that it's going to be placed in kitchen. Whether or not he's going to be able to get past this boiler position now. To even try to clear it is the other question. 0 point here from Viva across the way. Does get spot out onto 2. Oh, that is so damn close. Mako nearly losing his head.
Yeah, that could be a little bit worrisome for DRX if it had have happened right now with the toxic screen already placed at the B site, and that's where they are pivoting toward now.
Having a good read here on the timings and tendencies, but as I say that, it's a bit of a curse. Mako even ready for the counter swing. None to be found. Quick movements here from Martin, is backfilling the space though, getting himself down to the bottom of tubes. Same time, Spike gets planted. Mako now entrenched in kitchen.
Oh, Martin, considering going up the tube, would have been a great idea if he continued to go with that.
Mako with another quick little check here. Noise starts to be made. Bane swinging ahead of the alarm bot. Does eat a good amount of damage, but pushes it back Viva down to 13 HP. Albo's going to be sent. Estrella, that flash does connect, but it's going to be freeing. Long able to go ahead and find that kill. Martin now arriving here on the site. Does find Hyunmin. Mako reflanks the flankers. And the spike will go off. So just going to be Martin dying to that one there as DRX get themselves on the board. Relatively clean here in the anti-bonus.
Yeah, not going to have a bonus collected by XLG this time. A couple of moments of time that Jules went the other way. Could have resulted differently for the round. So we'll wait and see what these lurks continue to do for Marco if he decides that I've had enough for a couple of times here and there. Get overwhelmed by XLG a little bit. Guns are plentiful though now in this first proper real gun round. No ultimates picked up nice and early though.
Still looking to try to build those up where possible.
Yeah, a bit of a different scale approach for XLG. A little bit more of a premium in towards mid at the moment. Will this be expected though? Turret will be keeping Raga in check. Meanwhile, the drone to be heard at the moment for this A side. A fair Coconut, one away from an Armageddon.
Clear the turret. They do get that quick little peek down, and they pull away from the angles. So Mako, when he decides to reroute, should be safe from here. He's trying to create some pressure, make them think that this is going to be a bit of a fake. In the meantime, Coconut very far forward.
Flash
on a bit of an island, but yeah, flash over the top. Goes for the peek. Nothing really going to be spotted. Some noise made.
Oh, 0 point well placed here could be quite large for Viva. That
the opportunity for it. Tries to set up Coconut at the same time though. Basically backpedaling, finding Hyunmin, shutting down the jet there on the entry. Mako though striking. As that mid lurk does get activated, but Coconut is still just holding down the site. Push up here from Payne, gets the headshot. Coconut now looking for the ace. And here the fans
chanting
in the arena chanting for it. 4 bullets remaining. Mako trying to slowly scale forward. Swings out. Coconut still in with an opportunity until Mako does get the wallbang shot. Raga arriving, killing. Mako not clutching. 3-1. XLG maintain the lead.
Oh, as Coconut got away with a couple of the kills in that one. The maze line pretty strong. The second one looked like he started to run on back as well. So we'll see if we can potentially note that in the replay how it's happened. Starting to fall back. Yeah, that's unfortunate for Hyunmin. But Coconut has certainly played the angles correctly, bar the last one. Setting up Raga to be able to try and catch Marco in transition. Worried about time on the clock. So no tied scoreline real early in the piece here. Another buy to be presentable by DRX. They're going to get out the blades as well.
Raga pushing forward, and Estrella is just not ready for it at all. Quick kill and an exit, and that's going to be one of the smokes down.
Yeah, always changing things up on this defensive side are XLG. Already seeing the different ways that they're going through A, going through mid. Lots of information off the drones, putting out 2 players.
Hyunmin, of course, at the knives coming into this, but is able to go ahead and make use of the weapon on the floor. So approach though, I think DRX going to be scratching their heads a little bit, wondering how to get into any of these sites.
Yeah, wanting to see what Marco can potentially do over at the B site. It's just a bit of a jiggle from Martin at the moment.
What I say about these flashes, there's another one. Connecting.
I love Kairo players.
It's very clean on the timings as Viva. They do force a position here of the Killjoy. Turret we dealt with there, freeing able to take that down. Slowly works his way up through tube. Mako, the question is, has he slipped the net? It's like, no, but is going to be able to win that first fight. Looks for a little bit more, can't make it happen. Coconut spotting the drop out there after freeing, picks off YOU. Makes for a very easy cleanup.
And now you're going to look to get the plant down as DRX, slot Hyunmin a bit further in. They are at a deficit in this post plant.
Now going to be used, alarm bot set up the back rafter. And Coconut, Armageddon online. Does he just want to send it here? The answer is going to be yes. So, oh, now invested, double swing. He's got to plant his feet, but Hyunmin cannot make it happen. Bane now needing the clutch. The alarm bot getting the alert there. Spots it out. Here's the tailwind forward. Raga dials in with the headshot. That's XLG now starting to run away with his defense.
Yeah, spot for Bane there as well, where he does have a nano on the floor, a nano in the pocket still, and a turret, but In the 1 versus 1, how many times do we see players go to pull out utility and immediately pay the ultimate price? Getting dashed up upon by Raga, losing it. Lots of just forward positions and unexpected backstabs in this round too. Very nice. Nice indeed. 4-1. XLG maintaining a pretty comfortable lead. You would assume it'll be further extended now, given that it is the force-up of the Huff variety, the Stingers variety.
And Raga fancies his chance here with the knives. Testing a weapon open, still do have a Spectre behind this, so XLG's economy not fully built up. It's going to just be the flash and peek. Shot goes out, Raga over the top. You find a minor amount of damage there on the Bane.
Uh-oh, I'm getting in.
Okay, DRX looking to try to invest into this one, but Coconut is still here. Freeing going to be taken down. The Nanoswarm, however, actually does find Coconut. Martin here back Raptor, though. Went away with 1. Raga down to 31. Eventually gets picked there as Mako comes in with the Stinger.
Do you hit?
Well, now they know where he's at, so yeah, the pit is going to come into play. Right at the top of the rope, and Mako once again asked to try to clutch. He's here in his element. He's looking to actually play a slightly different position from what he typically does with the pits here on Icebox. Swings back around the opposite side, is just trying to play narrowly here on the outskirts of this one. The timing hasn't been spotted.
He's right next to him.
Shoulder to shoulder, he re-peeks in, and now we'll find him. With all that decay, Stinger doesn't matter too much. Mako manages to get the clutch.
That's twice that Mako has had the timing go in his favor now in the lurk up through mid against YOU at orange, and this time against YOU in the pit. That's a little bit rough for him on the receiving end. Just catching him and keeping this from further expanding on that lead to XLG. Though they had built up a slight amount of rounds, they have not built up their own money. So
yeah,
you flop over, and maybe this becomes within 1.
Mako with the insane reads and needing to be able to get that clutch given the investments there. The force buy plus the 2 ultimates on top would have been a very painful loss, and likely would have ruined any chance of riding back this half. Drop down out the window. Youngman going to be fully flashed up, and is able to find Martin moments before. As YOU is slowly going to get dropped. Spike now going to be planted, and from this position, not too much that's going to be able to be done here. Raga does have this one little hero Vandal. Attempt to try to see if he can potentially make this a non-flawless round, but in the end, I think he's just going to have to rotate out and save it. Little by little. Oh, he's just absolutely stopped by the penetrating and stopping power. Yeah, just cannot get away quickly at all. And slowed down, picked to pieces. DRX just one away from tying this up at 4-4. One more to go to make that happen, but it's going to be another buy coming through for XLG.
Yeah, and in that round as well, they rotated very swiftly towards this B side too. It was essentially a 5 versus 5 when the plant started to maybe even be toyed with the idea. But nevertheless, round to DRX. And now we start to get a little bit more into the meat and potatoes of this map. The ults are building. The looks different on XLG. Some elevation here for Raga, top of yellow. Spotted as well with the drone. Just going to be the rotate back across. Full disconnect from this A site. Seeming like maybe XLG anticipating an aggressive lockdown use here from Bane. These will wrap back around here towards the Raptors right as the smoke gets ready to bloom. Quick little peek. And otherwise now silence here from DRX getting ready to go on the attack, but freeing dead on entry. Coconut is having his number. Getting up over the top there. Doesn't manage to find a cheeky little headshot, but it's going to have lockdown on lockdown layers. But it's going to be DRX slowly making their way out towards the B site. Yamin should be safe, of course, with that one, and Mako can call a bit of an audible over towards the B site. You also, well, probably don't want to be playing in towards pit, do you? So straight up from the shadows, get over towards some safety because they haven't gone actually up towards the site just yet. But if it does become a post-plan scenario, no Coconut, no Armageddon. Do DRX want to take a little bit more space though than just retreating back?
They're not really chasing forward. No one entrenched. Pressure in kitchen. No real mid flank either. That's being noted here by YOU, who's going to cut under 2. Pyeonmin, question is, does he move from this position or is he just going to stay stagnant and continue to wait and watch? He is going to start sliding forward here and look for the timing. Mako, though, the timing, getting timinged. And Martin pushes out of the wall. Gaze gone elsewhere. Bane now dead. And this spike plant is not in Hyunmin's favor. Diffuse just going to be held. They'll find a kill, but he is not really going to be able to interrupt this one. A bit more damage found as he picks up 3, but XLG stopping DRX from getting the tie-up.
And that's the reason why I ask if they're going to start to push for a little bit more space there, because if they are just allowing XLG to get a little bit of containment on the site, you've got the 0 point, you've got the flashes that are being set up really, really nicely too. It's just looking good for XLG when they can try and facilitate a bit of a retake with some great numbers and have the weaponry behind them too, mind you. That's enough. Termi's seen it. The first time out coming out for DRX.
We're going to just try to right the ship here as much as possible. Needing to have a bit more oomph on this attacker's side. And in the fragging department, it's not really been lacking for DRX, but just can't really get into solid positions to close out a couple of these rounds. Frame being dropped pretty much on entry multiple times as well. Not going to do too many favors.
Yeah. And just the difference that XLG deploy on this defensive side as well, right? They're happy to take space very differently every single round. Just maneuvering Raga around the map, going for the standard little salvo plays too. See what Havoya can translate over to the team for this as well. Otherwise, if DRX can still get some good percentages of rounds after their timeouts continuing. They got them all against Billy in, both of the series. Every timeout converted after.
Let's see if they're going to be able to deliver on that here. Similar scenes, Mako just looking to operate around mid. Raga wanting to try to clear out this turret. Mako considering the swing, but in the end decides to play back. Martin at the same time, displaced. Nice little crouch peek there from Bane. Gets the headshot in, and that opens up the B site completely.
And with a 0 point getting 2 players over at the A side as well, DRX probably should consider a rotate.
Mako. Look at just kind of wide swing back here against Raga, who absolutely should have had him dead to rights, but Mako just a little bit too clean with it. Dodges the stun there. Turret alerts. He's going to drop down. Now he's going to look to try to flank the players on the A side as the spike gets shipped over to B.
Oh, the turret still noted him.
Yeah. Well, this game plan not going to work out so much.
What can Coconut do, though? Just getting smoked off right now.
Still going to be good for 1. Being tagged down to 30 HP. A bit more on Mako there as well. They could technically make a go of this, but given the economy, it seems like XLG likely going to maybe try to go for an exit.
Yeah. If Coconut found 2 players there, potentially, or most definitely, should have been a go time, but just coming away with some damage. Good trades for DRX. And they will keep that conversion rate high.
Viva's going to try to back out of here, but Mako is around the corner. The shot's not quite connecting. Tries to pop flash his way in, but gets out wide ahead of that. Falls down to 13 HP. Now it's going to be the sprint out. So we'll go their separate ways. XLG suffering a similar fate here as the timeout call comes through. DRX able to find the conversion.
Yep, that number is pretty high that they come out with when having the discussions. Very, very valuable. Maybe we do get a little bit of a back and forwards affair here on Icebox. Getting a deep run of a map yet again. There's a been all the installments of it so far here, all overtimes.
He's not quite able to find that second one. Good effort still, though, from Coconut. Okay.
Timeout back immediately.
Yeah, back-to-backs being called here.
Good coach challenge. I kind of like that. If you got the little mental ability. But the thing is, you're giving Termi another chance to formulate something on the attacking side. You know, generally, when you have a timeout, you're coming out with a plan for an attacking side because the defenders, well, they can kind of come out with an idea. They're generally not the ones with that objective, right?
Yeah. And interestingly enough, didn't notice, but Glow not in the coaching booth at the moment here alongside Termi, as he often is. Well, it seems like they decided to give him a little bit of a break.
They have tomorrow for that.
Well, I think actually what this probably means is that Glow prepped for the first series. And then Termi's kind of he's the glue that holds it all together. So they probably just had their coaches go for both opponents. That way they didn't have to try to do any last-minute scramble prep.
And you know what? That's very smart. This is why you have lots of coaching staff.
This is why having more than one coach can be very, very strong for you. Obviously, we'll have to see how the prep does play out.
Paper X, take notes.
Hey, they had somebody else in the booth as well.
Yeah, they did. The performance coach.
Yeah.
Seeing that come through the video recently, where he was a bit more prominent in that. Whether or not he'll be a stable face in the future, we'll see.
Argency, by the way, the coach alongside Termi in the booth there.
This is unexpected.
Oh, I think he may have just been spotted. Yeah, there's a ping coming down. YOU is going to likely be able to get the jump, and he does. Estrella not realizing that he has been had there as Fring, quick little jump peek out, but it seems like DRX, after losing this flank, not really liking their odds on the B side anymore.
And there was just a stealth drone over at the A site from Coconut 2, not spotting anybody up towards the orb. So the idea is to fall back here, play post-plant, retake as a team with an advantage. You're now securing the information, pushing through the garage, pushing through the B side of the map as well. If you want to buy some time, you could drop the Armageddon or the Salvos, but maybe even hold them for a team to get a real early flank.
I'm going to look to try to overwhelm Mako here, and Braga this time not going to be whiffing the shot. Does manage to take him down. Revenge found as capital plant, the Armageddon. Now going to be layered out here, full wrap coming through. 3 players to try to hold the line here for DRX, but Bane forced out of the corner, ends up getting taken down. Good damage is dealt to multiple players on the side of XLG. But it's a 2v5. Flash over the top, not connecting, instantaneous. There is the headshot. Kevin finding one ring, finding another. Kevin gets himself a third elimination now, brings it to a 1v1. Quick tailwind over the side, the Cloudburst as well. Braga with so much time to play with the health advantage. He should have this one secured, and he does. Gets himself to 3K. And timeout call from the side of XLG. Well, it's a bloody mess. It's a close one, but they get the win all the same.
Let's do it again. Let's just call another timeout now as DRX and try to answer back, and we blow them all in the first half immediately, and then let the teams figure it out. We'll have to see.
Solid attempt there from Gunman, so credit where it is due. 7 HP, and Raga being a beast. He matches him in the kill count, and it manages to go ahead and get the clutch. Nearly losing a 2v5. Probably still a bit of a concern there for the XLG coaching staff.
Yeah, it's a relief at the end, though, that they do manage to pick that one up and at least tie up at the half now with the 6th found.
Looking to just kind of overwhelm it around them here, and it works very well for the side of DRX.
On all accounts.
Yeah, clearly just not skipping a beat after dropping the previous round. Lincoln, you miss it. This one is in the books. Flawless for DRX as they are now looking to deliver a 6 and 6/2.
Yeah, that one's very, very rapid, isn't it? Just a little bit of silence on the expectation that the flash drive play comes in from XLG over at the A side, and when that one happens, go time. Everyone flood out, essentially. You've got Hyunmin on the top of the belt. You've got Freeing on the left side of the entryway. It's just pretty easy red for them. shots into the side. You got the flank from Marco. If you want to call it a flank, just a little lurk up through mid. General Marco things on this map.
Well, last round, economy pretty busted. It is. Ooh, Hyunmin, I mean, some nice aim in the previous round. This one, a little bit rough. All of the knives kind of just dancing around them. Some minor damage there onto Raga. Survives with that Bucky. And that is a rough way to kick off the last round of the half. DRX feeling like they need this to be 6-6. Mako trying to go for timing, and it's instantaneous with a headshot.
And problematic for Coconut, because that's a big headache.
Weapon passed over, but Mako just lingering, reading this perfectly. Backpedals, joins in with the rest of the team. Now a 2v4 for the retake, and there's an Armageddon on the opposite side.
Makes it difficult, doesn't it? There's nanos as well. And Vane's already setting himself up to be able to throw them from post-plant.
And there's salvos, and there's a snake bite. DRX have all of the cringe post-plant util you would love to
they're
have.
throwing it back to my favorite meta.
Top of the nanos. Raga trying to see if he can spot out anything here, but XLG, they know that they basically have to fight their way through, but they won't be able to do so. Mako comes up with a third, and that is going to be 6-6, perfectly balanced here as we get ready to swap sides.
Yeah, well, what was it last time when we saw these two go against each other? It was 7-5 in favor of, well, not these two, Icebox for the PRX game. It was 7-5 in favor of Paper X. Over on the Billy DRX game, though, it was, doing math on broadcast and counting, it was 6-6. There you go. It's pretty comparable for both times that Icebox has been played for these two teams in this tournament, not against each other just yet. And of course, one timeout already utilized in the first half with great succession for both teams too. So now on the flip up, it just comes down to, well, who's going to be better. Very slight nuances with the different agent compositions here, but nothing too unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall DRX's comp kind of slices both ways. You've got this Omen in instead of the Harbor, but you still there before, gaining additional smokes, so scaling forward into sites should be a little bit easier, but the same thing works on the defending side.
A parallel that I want to draw between Paper X and DRX in the way that they're playing this Omen as well is we see that Jing is really been learning it a lot more, and when they go for an A play, he's been putting the smoke, to kind of TP, try to step into towards the site. You've got it on top pipes, you've got it on 410, and you're going through. Not really seeing that as the game plan, as the style for DRX, and Australia popping that out. It's a little bit more of the secondary smoking role instead of the actual, entry controller, pseudo kind of entry there.
Right.
So if we have this flip up right now, I'm kind of keen to see what parallels on the smokes are actually going to be coming out, because you're going to have your retake wall over at A most generally, or you're going to be having your full retake wall over at B. You're pretty much always using them as retake and toxins, and you can use your smokes as the throw them out wherever you want and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, it's not too much variance when it comes to playing Viper on Icebox, is there?
No, not really.
Not much to change up round over round.
If you know your crane lineup for your orb to throw it from the middle of the back hut onto the default spawn at B, and then you got your wall. Those are the most common throws.
I'm just looking at the kill distribution here. It's just Hyunmin and Mako on DRX feasting, and then everybody else with 5 and 4.
Both Mako and Hyunmin are individually higher than the other three from Mako.
Pretty insane performance from them thus far. Dash at the ready. Hyunmin waiting for this peak. There it is, and there's the kill collected. Raga going to be taken down. Viva at the same time, trying to entry in. Ends up falling to the wayside. DRX looking decently poised to try to even things up here on the pistol count, and Mako with that quick little lingering peek. Tucks back behind the wall and disappears like a thief in the night.
Now he wants more booty.
And he's going to find it. Another headshot, and there's another 3 kills. Flawless pistol going the way of DRX.
Yeah, sometimes you see setups with flashes to gain some control over at the pipes angle on the A site. This time, well, no, just dry peeking twice over for Hyunmin and for freeing. So we get the idea of what these controllers are going to be looking like for the pistol round of DRX. You're playing one ways with your smokes as well, right? You're poison clad over at the green side of things at main, and then the pipes one way, which is always very strong. When we had teams picking Clove for that little small window, that was generally where those smokes went all the time. So very expected, very common.
Hearing a drop down. Mako just take one into the shoulder, but has a regen shield on top of this, so relatively still healthy.
Just got to give no more opportunities to the pistols to be able to sneak your way in, which is what Viva's been trying to do at the moment. They're now noted by the alarm bot.
Alarm bot gives it away. Pop of the nano though.
Yeah,
using that one nice and early. Now the pivot back across towards the A site about to come through. As Mako, that reload is going to be noted. The push out though. Finds a kill.
Oh, he
wants back. Does he want to reaggress?
Second bite of the cherry here, yeah. Let's see.
And it's just going to be a quick little reposition here at the window. He's got to be cautious though. He's on top of the wall and technically getting decayed.
Yeah, but it's all good. XLG, they're going to formulate something up towards the A side. It's pretty mundane though with just the pistols. See if Viva's 0 point lands in the middle of the nest and maybe dislodges Hyunmin and freeing a bit.
I think YOU had a sheriff being picked off in that position, not really going to be recoverable. Hyunmin, not able to find it. It's going to be free. With that bulldog in hand, mowing down 3 quick players. Martin will find Hyunmin for a kill. Stops it from being a flawless, but cannot try to pull off any kind of thrifty. So DRX now stretching the lead as we get ready to go into their bonus.
Yeah, and if you missed the beginning stages of this map as well, it was XLG to get the pistol in the second, and then DRX got the bonus. Bit more restrict to XLG, and then it was a bit of backwards and forwards affair. So with the similar comps deployed in towards this map, we'll see if the same sort of play is going to happen here, or if DRX are finding a little bit more comfort on the defensive side. Bonus rounds always going to highlight something like that with what you have going in toward it. Very fast scaling up towards B main. Look at this one. Hyunmin getting on a super aggressive line.
He is. No one there to get caught though. Unless we see the swing around here from Martin, but 4 players quite far forward. Stealth drone able to spot out just the one over its screens.
This one way kind of helps XLG. You could get a pop flash over this one and explode out.
It's going to be Raga TPing, but Paranoia ends up connecting. A little bit of damage found, and Bane out from the screen side. Gets the collat as Raga and YOU both can take it down. Mako has been felled. Coconut able to go ahead and get rid of the raid boss, but Straya is still here. Now scaling forward to try to really utilize the Stinger.
I'm surprised he didn't TP up. 50 seconds to go.
Bit of the ballsy call there for him to stick around. Bane's going to be flushed out in the open, but still wins the fight. Gets himself a 3K on the round before getting put down by Coconut. And Hyunmin still holding here on a wider angle. Freeing now, just going to reposition. And Viva has to do absolutely everything here for the team.
Needs a little bit of Las Vegas here. Oh, he's cutting it right.
Spotted, Cloudburst updraft to try to keep him protected here and obfuscated, and it works a treat. Hyunmin gets a reset, stays alive with 5 health. Bonus converted here for the side of DRX.
Yeah,
XLG might have to use that second time out.
Maybe so. I want to see these first kills from Bane. He's got 2 of them on a sliver of an angle. There you go. Good trades to come out from DRX. Right numbers at the right spot. I was seeing at the end there, it's a 2 versus 1 as well with special delivery and salvos on the line, so they could have disconnected from the situation if they wanted to, but play it together. Back to the pistols, back to the drawing board for XLG. Not with your coach though. I'll be holding that maybe for the next rifle round if this one goes awry, because you'll be getting an Armageddon online. You can come out with a proper set play.
You want to be able to get YOU into a position where he's able to find some of these kills.
Yeah.
Lockdown pretty far away. Bane with that 3K now at the halfway mark.
And Hyunmin as well. Keep padding them stats. Similarly for Marco. Kills upon kills. Coconut's up there too for XLG. But I feel like you need the team to come up a little bit more.
Bring down the 5 as Raga just
Team Flash.
Out there in the open. YOU does manage to find 1, but Hyunmin gets the reset. Now the flank, I mean, the angle is backed off. Martin just now is starting to rescale up into mid.
Surprised that it's Freeing holding the line too, given that he's on 5 HP, so he will fall.
Does end up getting taken down. Seems like DRX still decently convinced that this is going to be an A finish, and Martin now removed from 2.
They're going to rotate with 20 seconds essentially, but that's a sinister shot. Okay.
It's a very good one there from Coconut. Does get whittled away. Yeah, down to 61 HP. Hyunmin quickly trying to pivot and get in a position to stop this spike from getting planted.
He will beat him.
Yeah, no. He's going to swing out even wider off this one. But he's managed to do it. He's absolutely boomed him.
That's crazy.
A 4K for Hyunmin. Just the gall to make the call to rush out in front of the Armageddon while it's just paving a line right behind him.
I mean, if he doesn't do that, they get the plan. It's a 2 versus 1, assuming he dies there as well. And that's a essential thrifty going over to the way of XLG. But just look at him. I mean, it is a 1 versus 1 when a player's going for a plant as well.
Yeah.
So he's favoring himself on the surprise element too. I understand it, but it's the decision-making to immediately do that. And we are seeing the expectation here.
Yep.
You know, gun round is coming up soon. That's probably where XLG will be deploying a timeout, and they do.
Well, prior one had gotten the conversion. Can they make it happen once again? DRX up to double digits, looking to just make this second half pretty much flawless. And with that 4K, I mean, he's gonna drop 30. Easy. I think he's at 26 now.
That highlights curse, if I have ever heard it.
You know, it might be the case. All right, well, XLG running back off from this. Yeah, the timeout is going to work a treat, and I guess 10 is all they get.
Where have I read that one before?
Apologies in advance, just in case, DRX.
We'll see. There's depth to this series if we need it.
Yeah.
It's only the first map of this game, not of the day. DRX got through 2 of them already. Pretty mellow. Not sweating, really.
It's still just such a crazy kill distribution.
Oh, yeah.
46 kills between Hyunmin and Mako.
If the math is still mathing, they're ahead of the others.
Yeah.
Of them combined.
I don't think Australia has gotten anything else. He's still at 5.
Just not seen anyone. He's just smoking, chilling, you know, sitting back and relaxing. We've got a similar deployment for DRX, though, with their B main control. And now that they know that nothing's there, it's just going to be for XLG to break down the door of A.
All right, rushing forward. Hey, Australia, he's managed to make it happen.
Told you, curses.
Yep, got rid of the dry spell, finds Raga. Dead off the rip, Paranoia is good as well as Bane swings out from Raptors. Martin, Coconut, both going to be taken down. It's only Australia traded thus far. DRX damn clean with it. Little jiggle peek out here from Hyunmin, wanting to have a better go with the blades compared to last time, but will even get the opportunity. Well, gets the reset, and it gets the headshot. This time, the timeout not going to be working a treat. DRX 2 rounds away from taking Icebox, which is XLG's map pick.
Yeah, you might feel like your knees are getting capped a little bit at this bit, and then you're trying to crawl back in towards the map, because DRX are just having a fundamental idea on how they want to be playing at this defensive side. They're not seeing any presence from XLG over a B, so they're just going to do the exact same play. He'll float on over, but this time there might actually be an early challenge. This is what I want to see. Will Hyunmin get 30? Will they get 3 here?
In pole position for it. Do they expect this push out? The answer is no. There's one. Doesn't want to overstay. Spam going across. Does find an immense amount of damage. And there's the 3 kills wrapped up for Hyunmin. Final player that hadn't been seen is now spotted over in mid. YOU and Martin try to fight their way out, but Paranoia goes across. Bane just gets right in on top of him. YOU correctly reading that he is surrounded. As he try to get out. What's going to be spotted? Australia not able to find the shot.
Yeah, but you will fall ever so slightly back. You don't want to give him 1v1s. Give him a chance.
It's 3-player fan out. Bane watching here in mid and now pulls off the angle. Rotates back over, but still has the turret set up here. Boiler as well. So if YOU continues to try to scale forward to get over towards Tube, well, the alert system will go off.
Yep. And there it is. 30 seconds to go.
Spotted now. And Bane just going to be the slow drift in towards Kitchen. YOU. Where does he decide to go? I mean, he's going to have to pull the trigger on this sooner rather than later. 15 seconds remaining. He still nanos on this site as well to interrupt the plan. Well, now they're both popped. Now I think he realizes, yeah, I'm going to be saving this one.
It's a brick wall, that toxic screen there. You ain't getting past it. I asked the question if Hyunmin is going to sit himself there and get to 30. Calls the profit, because that's exactly what happened. No, we don't have the script in front of us, for those wondering. One more round, and DRX would have the flawless defensive side on Icebox to win their third map of the day, the first map of this series, and come one more closer to getting into that grand final.
Yep. Well, 30-11-3 is kind of insane. And now to try to get them over the last little jump, it's going to be an operator. Lockdown for lockdown also potentially on the table once again. Bit of an unexpected one. Coming in, rushing forward. Odd position to play in with the op. He's sticking around. I mean, waits out the suppress.
Dash online now. Refresh your one-way smoke on the top of pipes.
At the same time, the spam, Martin has 10 HP, Coconut 76.
Oh, and if you're trying to get a Viper's Pit here with 10 HP, any loose bullets are just going to remove that.
Yep. Still trying to try to check around the side. Gunman not being spotted by it. Smoke at the ready. You can see DRX are perfectly in position here for this lockdown. Exchanged on both sides. Estrella. Does he just stick here at backside, trusting his teammates to be able to reflood and keep him protected? Pit now going to be layered in on top.
Doesn't really stretch that far.
There's the tuck back. Was one detained. Oh, over the top there on the rope. Now the push out. Estrella stunned up, but Cosmetic is all hell. Coconut eliminated. He said that Pit doesn't really go as far forward as they needed to. Gentleman still here, force the position here from Bane. Fragment, but he's right back into the corner. Full flash into the face. It will be dead to rights, but the rest of the team is there. A firing squad lined up. 13-6, a flawless defender side here from DRX. They get the opening map victory here in our last best of 3 of the ACL.
Yeah, we can't even really call it too flat from XLG because they're still trying to come out with different ideas and different landscape aggression on this map of Icebox. So just at the end of the day, DRX superb on the defenses really does shut you down. And really, when you've got a diamond-plated raid boss, what the bloody hell do you do?
Two of them. Frankly, I mean, even Mako, he might have slowed down a little bit because Kevin was killing everybody, but he was still having some very heavy impact to make that a 6-6 half. So unreal. Well, I think we've kind of answered the question of is who's going to be advantaged here? Is it some people sitting back and watching, or is it going to be DRX having that warm up on stage? They're very well warmed up now.
Yeah, and when you consider that the map of Haven is where we're going next, and that last time was a remind everybody, 13-1?
13-1.
Against BLG. Yeah. This starts to look a little bit more problematic for seed number 1, XLG.
Perhaps a bit of a concern here, but we'll have to just wait. I mean, you know, we've seen kind of time and time again a lot of teams being able to get really solid prep on their opponent's map picks and then not putting it as much into their own. So could be a map trade situation, but given the way right now that DRX are frying and given that they can kind of divvy up the coaching staff to focus on certain things, I think they're probably going to be feeling pretty cozy.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that one, of course.
Show me the ACS. I want to know what he dropped on this, because that is...
What's the guess? 370?
I feel he's happy, maybe 400 something, surely.
Here we go. 419!
One away from the meme number. And a big, fat 285 ADR. That's gross.
Yeah, you can kind of just throw the team in the backpack. I think you got Marco with you there as well, which is pretty good. But yeah, that is just absurd that Hyunmin comes out with that one. We have, you know, players that we want to be drawn parallels on for head-to-heads for spicy engagements. Hyunmin versus Raga was definitely going to be one that we were kind of frothing at the mouth for.
Yeah.
Left a little bit to be desired here.
It did. I mean, Hyunmin just kind of had his number. I mean, Raga had some nice shots early on, but it just felt like overall XLG running out of gas very quickly.
Even Marco has nearly 300 ACS.
Yep.
Like,
he only died 8 times. This is insane.
Crazy. Have a look at the tail end stats here. I mean, when you've got a flawless defensive side for DRX, there's 0 post plans for XLG, just not able to get into the sites, not respected at all by DRX, going for the fights, stopping you from passing go. You will not collect, well, I would say $200, but in this case, $10,000.
DRX might be collecting 20,000. So they just need one more map victory to make this a 4-0 day where they have all of the map wins.
And maybe no overtimes as well.
Yep.
So that would be pretty darn clean.
Yeah, DRX might just be looking to send home every single remaining Chinese team here from the ACL. Might be able to do it in back-to-back fashion as well. Incredible performance from them overall. XLG, they had to know leaving Haven Open that this was going to be the pick. DRX has been favoring it. They have a lot of tape that can be watched. But are they going to be able to bounce back after this one? Because not getting a single round on the attack is pretty brutal.
I mean, we always say the story that if you get absolutely smacked in map number 1, you forget about it, you go into the second one, and you try to make the comeback, right? But that didn't work for BLG, so.
No, it did not. Well, time will tell. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see if DRX is going to get a 4-0 day. Alrighty, we are back, and DRX are looking to deliver a very fast day here at the ACL. Up now 1-0 in this series and are one map away from qualifying into the grand final for the good old RX Derby. Is it going to happen? Is XLG going to run it back? I don't know, but we're about to find out.
Yeah, for the China fans as well, they are probably hoping that the day isn't too short as well in the 4-0 grand scheme of things. And also, well, let's just say, for their team, their homegrown #1 seed team, to get back into a grand final again and not let the guys across the pond reign.
Get the better of them? Yeah. I mean, right now it is looking rough. I mean, of course, you know, they're playing with a substitute at the moment, so we can't expect it's going to be the full firepower. Once again, people shouldn't be overly panicking about how they're going to perform over at Toronto, because this isn't really the most indicative thing here as far as the matches are concerned. But certainly entertaining, because even though, they did kind of get smashed in that second half, watching a Jet drop that many kills and get a 419 ACS is always pretty damn fun.
Have you ever been on the receiving end of that in a ranked game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it hurts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, it happens all the time on the Korean server. there's a bunch of people who are just out there and that are it's like, why are you in my rank? Like, why are you in this lobby right
Yeah, at least
now?
you didn't get a game against Killer and Primi.
Yeah, that would be that'd be a pretty brutal one.
Yep.
But I need to eventually just level up my account on the Asia server.
Just gotta play, mate.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Just don't solo queue. Let's go.
Yeah, solo queuing, not good for the mental.
Not at all.
Especially
Neither.
the hours that I play at.
What else is not good for the mental? Letting a 13-6 get the better of you. So hopefully we have a bit of bounce back from XLG in this little brief moment of respite in the break, because the Veto going to Haven is going to provide us with these agents right now. And for anybody wondering if this is going to be out of the norm, yes. Yes. No Yoru for DRX. They've changed it, yeah.
Yeah,
They've changed
okay.
it.
So it is going to be a bit of a pivot here. So Hyunmin going to be going over onto the Neon
Yeah, no
instead of
Teo
VR.
either.
And yeah, Freem is playing Cypher.
Very big different look for
Did we
them.
just change patches in the middle of this series?
Have
we updated it? Is they are now nerfed?
You know, in this series could no. in between the two series, okay, yeah, you could have been that, but no, that we already just saw refreshing volleys. Anyways,
interesting.
Any prep that XLG might have had for this map now, maybe out of the water, because this was unexpected, given by the 13-1 that they saw against BLG. Probably would have assumed, let's just do the same thing, though there's no Toronto for DRX, so if they want to change things up, they kind of have free reign to.
Okay, let's see how the swaps do look. I mean, we were talking about it at the top of this series, how DRX is and has been willing to kind of just play around with the different compositions. And I'm sure it will have certainly caught XLG a bit off guard as Martin nearly gets caught there in a lobby. The question is, are they going to be able to still find the win? Mako overwhelmed, a bit of damage there onto Raga, but didn't find the kill. Cam cleared out. YOU, though, not pushing the angle, so this little forward lurk from Freeing is not going to be rewarded, but he might still be able to find a timing to get into the back lines.
Bane.
Bane's just out here in the middle of nowhere on an island. Catch, Viva trying to turn back, but Freeing able to find the kill. Does eat a bit of damage. As now Hyunmin arriving here on the A site, just looking to try to hold them at bay.
Good paranoia. Has a lot of time.
Himself slotted forward here within the smoke, but be out to the open as that gets ready to drop. And now, Raga surviving a 3K here for him as Hyunmin hits the floor. Freeing now to try to fight their way back into this one. The flash is going to be good, but there's just no way to scale off the back of this. So the flash is going to be good with his teammate. So there you go, Raga does get the AC, absolutely does. Well, the second pistol round here for the side of XLG. And that is one hell of a way to say, yeah, we're not too bothered about the 13-6.
Yeah, if the jet don't work, let's just Yoru it out and drag it out. Nicely done by XLG and Raga. And for XLG, I was keeping a keen eye on the timing of all their utility here. I was actually pretty impressed by the actual timing that they're putting out the Paranoia, they're putting out the Fault Line, they're putting out the flashes. As soon as they see something back from DRX, it's the Aftershock to stave it off. You know, it's standard things, but everyone needs to be aligned in those moments. So very well done for XLG there.
Just the one kill found there from Fring on that flank. Vandal, 2 Bulldogs, 2 Ghosts. Fring alone here on the C site for the moment. Mako does get a smoke cycled across here to the front. A little bit of counter spray, but bullets are not really connecting.
Yeah, pick up your orb for Raga. Get real close to a dimensional drift. Having something like that in a bonus round could be quite damning for DRX.
Push out, Bane getting the spot. Shock Dart just trying to slow the approach. There's no dissuading this one. Just gonna look to try to play up close here, a double stack around that left-hand corner, but no, sights turned over towards Sewer. And looking for the overwhelmed. Once again, Raga falling low but staying alive. Mako pounding across, ends up getting taken out here by Martin. As that is just going to be the flawless cleanup coming through here from XLG. Somehow, no damage found.
DRX did have the numbers on the site as well. Just lesser weapons, unfortunately, and no one to really get some trades out. But that is the expectation of how the round would go. XLG, they find the pistol, they find the second, setting themselves up for the bonus, and with Raga getting that extra kill. One away from the dimensional drift now. I don't think he picked up the orb. So we'll see getting in towards the fresh round if I've missed something, or maybe a multi-kill. Nope, one away.
6-0 start, gotta be feeling pretty damn good.
Can they spam him when he goes for the orb? Marco.
Trying hard, but nope. Connection not found on those bullets, so now Dimensional Drift online. XLG getting all of the tools needed to try to get that bonus conversion here.
There was actually a really early drone from Bane as well over at A-Long, so you're not going to have that for any value now. And as the Dimensional Drift goes in towards B, it's going to see that nobody is home in its entirety.
Now the arrival coming through the slide forward, and that is going to be Kenman able to find one, but Coconut up over the top of the box. Just managed to trade him out, but why are you dead? Spike plant gets interrupted. Scooped up here is freeing. Blinded, Coconut swinging, and Coconut is fragging. Finds himself 4, the instantaneous tap there on to freeing. As Mako now trying to clutch this out and trying to deny another ace. Finds the first. It all comes down to the Coleman show, and Coconut has it done. Another ace for XLG as they convert the bonus.
That is quite absurd. From a Yoru to an Omen. Aces of plenty, upgrades abound for Coconut there as well. Starting off with the Bulldog and not being scared to go for the duels. A bit of whiffage from DRX. And a bit of challenges that just aren't given as well, because it's just very quick shots to come on out. See what the result of this beginning looks like for XLG and how much more they're going to get on the tail end of it.
All the way. Go ahead and kick off this second map. Tripwire does get found there at the front of B. Straight up. Bit of backup. Yep. 3 players ready to flood in from the connectors.
A little bit surprised that Bane's not used a drone or a recon towards A lobby at the moment at all.
Spot out freeing. Going to be suppressed here for the moment. The stealth drone there.
There goes the dart. It's not going to spot anything out. The drone now as well. Start to maneuver your forces towards the Alpha site and reclaim some territory of Long. Bane needs to be careful. Stinger at range ain't good.
Hello.
How you doing?
Those managed to stay alive, so it's a good amount of damage. Relay Bolt going to slow them up, and stun out on Raga, but he's still able to find the headshot. Bane going to be taken down. Pinch getting ready to come through. Estrella going to be good for 1 free with a headshot on the Sheriff. Finds YOU. But now it's Mako just now arriving here at the site with just a Marshal.
Not really the gun for this, is it?
No, it is not. The Paranoia goes deep being forward, but Didn't get the hit. Coconut right there on top of him, knowing exactly what Mako was going to try. That's a 4-0 start now here for XLG. DRX, another purchase getting ready to come through. Let's see if they're going to be able to get themselves on the board. You have to suspect it. Timeout call, not far away.
Got to do something about these stuns. If someone's stunned up, they shouldn't still be able to just shoot and do that. Timeout for Termi. DRX deploying the first. And I absolutely understand it.
Yeah, I think making quite a bit of sense here. Just go ahead and try to pump the brakes, because clearly whatever the intended strategy is with the comp swap right now, DRX are not really finding their groove, and they're not really hitting their shots either.
No, which is the surprising one, because going from map to map generally, your shots shouldn't be decreasing, but if you've got a step up from your opponents and you're not given the opportunity to get a bullet out from your positioning and the angles that you're holding, okay, that's more understandable.
All right, well, last few seconds of this, we'll go ahead and drain away and see. Can DRX get the round win, or is XLG going to continue to just run away with this one?
Pushes into a third map of Ascent. That's the only way that they stay alive for the ACL. With a chance to get into the grand final to have the CN versus Pacific rematch as well for the #1 seed.
Coconut has not died.
So Coconut not dying, XLG successive rounds. Coconut die equals round loss. Is that the formula?
Seems like it.
E equals MC squared somewhere?
He's not going to die until everyone gets an ace.
Let's go though, XLG. Pretty rapid towards the A side of things. Nice and early. Coconut might die.
TP'd here in towards Hell. Gun barrel had been spotted. Paranoia at the ready. Bane does meant to find one ahead of that though, as Viva will get taken out. Some trades here as we go into now a 3v2. Estrella dying. Another Fring is forward. Wow, Yu has the perfect swing. Coconut still alive. Mako once again has to try to clutch this out, but I think he might just have to go for the save. She just want to get the full alignment. Vic on the TP does manage to get a tiny bit of damage, but for now, Coconut still proving to be immortal.
Got to bow out of this one. Unfortunate for DRX when you consider it was their timeout that they just deployed to have the discussions. Feels like caught out a little bit with the utilities for a couple of the players there as well, right? You've got some pretty fast scaling from XLG up. You've got Freeing taken out when he throws out a cage. You've got Hyunmin very focused what's happening on the side itself and disregarding any little later flank to come out from Martin. And even for Bane, just stuck on the side itself when From the Shadows of Coconut comes on out. I mean, just no adjustments around it to play together. Just stuck a little bit. Freeing on the Cypher, not the Teo.
Very much stuck in the mud at the moment. 5-0 start. I mean, granted, you know, Haven attack-sided, but this is still very brutal.
Yep, for sure. 5-0, XLG. Will they continue? Bane broke, don't fix it. Back to the A site for the very beginning. Bane's been bullied a little bit. Youngman down in the sewers actually right now with a Bucky.
A bit of a change up, gets a kill, would have an overdrive. Potential to pop that here in the follow-up, but for now, XLG really looking to play and play around with and shift the tempo. From a fast hit in the previous to very much slowing things down to a crawl.
We saw a 13-1, remember, from DRX on this map against Billy. XLG can come out with something similarly if they continue this run. Very slow defaulty style at the moment. A late little struggle lurk from Viva to keep people entertained over at the A site now. Everything's going to come up over towards C. Freeing needs to call for the forces because he's got a sheriff.
Yeah, not much. Trying to make a go of this by himself, so Coconut looking like he was going to play point. Gets himself forward here. Just around the corner is Hyunmin trying to play off the back of that flash. Bolt getting the stun. Kill cannot be collected as Raga able to find 2 quick kills. The taps just tearing them to pieces. Hunter's Fury even invested here from the side of Bane, as they cannot find a damn thing. Just one burst of damage onto Raga to put him to 70 health, but the time is already gone. Estrella with the Phantom will just go ahead and slowly drift back towards A to get the save out. As Bane was just hoping and praying that someone would swoop through Garage, but none to be found.
That's really costly for DRX. That's Hunter's Fury as well, invested for absolutely zero return. Slight damage on Araga, but that's it. Not going to finish him. One kill. Just a pebble in the waters. Not enough to cause a wave. Not even a ripple, it feels like at the moment. Flawless still being run here for XLG.
Coconut still not getting taken down.
I'm telling you. He doesn't die. They don't lose a round.
So
it'll happen.
Another buy. Several ults to speak of, but 2 kills per player on DRX right now. That's going to be feeling pretty bad.
Indeed. See how passive DRX are going to be in this round, though, because they've finally got the guns back in their possession. Playing on the side of Hyunmin's early warning call and hopeful damage at the A site, but you start to hear a little bit more coming towards this C site now. You're going to have some assistance needed.
As the call over, Marco shifting here to back site, freeing right alongside. So drone into mid, trying to get any kind of spot out here, but for now, Spike still situated in Garage. Mako suspicious about the cubby, and does manage to go ahead and deliver the first death to Coconut. 9-1 now.
First casualty too, so it'll be a 4 versus 5 conversion for XLG to come back in towards this round. 40 seconds to go. They're going to lock themselves to this A site.
Gunman just jiggling here, watching down into sewer. We're going to be sending those salvos through. It's the bad news that the Neon is right here. Tucked into the corner as the fault line comes in. Aftershock's going to be exchanged. Bane fully flashed up, and Raga able to collect the kills. Martin finds another and flushes Hyunmin out as well. You wanted conversion. That's what it looks like. Mako, once again, all alone, just silently backpedaling away, trying to hold on to the weapon. 4 players still alive. DRX with 5 cannot find a single extra kill.
Yes, turn around as Marco. Where are my friends? They are all gone. This is such a landslide coming through from XLG. I thought there was a situation too for Hyunmin, right? He gets the kill on towards Viva in the sewers. You can quickly up your overdrive. You got your slide back. You dance around. You've got Bane there with you. Just gets caught off guard by the flash of YOU. Martin and Raga getting in dirty.
Hoping that he would take this gate crash. Just be the fake there at the very end. But yeah, this is quite the bodying that XLG are delivering to DRX at the moment.
Be a mind boggle right now for Termi. Do I use my second timeout?
I think the answer probably just has to be yes. 7-0. They're not going to call for it quite just yet. Keep it in the back pocket. Full armor for Hyunmin. Overdrive about to come into play.
Just the fact that DRX aren't even really getting kills, right? One play with 3, the rest with 2.
Yep. Raga in, checking out the B side once again. Goes for the exit. There's the stun freeing. Taken down. Another player disadvantaged. The slide forward, the overdrive, looking to try to connect them, and able to find one. Finds a second. Coconut quickly gets taken down. Spike still in hand. Still will be retained. Mako once again needing to clutch the neural theft, getting the reveal, and as he swings the corner, he will get struck down. Was looking good for a brief little moment there, but the pain train continues. 8-0.
You just got the regular blinking in here, and the kill feed just slooped everyone up. The kills were found in return from XLG, despite Hyunmin and Bane trying to get a couple in there. Just the trade game working a treat. And it's still flawless for XLG, and yep, there's the answer. Wait for our next gun round before having another timeout.
Second one being burned here. Unreal. I mean, this is echoing back, and I'm not trying to curse XLG here, but this is very reminiscent of the start that we had from PRX versus DRX. DRX did manage to come back and win that Haven.
Yeah, I remember that one, yeah.
It does feel a bit different. This feels a bit more one-sided, and a lot of these rounds aren't even that close.
No, that was probably like
the closest one.
The closest feeling one. There was another round where there was like a 1v1 or whatever, but closest feeling with the overdrive and Hyunmin trying to zap around. Timeout fades away. We fade back in, but are DRX fading in the map? That's the question.
I mean, this is the players now. Send out all alone. No more interjection available from Termi, unless they can force a timeout out of XLG.
Or push us into overtime and then get one back again. But you'd need to just see that light switch flipped over. DRX now. Absence of C-site. Trapwire at the front entry point. Need to see these rotations come really quickly because this is fast for XLG.
TP forward. Site taken. Trip slows up the remaining players for a brief little moment, but ultimately this is in their control. Coconut has eaten quite a bit of damage, down to 18.
You can't even really set up for the Rolling Thunder at the moment as a Strayer because you're still rotating back over.
And then spotted on the cam, spotted by the stealth drone. Tripwire here. Does have a bit of backup, but Cage gets popped. There's the stun out from Viva. Holds it back. Paranoia connecting here onto Raga, but not yet being found. The swap on the weapon attempt there. Smart will get overwhelmed, but Coconut hitting the transfer. And between up to Viva. Maintaining control of Long, just is absolutely cooking them.
Crazy.
And Fring has to back away. No conversions on either of the timeout calls. 9-0 to start. XLG looking for the flawless run.
It's absurdity at the moment. XLG are playing this attacking side to absolute perfection. They're all hitting their shots, their approaches. You know, a bit unlucky for DRX, one might argue in this one, that they play more towards B and A and have nothing to defend at the C site. They certainly are wanting to challenge this series. 9-0. Is there a world in which it hits the 13 donut? DRX on the receiving side?
Yeah. That would be brutality, especially in reply to how that first map went.
Yeah. Chasing double digits now. Couple of guns in possession for DRX. The space around the map, though. Gonna have to try and get an idea of where XLG might be trending towards very soon.
Fring not pinged out. Estrella's just gonna swing forward. Does manage to actually hit the transfer. There's Guardian, the second headshot. Right through the corner of the wall to find Raga. Paranoia still end up both gonna be sent as they try to just recover the spike. Neural theft, however. Tells the whole story here for DRX.
No slip-ups here for DRX. They need it to be a pretty flawless round now.
Yeah. A bit of damage found, but ultimately kicked off.
30 seconds to go. Marco in the right spot.
In the right spot with a Paranoia still. Trying to escort the rest of the players forward, but Coconut, he says, you know what? Clutch me out of this spot. I'll try to do the same thing to you. Can't quite make it happen, though, as Hunter's Fury. He sent in, finds an immense amount of damage. As Viva, 5 health now. Slide forward. Martin, however, finds the headshot. 2v2. Now, the 1v2, and Viva not going to be able to clutch it. 13-0, not to be. The defuse will come through. DRX get themselves online, but 9-3 is the best they can hope for.
We do have the power, it seems, as well. You mentioned the 13-0. I mentioned it. Done. On the board, DRX. Give a little bit of solace in that, but you always think that they have to make it the 9-3, don't you? Because there's just too much space that XLG have found for themselves. So much comfort for the exchange of the sides as well a little bit later on. Not phased with the result of that round too. Gonna have a buy here, gonna have a buy in the next. So
Yeah,
2 rifle rounds that DRX need to try and topple.
No way to break down the economy, given just how one-sided a lot of those rounds were. XLG XLG have had plenty of cash the entire time. Mako holding close. Smoke cycled, flash at the ready, going up and over the top as there's a TP in the back. Coconut is going to have to cancel that one, but Mako still dead. Slide forward, flash coming through, plays forward against that fast lane. Rocket will find the kill, but into the back of sight. Viva mows down 2 more eliminations, and now that leaves Bane all by himself. A 1v3, similar scenes. Asked to do it all. And even if he can make it close, the Armageddon is there waiting.
And Viva's already just left the site.
Looking like a 10-to-1 angle potential for 11-1, 10-2.
So we're talking about throughout this tournament as well. For the folks watching, don't think too much of it for our teams going to Toronto, right there, potentially hiding some things, etc. If this is the form of XLG,
with a sub,
they're gonna look pretty happy.
That they are. Sideshow probably gonna be feeling pretty happy as well, given that he's gonna back the team for the region.
Yep.
But alrighty, well, only one question really remains now. Is it 11 or 10? Rounds picked up here for XLG at the half.
The way it's going at the moment, you'd think maybe 11, because they've just been absolutely firing on all the cylinders.
No real critical ultimates available either here for the side of DRX, because they just haven't been able to cycle these up.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder's 2 away. Early A side endeavors for XLG, stalled a little bit by the fault line, but nothing on the back of that you can really do. Immediately sent for a rotation. Look at this, DRX, they are hedging bets on the A site being the play.
Hedging incorrectly.
Yeah,
Four-player stack, once again just Mako. Gate crash making its way over here in front of Flat. Armageddon going to be called in. Fake on the TP, but Clone right there into his face. Mako pushes the smoke, gets a good amount of damage, but cannot confirm the kill. Martin on the lurk now, peeks into B, rewarded with an elim onto Hyunmin. And for DRX, I mean, obviously, no need to save, given it's the last round of the half, but any other time, that would have to be the call here. As Martin continues to hold the door, finding himself even more value, 2v4. Waiting, swinging, finding the headshot, fighting back for another kill. Pops the K, there's the salvos, a tiny bit of damage there into the shoulder of Coconut, but ultimately eats even more from the salvo. 3 peaks for 1, but then will fall 11-1. Unbelievable here from XLG, roaring back after a bit of a tragic icebox to start off this series, but they are so firmly in control now.
Yeah, they're just trying to speed run this map, aren't they? Just exactly like what happened for DRX against BLG. That's why I'm just absolutely gobsmacked at the moment. When you've got a 13-1 map coming back, you're thinking, all right, yeah, we've got a lot of tape on this map as XLG perhaps, right? But then you look into it, there's a change of agents on the side of DRX, which is something that was unexpected. Maybe too unexpected for them as well, because it's just a bit uncoordinated on this defensive side.
Yeah. Well, however, the game plan was, it has been undone and unachievable for DRX. This would be the most monstrous comeback that we could ever really witness. But feels like they're likely just going to be resigned to accepting this and moving on to that third and final map.
Yeah, sent if we do need it, if there is no comeback for DRX here, which is probably the likely scenario. Getting a bit of chuckles out on these fan cams.
I gotta be feeling pretty damn good. Obviously, are some DRX fans there in the audience, but being able to just watch your home team destroy like this, that is a good feeling as a viewer.
Gotta feel good for the players on the stage as well, right? I mean, you consider that you lost flawlessly on the second half of the first map, 13-6. You gotta not let that get to you. Well, they have 180'd. Pretty convincingly.
Alrighty, well, there's going to be any comeback shenanigans here for DRX, but obviously you have to start here at the pistol. XLG 2-1 in that regard. Going to be looking to get themselves a third. 16-8-4 here for Raga. Big bounce back in the performance in that first map. Well, let's see what happens.
On the flip side though as well, Hyunmin, right? He had an absolute belter on Icebox here. Struggling.
Ring is being surrounded at the moment. Trying to make his exit. Does manage to slide out, but still leads a good amount. Confirms multiplayer presence over towards A. It's going to be a 3-player push out here from lobby as the spike gets planted on C. Jump in the corner, and Fring has them all lined up. 45 HP, no problem, clearly. As Martin will finally be able to go ahead and get him out of the window, but Coconut suffering an early death in this half. We'll leave Martin to his own devices. 4-1, unable to find it there. Pretty crisp there from the side of DRX, hitting their shots and doubling their round count.
Yeah, no ace to come through from Freeing like we saw from Raga in round number 1 of this map, and then you get 2 more rounds later and there's another ace to come through from them. So on the board, it's been absence for DRX on this map. It's the old, question. How many rounds until you believe?
Yeah, it's going to take quite a many few. Interesting that they don't really even get a full investment here. I thought perhaps they would just send it. Gamble stack, though, from the side of XLG. They have chosen correctly. As setting up the salvos here, trying to get a little bit of a trap play as well as get Raga a bit further forward, but looks like he doesn't want to stick around. Makes his exit, and XLG, they have thought that this might have been a shift across to the opposite side, and they would be incorrect.
Yeah, Dark Cover going over towards the A-Link as well. Gonna facilitate Freeing to get in if he wants to, but he's just gonna sit pretty for the moment. Meanwhile, DRX going over to the C site. They'll clear it out properly. It is just the second round. Classics essentially for XLG, so you'll just assume they go for some damage. Otherwise, they will go up with a spike.
Yep, heard the plant. Call to start rotating over, at least to get into position to go down to this. Has been made. Camera out in mid, Freeing. Here behind the box, a couple shots going his way. There's a little bit of peel coming through here from his teammates. The attempt there for that aftershock. Fade around the back, he is able to find Coconut. Or just the 1-for-1, turn to the flash, swing onto the corner, and that is going to be Bane collecting 4 kills here for himself. Potential for the ace. And given that he has a ghost, he could go sprinting back in to try to find this one, but he is using incorrectly. Nice shot. Goes across onto Mako. Does put him down. Weapons needing to be juggled around so they can make sure that they carry everything forward. DRX starting off the half 2-0, now up to 3 wins.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like at the moment, though, an opportunity for XLG on this bonus rounds to maybe look to just close out this map, get one more. Wait and see what we've got in stock from DRX. So, it's just these first 2 rounds. I mean, you've had a Freeing show, and in this one, it's just a good call. Go to C, bait out a rotation when XLG see nothing really there, and re-hit.
Into the must-win bonus here for DRX. No proper rifles, just a ghost here in the hand for a strike. So, bridge there for the breach, but he's just mostly going to be looking to play assist. He still goes out to try to force this back and stop any kind of flood retake.
Tailorless, remember, for DRX, so trying to defend this.
Don't have the salvo. Scumbit now going to be noted back into the corner. Flash going to be sent, and they're just going to spam him out. Raga able to go ahead and collect that kill. Next above, nothing spotted. All 4 players here from XLG on the site with a flank getting wrapped around here from Martin, but Freeing. Picked apart there. It's all just down to Bane. Gets headshot there through the bottom of the window. The cleanup comes through, and XLG not going to allow for the bonus conversion, not going to allow for DRX to go off on a massive win streak. They get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, very, very confusing for DRX coming out with this agent composition despite Freeing being the Teo incarnate, going back on towards the Cypher, which is a role, and it's an agent that he plays generally quite okay, quite comfortably in this region as well, right, of China's. A little bit of a throwback for that one, but Yeah, just the wind out of the sails at the moment for DRX. Now it's on the map point for XLG. 9 of them. Close this out, push us into a little short intermission. Get ready for Ascent.
Got a spot out there, but Estrella able to find one here, counteracting the crunch. Finds Viva there, forward on the B site. Spike now to be collected. Mako shoulder to shoulder with Coconut, who does not get the read. Mako will just go ahead and put him down. Might have given a brief consideration about going for a knife, but does not do so. Clear out, entrenched positions here for the side of DRX is freeing. Gonna look to try to get a catch and should have noticed that gun barrel.
Yeah, he did.
So we'll start sliding forward. You've got some split pressure coming in from Estrella as well, down long. As both players likely gonna try to get themselves tucked away into the cubby, but Estrella gets there just a little bit faster, and now the aftershock will go ahead and push Martin forward. For the stun, he takes one down with him, but freeing will go ahead and collect it in the end. His patience paying off, and for now, this map not yet over.
No, Bane with the plant as well means that there's a Hunter's Fury coming in towards the next round, and if you're DRX, you really need everything that you can get your way convincingly. A little bit of shots and rotations come out from them as well. A little late lurk. Clear corners, though. Always got to clear your corners. Nevertheless, the affordance of those 9 rounds of padding for XLG. Still 8 of them. You can afford to take a couple losses here. You can afford to drop some timeouts for Havoya too.
Yeah, you're far from sweating.
Yep.
Reveal onto one. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury now. Getting the tag and getting the kill. Bane scouting out with a little bit on the follow-up there.
I get it. It's you got all the rounds that you need to come out with. But it is an eco.
Seemingly just not wanting to take any chances whatsoever. To stop Viva from getting that Armageddon potentially in the round here to try to pull off the Thrifty. Martin just trying to go for these one taps here. Not going to be able to jiggle out wide enough. Mako at the same time, he has slotted himself into the C side because Martin was jumping around. Hasn't toggled the camera. So Mako about to give a nice little surprise here. Swings in around the back. Finds 2 kills. Martin will eventually get his headshot that he was looking for, but then is ushered right back over towards freeing. So DRX up to 5. 7 more chances for XLG.
Will we have a 13-5 now, or maybe even a 13-6 to echo back the previous map? Keep it coming on. Who is to say, DRX, what have you got for us in the next round to keep holding on? Or XLG, what sort of deployment do you have on your side of things? It's actually going to be the timeout variety first.
I think it makes sense. XLG, they've had, 1-1 as far as the conversion is concerned. But it's one of those things of just like, okay, let's try to wrap up this series, wrap up this map. Let's get to the end of the series, get into that ascent. Not wanting to waste any more time here on this Haven. Definitely don't want the players starting to doubt themselves, starting to believe that, oh God, maybe they really are going to make this comeback happen. Kind of just put those concerns to bed.
Yeah, if we do get over onto Ascent as well, I'm keen to see XLG with the Cypher Lock comp that they like to run. One of my favorite comps when played quite well. See some different iterations of some teams playing with the tail instead of the Sova as well, but it's been the Sova angle for XLG. It's been the destruction angle on this map though, so with the timeout fading away, let's get back in towards it. Raga with the dimensional drift, Martin with the neural theft, key information pieces for a round such as this. If you can isolate some players of DRX, that's certainly going to be well worth it to try and close out this map.
Some salvos off the rip, freeing. Pushing forward. Cage going to drop, and
spotted.
Been spotted, a tiny little gap there. Turns his way back over, but it's not going to be prepared at all. Solid play here from the side of XLG, giving themselves the player advantage off the rip. And it's Paranoia, which is on the damn near everyone else. Rolling not going to be used, but already the lurk has been noted. Coconut finding Mako as Hyunmin goes sliding in, and he's just met with a clone. Flash up over the top, the drag across. They find the headshot. Bane now needing to try to clutch this one out. does manage to find himself a third kill. Spike in hand, an ace clutch for Bane to keep this map going. But an Armageddon on the opposite side.
He's got a minute to play with as well, and I actually really like the call for Viva and Why you double up together, play it properly as a retake, you wait for your refreshables to come back online. You've got all of YOU's breach util. You've essentially got Viva's as well by the drone, but you've just got great entrapment power at the moment.
The stun, the salvos, the Armageddon, I mean, so many angles.
Flashes
can be cleared
to get in as well and clear the corners.
And once you narrow it down, fault line.
Yeah. Should be unlosable for XLG in this 1 versus 2, but will Bane have the clutch?
Fault line start, sends out the recon. Nice and early. As Armageddon is just playing here on the edge of it and has now been spotted. They're gonna look to try to overwhelm here. Swinging together. Bane the tuck back behind the box and cannot make it happen. Decent little effort there from the player, but in the end, XLG just far too much done in that first half. 11-1 now into the closeout. We're going to map 3.
Yeah, we are. We get another map 3 in the tournament, of course, with similar sort of vibes to the Trace versus Seder game, with them not going into double digits, not being really close, right? 13-6 for map number 1. Bit of a masterclass from DRX there, but similarly Haven feeling a lot more powerful for XLG. Just commanding time and time again here. An effort by committee too, all things considered, right? Not just 1 or 2 players having a life game.
Started that way, got a little bit more balanced out by the end. But yeah, this one gonna be going the distance. DRX changes coming through. Not quite well prepared enough, it would seem, for this Haven, so cannot find anywhere close to a, replicating their series versus BLG the first time around.
Yep. Ascent to the decider, the map from the beginning, essentially, of this game we know and love and sometimes get frustrated with.
DRX probably going to be feeling pretty frustrated after that one. Going from that flawless second half on Icebox, getting a 13-6 closeout, to barely being able to get any round victories here on their own map pick. Prep well done here for the side of XLG. What does the Ascent look like?
Yeah, that's what we're going to be waiting for. A little bit of time for these teams to get situated for the next map for us as well. Have a look at who the MVP is going to be on this map. I mean, the way Coconut was going at the very beginning, could have looked to see it be him. The rest of the team as well, really starting to elevate themselves time and time again through all of these rounds. The winner is, drum roll, it's Raga.
Raga with a 339. Just heavy impact here from the Yoru, lacking on that opposition side with DRX. The Neon just never really in a position to come online and start taking over the lobby.
Yeah. A little bit rough to come out for Hyunmin in this map for sure, but happy days for the likes of XLG and for the fans that are watching in the CN Arena as well. They'll be extremely chuffed with this performance.
Yeah, well, Freeing does manage to go +1 at the end of it all. Everybody else, though, kind of down in the dumps. And this is a rough little answer back from the side of DRX, but a map 3 to settle it all. Let's see what kind of mental reset they're going to be able to get, as well as what they're going to be bringing out for that map.
Yeah, well, the reset looks to be superb for XLG, right? Just noting Bane going a bit equal on the 12-12, courtesy of the last round's triple. Otherwise, he would have been down there on the negative department as well.
When's the last time that we've seen Ascent from DRX? It feels like it's been a little while since they've picked that one up. But, well, I mean, 11 out of 12. It's brutal here on these spike plants with 2 aces even. I was hoping we were going to see some more. I thought maybe we would get, let's try to figure out what the most aces in a single map is.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. Last time we did see Ascent, though, from DRX, it was against Gen G. They had it against Boom and Global and DFM throughout the course of the stage, too. So it's been here, it's been there.
It's been there, but do they continue to make any kind of adjustments? Because we weren't expecting it to happen here on the Haven. Did they just stick with what was working? Do they go back to Hyunmin playing Jet?
I just had a bit of a quick glimpse. In those 4 instances that they've played it, they've had 3 different agent comps.
So we don't know.
We don't know.
So we have absolutely no clue. What we do know is that XLG showing up to play, getting rallied back into this series here by the Chinese crowd over the CN Arena. And still an opportunity for them to get that rematch in the grand final. We might get another head-to-head of Raga versus something, of Raga versus Jing. But it all comes down to this last map of Ascent. We're going to go to that quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see which one of these teams goes to the grand final.
Mid one.
Come back. Can we use RTB? Can we use U
A drone.
RTB, use RTB, just use RTB. Use RTB.
So far so long. Ready？
带着包，给我，
我们可以主瞎的，没看错。好，听到。Hold crush。Go
B 各位
，Go B。
好的，进了。
B go B take B。Cap。
Cap。East fast。
对。
Yeah, watching. Can take rush.
No spy.
Guys, I'm powering in the cap to smoke.
Ending bridge.
I'm taking rush.
3.
Oh, one more. Nice. One more woman. Go together. One more woman.
可以接我下方。
对。
还有烟。
Sibling. Go together.
一起拍。过来右边。No。可以。这边往。我有线。
我还剩1人。
哎，我都。
Nice.
Well, we are going the distance here tonight, map 3, to see which one of these two teams is going into the grand final versus Paper Rex in 2 days' time. XLG bouncing back in the biggest way possible on DRX's pick of Haven. damn near shut them out of the map completely. DRX only can scrape together 5-round wins, and now we go to Ascent.
Yeah, it feels like we've gone through all of the facial expressions that we possibly could in both of these maps at the moment for these teams. We've had, you know, smiles, we've had frowns, we've had confusions, we've had jaw on the floor moments as well. So who knows how this Ascent is going to look?
Yeah, no clue at all. I mean, 2 aces from XLG, just spreading them. I mean, right off the rip with Raga being able to find it there in the pistol,
And then
into
bonus.
Coconut being able to get it in the bonus. Yeah, it's some incredible scenes witnessed here, but not so incredible for DRX. So we'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back, because right now they need to have an XLG-esque return to form to get into this Ascent.
Yeah,
and as we were talking about before the break, they played a bunch of different compositions on Ascent.
Yep.
So we have no idea what they're going to look to run.
Yeah, and looking into how this might play for XLG, they've had the map played, but it's not a very common one that they actually do. They haven't played it since you know, the playoffs of China's at Stage 1. They had it against Nova. They had a new composition coming out as well with the Cypher lock, so I'm kind of excited to see how that one's going to play. Of course, it would be a day shy of a month since we've seen Ascent for them. They literally have one instance of playing this map this year, so it's not a map that they generally play. Though, a caveat, they did win it 13-2.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty.
But is it an outlier performance on that map? Like that's the kind of where my head is at.
Alrighty, well, 13-2, they can at least feel decent about that one, but they floated it, they let it go through, so they have to have some form of game plan here for that map. I mean, clearly, you know, allowing for DRX to pick the Haven, they knew that they were going to have a pretty solid read, maybe not anticipating that DRX was going to change their composition, but either way, they handled it very nicely.
And you got to consider as well, this choice here for DRX instead of Lotus, which was the map that they could have gone to. Let's have a look at our agents. So we're going to get something different. Freeing is going to be back onto the Teo on the DRX side of things, which does mean that they are changing things up as well, because Bane bringing out the Deadlock here. Strayer on the Vice. This is the kind of new composition that we were seeing toyed with for Ascent. You generally had the Jet substituted out for the Yoru or something like this as well for XLG. That's the similar sort of thoughts for there, except they're going to be running the Sova. So that's what I was talking about previously.
I mean, it's literally just their Lotus composition with a Jet instead of the Yoru.
Yeah.
So just looking to try to bring this to bear here on Ascent. Let's see how this ends up playing out, but things are probably going to start getting pretty chaotic given that we have deadlocks on both sides.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we did just mention that Lotus is the map that they could have gone. Imagine if they thought they were going there and then picked this comp, and then it's, uh-oh, it's Ascent. We've fumbled. Ladies and gentlemen, though, map number 3. We have more Valorant for today. We will be sending one of these teams home. We will be sending one of them into the grand final with a bit of extra money in their pockets as well. Maybe more so if it is DRX who can claim a bit more of a bounty.
Correct. It is at $20,000 potentially up for grabs here for DRX, but have to be able to get the win. Be a grab net forward here, but YOU able to go ahead and remove that. Bane takes a ton of damage right off the rip.
Meanwhile, off yonder, straight up, getting a little bit further in towards B main, putting the shear there. So if XLG don't know it's there, it's a pretty good protection. If they do, maybe they want to try and bait it out.
Good little flank watch there. Stealth drone from top mid to try to escort the Vice forward a little bit more. A shallow cam. It's up there in pizza. Hyunmin going to be looking to pull the trigger, goes forward here, dashing up, getting in behind the box, looking for a kill, but only finding some damage. Realistically, it's not that much. Players arrive, Coconut able to go ahead, gun down 2, and Estrella now is walled off from the rest of his teammates' corpses. And not going to be able to get in there. Flawless pistol victory, XLG. Coming out strong.
As his team's wall, by the way. They threw that one over and to land there, pretty common for an A execute. But they weren't able to even really get in there. Isolated from the returning barrier mesh from YOU. Shots are missing from Hyunmin. Kind of one of the big problems on Haven for DRX as well. It was just the fact that they weren't hitting their shots. It was a very stark difference towards Icebox.
Yeah.
Not a single kill in that round to come through from DRX. Attacking sided start here. Of course, chosen by XLG to start defensive.
Oh, okay. Well, Coconut, not skipping a beat, is able to find Bane. Freeing answering one back. And not going to be too costly as Estrella. Swift little exit up and over the top of here of Jen goes Hyunmin, and down he shall fall as Raga. He just peeks into the site with the Marshal in hand and is able to go ahead and tear apart some more players. So not a flawless, but still not really at risk of losing any of their weaponry and getting economic damage, unless Estrella can pick up 2 more kills.
See if he possibly can, but it's just a high-low setup that should be pretty impossible. They're full HP'd.
Just ready and waiting, and swing, and there is the death. YOU able to go ahead and scoop that up, and he is already getting very close to having the Annihilation online.
What does the bonus round look like as well for XLG? Well, we have a bit of an upgrade. Marshall, maybe you do toy with getting rid of that. We'll stick together, do some chip damage. Martin's bringing a Ares to the equation. He hasn't really been needed in this map just yet. Nothing towards the B site for DRX, and it looks like by positions on radar, it's kind of going to be similar things. You don't have a grav net though from DRX immediately in A main, so it gives you a little bit of a different idea, different look. So you want to try and find some information.
Quick little TP back. Do the wraparound is Smoke's just going to be cycled here. Mako trying to go for a little bit of a timing shot. Here's the Guardian ring out.
You have the sonic sensors in tree as well for XLG here, and they're going to be real happy if the time starts to bleed quite low because of the build up. The wall just going down now.
2 players denied access here for the moment. Barrier mesh could clear it out. 50 seconds to play around with still here for the side of DRX. As Raga holding here in the corner. Paranoia does not connect. There's a ping reveal. Viva going to play off the back of that, but now the push in. Raga catches them off guard. Bane and dead as YOU finds one with a Marshal. Mako just able to find the enemy Yoru here for the moment. Martin now bringing out here with the Ares. The cam spots a player. Mako finding another, looking for the third, cannot make it happen. Now the spike is going to be dropped, and so much damage is dealt. Bonus conversion once more. XLG starting off 3-0.
And for a map that they don't really play, so far looking good with their rotations, with their utility, with the crossfires. Just catching DRX off guard, catching them and not really giving any advantages over to them too. Now, a couple of misplays of these utility pieces for DRX. You're letting the time get to 30 seconds. You're still going into the B site. That's where the Cypher's been playing. You haven't seen any of that utility getting in towards the A site. You've got to do 1+1, and you do not have the time to try and break all that utility. It's like there's a little bit of
loss. Mako doing Mako things. Looking for a little bit more. Same time, Estrella going to be taken down, so main control. Decently held here. TP over the side. Raga. Catches the headshot there onto Bane. Coconut down to 27. The spraying. Mako continuing to deliver. As suddenly he has himself a 3rd kill. Gun's now going to be picked up. We know exactly where Viva's going to be approaching from, but Mako for the moment is alone. The spike is still dropped back by Gelato.
So far away.
And he could TP the heck out of here. Scan does not hit him.
The feet.
And yep, has been spotted. Swing onto the corner. Viva able to get the readjust. Stops Mako dead in his tracks.
Freeing only has a Sheriff too, running the marathon towards the B site. This would be the 1 versus 3 recovery for Viva to keep it flawless. I saw the orb there.
Yeah, could have grabbed it. The plant would give him the ultimate here, but Freeing just hoping to go ahead, get in position, get this spike planted.
Where do you play though at this time? Spot.
Looks like boats.
Well, he does get the
have a gun.
Phantom now, yeah.
But yeah, not going to be in a good spot to try to send out the salvos. Can hear the door getting broken. Let's go back into the full POV. Cuts to the right side. You can considering the peak, but needs to just try to play this out patiently. Footsteps now going to be heard, swings, and cannot get it. Viva with the 4K, continuing the streak, 4-0 now here for XLG.
You got to understand Marco's position there too, right? When he's low in HP, yeah, he's got the from the shadows, but you start using it, you open yourself up to be finished off. Maybe you should have just tried to do it to give them a 1 versus 2 instead of a 1 versus 1 at the end. Lots of pressure generally in a situation like that. But a great recovery at the end from Viva too. Repeat this one, still flawless. Name of the game from Haven carrying over. Guns is going to be back in the hands of DRX. No timeout from Termi.
No timeout. 2 players at the moment, no kills. Viva with no deaths. 6-0-4 on the Sova. Lobs out the shock dart, is trying to find that stealth drone. Hemman. Aggro attack off.
Lots of this Sentinel utility at the B side now. Shift from XLG.
And you have to anticipate that it's just Viva basically playing off of the cam here. Have the setup over the top, so Martin just trying to get him all the information that he possibly can.
Looks like it's just going to be another one of these slow rounds for DRX. See if they can draw out some utility, if they can maybe get one player to get to overzealous, remove them from the round.
Slow, silent approach. Once again, the clock starting to run down. 45 seconds about to be remaining. Mako shifting over. Does grab the spike.
Even Viva's starting to move a little bit more. They're seeing nothing at the B site itself.
Here on the cam, there's the spam. There's Estrella dead on the floor.
Oh, you're gone. Oh, he's missed it.
He's okay. Somehow not connected with that one, but Bane's still going to be taken down. Swing on the corner, and YOU basically has him lined up. It's a flawless, it's an op, stranded, passed over if they want to utilize it, and it's a 5-0 start for XLG.
Timeout, timeout. We need discussions, we need help. DRX looking a little bit flustered and flat. The adjustments from XLG yet again changing it up. DRX not having an idea on where anyone is positioned, what entrapments may be around. Gonna be the loss bonus coming into their pockets to permit them a little bit of investment in this round, but nothing too heavy.
Not able to get away. Life intact.
Hyunmin yet to get a kill on the board. Same as Bane. Been your heavy lifters on a lot of maps in recent time. To the B site now, Raga starts to shift. Got the trap wires at the forefront. Here we go. What can DRX do?
Not really confirming much of anything. Him up over the top lands here. In front of Market as the Hunter's Fury gets opened up and does find some tags. Estrella and Mako both down to 45 HP. Martin swinging, looking for the hit, but cannot confirm the kill before he gets snatched up there by the Annihilation, so will be dead. Sight for now in control of DRX, but YOU is able to spray across, finding one. Tenman going to be on the floor. Mako coming up with another Viva, utilizing the Odin, finds freeing as the rest of the players get spotted out. It's the transfer across, just dragging it here. As one by one, they all get taken down, and Mako cannot survive. Another 4K for Viva. Another round win for XLG.
Tied up at the half at least 6 in a row now. Even the Armageddon not providing anything for DRX, trying to flush them out off the defender side of Spawn. That's the immediate go time for the mask to be put on, and XLG are happy with that. Swift adjustments, getting all the players' positions noted. The Odin getting the job done as well. Just looking flawless again for the start. It was, what, 9 in a row for XLG over on Haven. 3 shy of that. We've got a timeout here a little bit later than maybe we like, but a timeout nonetheless. So discussion point for DRX.
At this point, what are you really even discussing? It's kind of the question. How do you try to fix this?
Should we have picked Lotus instead?
A little bit too late to try to run that back. Not too late to still get into gear, get into this game, but it's so similar to that first map. That's rather that previous map, I should say.
It's crazy looking from an outsider's perspective when you think that Lotus was, you know, there, right? DRX beat Billy on it handsomely, 13-5, and Paper X beat XLG on it, 13-8. So you think, all right, that should be a gimme from DRX to pick into this series.
Well, might be coming to regret that and might not be getting that extra $20,000 bounty that is still technically on the table, but it's getting further and further from DRX's grasp.
Viva still hasn't died.
He still has not died, yes. He's gotten 2 4Ks and he hasn't died. He's 11-0-5. He has an undefined KDA.
Well, let's try and define it. DRX want that to start to get on the board, and XLG are immediately getting all the information on what's happening at the B site, right? The very deep shear wall here, 3 players there. Gate crash out when you see that nothing's gonna be there. You get your operator on the line. It's quicker from DRX into A.
Martin's just gonna swing and spray forward, finding one. Does get traded out, and YOU taken down, so the trade up is here for the side of XLG. Like now going to be planted down to 39. The rest of the players of DRX relatively healthy, as that's just going to be the Seal Garden taking away the Odin. Shallow shock dart. Not really finding too much of anything there. Teammate clears it for him. Going to be broken from here. Trying to get the recon out, get some identification here on the location of the enemy players. Viva is still going to be alive, still finding a bit more. This went down, but now does find himself all alone, and Mako swinging out will get himself a 3K, delivering Viva his first death, and getting DRX a first round win. This time, the timeouts end up working.
DRX, welcome to Ascent. You're here to play, you're here to party potentially. One of many needed in the attempt to come back in this half. And this is a situation as well where you've kind of just gone to the flip side of things, right? You've got the push in the B mains from XLG, means that they're playing a little bit more passive over on A. Sometimes that does happen where you have your ideas come out and it just was the 50% wrong. See if DRX are going to be able to double down. Adjustments from XLG. All this Sentinel utility now going to be locking you at this A site.
Is it not looking like a fun site to try to attack into?
No.
Ammo over the top, Salvos. Martin trying to go for the peek and spray there once again. It's going to be Spring taken down. The push forward, and Martin somehow gets both. Mako dead it back Gen, and it just continues to get worse and worse here for DRX. Completely revealed, spammed out, blinded up, dead. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Estrella. He can't catch any of it. XLG just not letting DRX build up any momentum whatsoever. And my God, Martin.
You said the kitchen sink. I'm seeing the fridge, maybe even the whole house being lifted at the moment. This is just, again, disgusting plays to come through from XLG. I'm kind of going out on a stretch here and thinking that DRX are going to be playing it a little bit slower, trying to bait out anything from XLG, trying to get them to peek out with the sonic sensors that Bane's throwing out, right? When you put them over towards A main, you're generally seeing the team fall back a little bit and hoping that an opponent does waltz out, go for a challenge, catch you on a little stray back. But XLG is just not giving them any chances.
I know that Estrella is here. 3 players to try to displace this Vice. Does manage to back away, blind out on the coconut though, and he's going to be dead at range there by Bane's hand. Gunman pushes forward, grabs a gun, passes it over, wants to play with the knives, gives the Phantom wisely over to Mako.
Oops. It's on the floor.
Ongoing. Raga. See if he can make anything happen here. No ability really to try to peek off the back of the flash. Salvo's now sent here towards the door. Why are you trying to strafe across those ones? Find a timing, but Freeing does manage to take him down. Odin going to be felled as Viva eliminated. Freeing not necessarily anticipating the reposition here of the Yoru. Martin, a big round in the previous, but now left to his own devices. Will back away. DRX find themselves a second round win, this time in thrifty fashion.
A-site success yet again, taking an Odin and an Operator as prize alongside the important rounds that they need to be finding. Whether or not they're going to keep those as well. I mean, is that going to shift your game plan? Is that going to better your game plan going into the next round? It's so far been looking a little bit better when you've gone a little bit more rapid into the site. Generally, an Odin and an Operator slows things down a little bit, so we'll have to see what is going to be the case for this next round.
All right, well, still in with a chance to try to run this back. 7-5 after the start would be pretty much unthinkable. As a bit of damage going to be taken there as the shock dart lands right at his feet.
Big creep up here for XLG. Will Marco and Hyunmin be ready? XLG going to think better of it though.
Yeah. Just going to try to get Raga moved forward here into Wine. As shots being flung about here by Mako. Get some good damage there onto Coconut. Now down to 61. Mako TP's forward here. Up there, swing out. Raga able to collect one, but does get traded. It's going to be duelist for duelist, but as the defending team, you very much favor that.
Yeah, taking out Hyunmin means that there's no dash ability in towards the site. Try to get a head on a swivel, so just a bit of a tuck-in spot for Coconut. You've still got all your Cypher util at the B site too, so if DRX are going to silently get in here, that's going to stop them.
Rotate across, and Martin has been having a whale of a time. I mean, granted, 4-4 and 5, you know, not the biggest numbers, but the kills that he has gotten quite impressive. Trying to play off the one-way here. Dodges out the Annihilation, that gets sent, looking for the wall bang, but can't quite get through it. Still trying to remove that, but Estrella with the op in hand is able to find one. The TP now in from Mako. Estrella getting wall banged out. Shallow lob it on that lockdown shot does connect a headshot onto Viva. As DRX looking well poised to close this out.
Gonna go for the
back
save.
away. Yep. Economy's been broken down quite a bit. I mean, Martin, decent amount of money, could afford to get another Odin in play if they want to continue with that one. But DRX find with themselves another round victory.
Yeah, no, it's nicely done. Sorely needed, of course, on this little comeback train. Actually, wow, you can spot out that, ping it. Here you go, friend. I give you your fun gun. DRX, though, hitting the shots where they need to. I thought it gets a little bit worrisome for Estrella when he threw out the arc rows and he was noted. You know, the damage starts to get peppered his way, but the operator shot comes out on the back of an Armageddon, kind of making things a little bit more sticky.
Tooth and nail. Good on DRX to be able to find the round win after losing Hyunmin there off the rip. Some good op shots from Estrella. Not a weapon that we see him pick up all too often, but that will force out a timeout here.
Yeah, coming out from XLG, they want to try and navigate the rest of this half in flawless variety. You'd assume make it something of a 9-3. Not the worst idea in the world to have a timeout as well. Still got another one in the back pocket after this, so for sure, you more importantly don't want to see DRX get 7-5, right? Because then it's pistol second round tied up, and then you start to get a little bit more worried for the trajectory on where this series is going to go.
50% conversion rate on the timeouts for XLG coming into this. Let's see if it's tip the balance in the right direction or knock it back a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, they were fine with finding the timeout wins on Lotus against Paper X. The ones on Icebox, 66%, though, not really. 66?
Forgot about the, forgot there's the double timeout on Icebox. Misread my notes. And then just the one.
back-to-back.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the other one a lot later on the defensive flawless run of DRX, which is the best they've looked today so far.
Oh, for sure.
And now it's fallen off.
I mean, yeah. Not just the front. The whole thing's fallen off.
Yeah.
I mean, Hyunmin to go from dropping as many kills as he did to being 1-9-2 at the moment.
It's the biggest outlier, isn't it? It's like we're playing on Earth and he's all the way on Pluto.
Yeah. I mean, same could be said. Payne had a strong icebox as well. Only there with 3. Mako looking like Mr. Consistent across the series. Stealth drone, go ahead and spot out Raga and force him to reposition.
Pretty slow at the beginning though of this round. Estrella seeing what he can scope out. Similarly for YOU. No cocoons.
Yeah, looking for the catch, but not going to be able to find anything there. Understand the attempt, just heard that minor little bit of spray coming through from Mako, so thought maybe he would just have him dead to rights, but
yeah, there you
now
go.
Ends up looking a little bit foolish in hindsight.
A little bit of an entrapment plate, paranoia Gravnet should be blinding and stalling him out.
They fall for this. Young Min trying to go for the catch. Paranoia going across, tries to hide here within the cloudburst. Catches forward and Mako at the same time, able to find Coconut. Bane now hitting the trip. YOU hitting the headshot, but Estrella there is a little bit of an extra layer coming through Cat.
Didn't think of Ice Operator was something on the cards today, but here we are.
Here we are indeed, but here's Raga. He's in. Doesn't manage to find one, but Estrella with the Operator continuing to hit some good shots. Gets himself a third. Knows that the Odin is out wide, and Freeing is there to collect. Timeout call, not going to lead to the round victory here for XLG. DRX recovering this half, now 4 rounds racked up with 1 more to be played.
So what's that go from 66% to some other number that's a little bit more difficult to calculate?
Well, then let's go to 50%.
Oh, it is 50% now? Oh, there you go. That's not a pass mark.
Not too bad to calculate, as it turns out.
Not as dangerous as I might have thought. What is dangerous, though, is this next round if DRX gets it, because XLG maybe start to get a little bit more sweaty, especially on the exchange of sides if the pistol round doesn't go their way. Early proceedings going to funnel them back immediately. Raga, of note, 1 away from a dimensional drift, and he's pushed up tiles.
And he's not going to be able to find it. Freeing. Getting that headshot, avoiding damage taken as well. Double stack setup here in B main. Estrella almost certainly would be dead to rights if he pushes this. Unless he gets a collat. Oh.
1-on-1 trade's okay.
Yeah.
Would have finished off YOU though with the 140 of the Outlaw, but it's okay. You're still holding a player advantage as DRX. And what are you going to be able to do for Coconut? Camera to spot some info. Try and shift out for a trade if you can.
They'll clear it. Martin again looking for any kind of timing shot he could possibly get up and over. And Martin eventually will find it. Rewarded there with a kill on a Hyunmin, but Mako Freeing, picking the targets. 1 of pop. As YOU arrives, dies. 7-5, absolutely unthinkable given how things had begun.
Yeah.
6-0 at the beginning of this map, and somehow DRX have managed to wrangle back a pretty good scoreline for starting on the attack.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, they've played this one pretty slow, pretty methodical. A couple of executes into the rounds and a couple of adjustments where it becomes a bit more tricky for XLG. Maybe they themselves have run out of a couple of game plan ideas in the tail end of that defensive side as well. You know, sliding in towards A main a couple of times here, pushing Raga in towards Wine, seeing what they could do, changing it up with Coconut 2. But I think the onus onto DRX here for this pistol round, they get that. Makes it ever more difficult for XLG, you'd assume. I highlighted earlier, Kilios, that XLG don't really play this map of Ascent, right? So what do they have prepared coming in towards this series? A team that will be going to Toronto, removing Fracture, having Sunset to be considered. What other maps are you favoring in the pool leading up to that? What have you already been scrimming on, preparing on?
Hard to say. The EDG, they did make it to the tournament. Fans there. Have to imagine that Kong also probably around at some point, probably hanging back, not looking to get surrounded by fans or anything like that. But given the Paper Rex is here and how close he and Mindfreak are, should suspect that he will probably be popping up somewhere. But for now, though, 12 more seconds of discussion before we get back into this one, and it starts tipping the other way. Unless XLG can come out here and get this pistol, so it's feeling like DRX might be able to complete this comeback, given that they also have the deadlock and the vice now for the defense.
Yeah, that's just wall-on-wall action. You're going to have to be baiting them out quite over and over again. A lot of times that I've been seeing this sort of composition, do see the teams play at the best where they are interchanging the walls across the map as well, because sometimes you're going to have to look to destroy at that angle and put a little bit of the extra utility to flood it out. What you're narrow targeting on the barrier mesh, or where your shear is. You got to get close up and personal. Maybe you're contacting towards it in the B main examples. I've always been a fan of making sure that there's a wall in mid on this map as well when you're trying to get your rotations happening on that defensive side.
Hyunmin still just the 1 kill found. Play point here in B main alongside Estrella. Tucked into the corner, the cam going to be cleared out. Dash at the ready, expecting some more pressure. He's actually going to go pushing, looking for it. Decides to back off. Flash goes in though, Estrella able to find one. Raga quickly trades it. 1 for 1, Spike on this side of the map still is going to be situated over by Gelato.
Yeah, XLG can't really capitalize on it, so they're going to have to stew for a little bit. A minute to go to try and establish a plant. Marco to play spot. You would assume he wouldn't stay around for a challenge, play on the back of his teammate's utility that Bane has already set up, who has actually left him now. Gonna have to double back. Ball goes out of tree.
Paranoia. Getting a decent little catch there is Bane. Trying to break down that barrier mesh. Is unable to do so, so has to reroute up through window. Mako with a peek in towards main, able to spot out Coconut now, but starting to get overwhelmed. Bane taken down. Double swing back, Jen not quite lining up here, and Mako not quite connecting with those headshots. Now leaves Freeing all alone. The door getting ready to shut, but does manage to get the headshot there on Raga moments before. Now a 1v2.
So long from the salvos. Gotta be the pistol angle.
Freeing with a Ghost has delivered miracles for DRX in the past. Trying to flush them out of hell here. It's gonna have to be a dip out! My God, he's done it again! How's he gotten away with it?
Got away with murder. Absolutely needed that from DRX on an angle that they gain a little bit of favor in the round. Hyunmin doubles his kills for the map. Gets 1 killed in that round. But Freeing, oh, he's come out with that one, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's just something about this guy with a Ghost.
No, something about this guy just on Taeho.
Well, that too.
Just got that juju around him.
Yes.
They needed it. That one hurts on the other side.
Yeah, it definitely does, but I mean, what would you even tell your players to do differently?
Correct, yeah, they're playing a high-low.
Yeah.
One of them's low in HP.
He's got freeinged.
Got freeinged, there you go.
Well, likely just going to be an exchange here of the nets. As, yep, Bane has some covering fire from Mako, trying to get protected. Still needs a good amount of damage, but is able to backpedal, but damage in kind. Quite significant here.
Just the eco, though, for XLG. Guns in the next round. See what damage you're going to be able to deliver. Bane, Marco, both quite low. You do take an ulti orb for yourselves over at A main, though, at least. So you get a little bit closer towards Raga on the dimensional drift.
Stealth run from Freeing. Does he check? Behind the stairs? No, I don't think so, but it was cleared in the end. So there you go. Tries to reposition. And Hyunmin is dialed in on the angle. Gets himself now a 3rd kill.
Thought he was going to try and get a little bit cheeky-beaky with that one.
And it's just going to be holding back here for the time being. Swing out of the smoke now, and that's 2 more shots. A 3K for Hyunmin. Now really starting to multiply the the kill count. Gets himself up to 5. DRX look very well poised to close this out. Get here in flawless fashion. There you go. Yep, Freeing around the back will be able to get the catch. And DRX now find themselves tied up.
Tying it up. This is the worst case scenario for XLG, isn't it? You lose your very well placed, established lead. 7-5 at the half, pistol round, 2nd round, get away from you, tied up into the bonus round. If there's any significant amounts of damage, or albeit DRX win this round, you would need a big discussion early, I think, for them. They need to come out on this attacking side rapidly so.
Well, Bane, your turn now. Still on Pie Watch. As, whoop, this time Hyunmin not quite able to get the jump there. Martin can breathe a sigh of relief as his life remains intact.
Oh, stealth drone up the middle, immediately destroyed. Gonna have some eyes shifting. Just be careful of the market.
Martin's careful of main. That's gonna be a dink there onto the YOU. Nearly picked apart. Spring just fishing through the smoke. smoke, trying to see if he can get anything here.
A bit ambitious considering Traces could have a returning bullet go your way.
Mako on the jiggle peak. Seeing Coconut. Sonic sensor around the corner. Drone. Moving up, trying to get the big reveal here. As Net just moves up into the corner. Bane drifting across the opposite side. Looks like this is going to be a pivot back across now. Towards this B site while getting set up in the spawn. No.
Oh, he's missed it.
Yeah, a little bit of a botch. Still workable, but now they have to try to get past Estrella here. Tucked in on the side itself. Kevin trying to play distracted, firing off some of these shots and freeing. Well, on the next attempt, this time is able to find the kill. Spike on the floor there for a brief little moment. Estrella does get taken down. Raga pushing forward into the smoke, comes away with a second as Bane also get taken out, but Spring finds kill here onto Martin. 14 seconds as the spike gets planted. A 3v3, YOU down to 35. With your weaponry available, but if he gets one more kill.
Yeah, Armageddon.
Still be quite a big risk. See how they try to go for this one, though. Taking their time, waiting for the util to come back up. Salvos to try to flush the players forward, get them out onto the side itself. But the damage going to be found by YOU with a headshot on Mako. Finding Raga, the swing on the corner, and Mako with the stinger. Basically barrel stuffing onto Coconut. That is a bonus converted, and DRX in the lead.
If you think about, bad things going to worse, this is the storyline at the moment, isn't it? The great start for XLG, the crumbling that starts to become from 7-5 half to 7-7 tied, and now the bonus round. Not going your way, XLG. Do you go for the timeout here?
Your phone all right?
Yeah, phone's just fell on the floor.
Make sure it doesn't break.
Got 2 screens to check too. No, we're good.
All right.
Phone cases come in clutch.
Well, now forced it down to a thrifty attempt. XLG got Hyunmin dialed in here on the angle. Nice pop flash though, as Dimensional Drift is going to be committed. XLG really wanting to close this out in thrifty fashion. A bit of distraction over towards B. Now the cut back in at A, but the Armageddon, the timing here completely slows them up, and Raga exits the ult, and he just has a shorty in hand. Him at the same time able to get in behind, finding Viva there out in mid. As Bane, this is, oh, okay, well, never mind, I'll leave the net for now. Draws back down, finds Coconut, trying the TP forward, and this round ends up being a massive oversend for XLG.
Yeah, Coconut there has just fallen from the tree, hasn't he? Just cracked very easily, which is the round 2, right? Yeah, you draw out an investment of an Armageddon, but you use your Dimensional Drift, so you don't have that to scope out the situations a little bit later on. Flawless in nature so far on this half for DRX. Getting the vibes at the tail end of Icebox, just a different start.
Insane, actually, that Jensen was able to get that shot through with a punch coming at him. Nearly dead, but yeah, timeout, last one from XLG, needing to be used.
Yeah.
As DRX 2 rounds up.
What have you got for us and everyone here, Hivoya? What has the team got in the next round?
Well, they have less than what they had previously.
Yeah.
You still have an Annihilation. You're 1 away from the Shadows, 3 from the Hunter's Fury.
Doesn't really feel like you're gonna have, 1 foot in front of the other though, even if you do have a couple of those online, because at the moment it's just the spreading of the map is feeling a little bit flat. DRX are catching on a couple of these offlines with some good util.
Well, 50% the statistic here on the series for the timeout conversions. Let's see if XLG can improve that once again.
Or if it gets worse. DRX, that operator out for Hyunmin. Gonna try and have to dislodge that for the short peek if Martin goes looking in tiles. Meanwhile, there's a bit of a challenge that actually looms around this B site for Estrella. Immediate Arcros confirmation.
Oh, hear that drone coming forward as well. Thorns to try to slow them up on the approach as Hyunmin down mid. For the shot, can't quite make it happen. Salvos to further delay. XLG for now, not getting too much access here.
And no one's watching mid at the moment, so Freeing can't use the stealth drone in case he gets pushed up upon. Now he could put that in towards B main if they feel like they need to.
We'll just be
or to mid.
Right down this way. Yep. It's a spot out onto the Sova. Obviously no ping, so Hyunmin not going to be able to really try to line up that shot.
Could have an angle from YOU here with the Annihilations, try and pop it in towards Tree. We've just had the barrier mesh go down though, so that changes up the line of thought there.
Could just be a cluster up and clear angle here. Being just around the corner.
You've got Raga though still hanging around in B main.
At the ready.
Where are you trying to go as XLG?
Hard to say. The barrier mesh cleared out here for now. Big push up now towards Pizza. Hyunmin on the opposite side of the wall here. Going to be hearing all of this movement. Spring catches a quick little glimpse, but opts to back away. So at the ready.
Oh, he didn't shoot!
What? Accident. Okay, what is happening? Now he's running forward. Now he's dead. I have no idea what the hell just happened, but that's going to be Hyunmin taking down the time. However, starting to lead away as Estrella tries the whole thing here at boats, but eventually does die, and now it's a 2v3. Hyunmin asleep at the wheel, clearly. Maybe being affected by the long day.
He had one button to press, he didn't press it.
That in. Good read from Bane. Has him locked in position. Viva at 25 HP. A lot of pressure going to be here on Martin. I believe one's been spotted out, and there you go. Bane able to find it. DRX still trying to wrangle this round back into their control. The wide swing out, but he's not ready for Mako. They'll be coming in off that same side. Close. Dangerously close for DRX to botch the round, but they still managed to get it done.
Timeout percentages as well, looking a little bit more worse for XLG now. Hyunmin giving them a chance technically when you do think about that, but Estrella doubling down from the back. That's a 2 versus 3 going in towards the retake as well. Some good peppering spam to come on out from Bane. So heads up how he's playing this deadlock at the moment. The scoreline doesn't really result on it, but he's had a lot of moments where he's just forced XLG away. Back to the drawing board for XLG2 in this round for the players themselves.
Pacey attempt there with the net. Nothing to be found. Annihilation here at the ready, but Bane holding close inside of the smoke. Risky position. Going up against this eco. He'll just opt to go ahead, chuck the wall out there. Things a bit more difficult for XLG.
Trying to see a bit of an overstep maybe from DRX, but if they're just doing that, well, you don't have any chances, and now you've lost your smokes.
You've lost your smokes. The wall's still there in your face, and unfortunately takes quite some time to try to clear out when you just have sheriffs and pistols.
Yep.
Freeing very narrow margin here. Fires out a shot, does get fire contact there onto Viva. He's not really falling for the fake, but Raga is still going to be able to go ahead and complete the kill. Oh, weapon now retrievable. Going to be in hand. Estrella holding back here at the window as, gets the pull. Splitting the difference as Mako about to be eventually overwhelmed, but Bane is here. Go ahead and ensure the hold on the site. DRX not giving XLG any window back into this one. Now, just 2 rounds away from getting themselves into the grand final.
Thought there wasn't going to be value out of that Annihilation when it was popped, but it works out at the end, so you're pretty all right with that as Bane. Some confidence kills there.
Hit a good bank shot.
Yeah. Good ricochet after a cheeky start. The Stinger's at distance as well from the shot from Tree. Martin to Marco, but yeah, 11-7 now, 2 rounds to go for DRX to claim a victory here after a nil showing on Haven.
And then on the attempt here, letting him know that the op is in this position. Just clear out the drone. Doesn't get tagged, goes for the jiggle peek. As updraft peek as well.
Still there.
Yep. Not much ambiguity about this, and the drone, yeah. Getting a big hit.
That stops everything, doesn't it?
And he's also got
some damage. Way!
Oh my god, Estrella.
Illegal!
Just set up an alley.
It's done.
It's not even the Odin. It's the Phantom. And he just kills 2. Unbelievable. Now the wall just keeping them contained. And yeah, I mean, XLG, it feels like they have to just go for the save.
Viva's just going to reveal himself by being grav-netted there.
Slowly creeping forward.
Sheer wall pops. Just very narrow, slim margins for XLG on this map. After such a great start.
剩余30秒。
The big will peek in, some damage suffered. Marco with Dice, the paranoia. Connecting onto the Cypher and then freeing. Coming in off the flank. Hello. There you go. A flawless round, flawless half.
It's like Icebox all
It is
over again.
looking like the Icebox. XLG now needing to run back 5 rounds consecutively is, yeah, Straya, that's some BS.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just get lucky.
This is true. 5 rounds to try and close out this map now, and if Avoya needs a discussion with the team, the only way he gets it is with Termi gifting one.
And I don't think that's going to be the case unless they can run this back in a big way.
Steel Garden available as well. Remove what guns the XLG do have to come in towards this one. Standard proceedings though. Now drone to be answered by Salvos. Stealth drone to go at the back of it, and the reveal. Not going to get it. But the fact that it's destroyed at all. People still here.
All down, worth noting, glass cannon here for Raga. Tries the TP4, it does get one. Estrella going to be eliminated there as Hunter's Fury gets opened up, looking for a tag. Not going to get that connection. In the end, 1-for-1 with Raga gaining his dimensional drift in death.
So if XLG do win this round, they'll have it, but it's a very difficult chance to get back in. Still confirmation off the Gravnet.
Frame with the salvo ready. Expectedly still going to be stacked.
Got it.
Just in the corner. Gets picked to pieces. Freeing now with the reposition, drops down here. Hyunmin watching around the back. There's a spot out all the time in the world.
They knew.
So well read here. So well picked apart by DRX. And while it might have been a pretty rough start here for Hyunmin, he's hitting some nice shots to try to close out this series. Martin now all alone, the Neural Theft. The net burned. Needing the 1v3, but the time is just not here on his side. Shots whiffing. Can get the drop down here into the site. The tap now needs to stick it. The round is over, the series done. Bane will put him down rather than let him die to the timer. The TRX, what a comeback, what a bounce back. After getting destroyed on map number 2, that's going to be 20K secured, as well as a spot in the grand finals. We talked about it, the RX Derby, El Clasico of APAC. It just seems to be far too inevitable.
Makes its way over to China, so we'll get to see how that one is going to play out on Sunday. I mean, you got a feel for XLG in this series. They tried to deliver. It was gorgeous over on Haven. Ascent, the beginning, beautiful as well. And then it just got a bit stuck in the mud. Unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. But for XLG, again, you have to look at the caveats here for the performance, for the exit from the tournament. 1 series away from being able to try to make it into that rematch versus Paper X. Played a decently tight series versus them, but they have a substitute. They have that travel over to Masters Toronto on the horizon. Don't want to reveal too much. So in the end, I think overall, not too bad for them. For DRX though, been through the ringer here today. 2 series played back-to-back with not much of a break in between. So for the slower moments that we witnessed here, is also somewhat understandable.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we talked about the questions earlier. Is it better for a team to be playing a series, back-to-back, or having a little bit of a break? Right now, momentum in the favor for DRX was immediately carried over to Icebox. A bit of stalling into Haven, but the close up 1% was brilliant for them. PRX, DRX on Sunday, 1 day to prepare for both of them, because you got to remember for Paper X, there was 3 possible teams that they were going to be going up against today.
Yeah, and it's even more of the El Clasico, given that it's Mind Freak in the starting roster here for the side of PRX instead of Fatman. So maybe DRX will be able to take advantage of that one. I'm sure they would love to be able to get a bit of revenge versus Paper X as well as get that 50K prize pool. We will have to double check again whether or not there's going to be that bounty on board for DRX, but I mean, they did just lock down $20,000 more here with this win.
Yeah, and well, that's actually banking 30 for the day too, right? Because they had the series earlier on, so not a bad day in the office.
Not a bad day at all. I mean, so what? Totally.
They hit the Billy the other day as well, so that's 40 so far.
Yeah. Pretty good.
Pretty good.
All right, well.
Paper X would be taking 60 because they win the first series, and then they would, if they win the grand final. So it's either a 60 versus a 90. Unless it's a bounty, which is 100.
On top, in which case could be even more. Either way, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail, but it's going to be some time for much deserved rest for DRX because, I mean, you come into this, we knew that this was going to be a bit of a brutal format, but no risk, no reward. You got to work hard to get that cash prize. DRX certainly did just that. But Mako, yeah, he was Mr. Consistent throughout the entire series, even with the insane numbers that were being put up by Hyunmin on the icebox. Mako was right there with him.
He's been consistent all day, across all 5 maps essentially. So that's really good to be able to see this one for him. He will definitely be wanting a bit of rest. You would be sure. 3.3 KDA, 20% headshot. I mean, we've got a lot of body shot bandits, but it's fine. I think I've just been most impressed by today all of the repositioning and all the teamwork from every single one of these teams. Everyone's trying to elevate up. Let's take a look at the rest of the teams. The highest outlier still in this one right now. Hyunmin.
Yeah, it's a rough map, rough 2 maps rather. Could be said, but given the amount of effort and given the amount of carrying that he did in the first one, I think you could say, you know, it's all right. We suspect that probably just getting a bit tired, isn't as used to playing these longer series as, you know, Mako's going to be as Bane will be, given that he's been with the team for over a year now. So we'll take a little while to build up that long series, long day endurance. But let's take a look back at this one. Unfortunately for the side of XLG, pretty much the same exact plot that we had on Icebox. We got lazy, we recycled the script. They get themselves set up decently at the half, get the side swap, and then DRX just plays it out flawlessly from there.
It's going to be an exciting one to see who we actually get on the interview as well. Have a little bit of further words with the DRX lads.
Maybe how Mako. I think they've basically been leaning into whoever wins the MVPs of the last map, I want to say. Okay. But I could be wrong. I'd say don't do Hyunmin. Let the guy just go chill, get him on the bus, let him rest.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
He looked a bit done.
Yeah, let's have a recap of this series as a whole. It feels like forever ago that we're actually over on Icebox, despite how quick a couple of these scorelines do look.
Yeah, it was not really telling the full story necessarily with these some of these score lines, but unfortunately for XLG, just those side swaps not really working out for them. The attack halves a bit too brutal on both of those maps.
Yeah, well, legitimately flat. There was 0 on both of those maps. No attacking rounds. It's yeah, really rough.
I mean, you know, in the past I'd say, well, that's just DRX on Ascent, but obviously very different team, very different composition. But and without that recovery, without just, I think even just a couple more rounds, we could be looking at something very, very different here. It feels like DRX just hit their stride and got up to those 5 wins when they needed to the absolute most.
Yeah.
And then from there, the writing was on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, the beginning, you know, I was really questioning. I'm sure a lot of people out there were also questioning why Ascent, but now we know why.
Now we know. Well, it's time to go and back over to the stage and hear from one of our winners, so we'll send it down.
是曼曼，让我们再一次恭喜 DRX 获得了今天第2场比赛的胜利。站走身边的是 Estrella 选手，先让他和大家打个招呼。Can you say hello to them?
Hello guys.
欢迎欢迎，恭喜啊！你们今天也是拿下了双倍的奖金啊！刚刚已经打完了第2场 BO3 了，会不会比你预想的更加累一些 ？Congratulations on securing double prize money today from this matchup. And you have already played like the second best of 3. So if it's more overwhelming, more exhausting than you expected.
일단 오늘 상금 2배 이벤트 승리 축하드립니다. 지금 BO3를 연속으로 2번 하셨는데 생각보다 더 피곤하신가요?
처음 해본 두 번 연속 경기인데 너무 힘든 것 같습니다.
It's my first time playing BO3 2 times in a day, and it's really exhausting than I expected.
OK， 他其实回答还是跟电影选手一样的，他也是第一次1天之内连续打2个 BO3，所以说要比他预想的要累很多很多。那其实，在森韩东港这张图，在 CN 赛区可能幽影这个英雄没有那么的常见，但是感觉太平洋赛区会更加的常见一些。可不可以跟我们分享一下背后的原因是什么呢 ？Also on Icebox, because we don't really use like Omen this Asian on Icebox, especially in CN region. But I feel like you guys, maybe in Pacific region, you play more frequently. So can you tell me your insights of it, like why it has to be Omen?
네, 지금 CN 지역에서는 아이스박스에서 오멘을 잘 사용하지 않는데 유독 퍼시픽에서는 오멘을 많이 사용하는 것 같아요. 에스트레아 선수가 생각하시는 아이스박스에서 오멘을 쓰는 이유가 뭔가요?
일단 오멘 같은 경우가 스모크도 있는 연막도 있고 그리고 이제 피해 망상이라는 스킬 자체가 공격이나 이제 수비에서 좋은 방향으로 쓸 수 있기 때문에 그래서 이용하는 것 같습니다.
Omen's E-skill, which is paranoia, is really valuable in both attack and defense. So I think Pacific teams use Omen in Icebox.
OK， 他说，因为他觉得幽影这个英雄，他的暗眼、他的推黑是非常非常有用的，不管是在防守方还是进攻方，都是非常具有价值的一个道具，并且他也觉得在这张图上面，他们能够使用幽影的原因，也是因为他在这张图真的非常的强劲。那明天你有1天的休息时间，但是好像也是你的生日，所以说你打算怎样去庆祝一下你的生日呢 ？Tomorrow you have one day off, but I think tomorrow is your birthday. So how would you like to celebrate your birthday tomorrow?
이제 내일 쉬게 되었는데요. 또 내일이 마침 에스테라 선수의 생일이잖아요. 이제 이 생일을 어떻게 보내실 생각인지 궁금합니다.
그냥 호텔에 누워 있지 않을까요?
I wanna chill and rest in my hotel room.
Yeah, I can tell you definitely must be exhausted from today's 2 like best of 3. Yeah, I can tell. 他说明天过生日的话，我其实就想躺在酒店的床上去好好的休息一下。今天确实因为打的也是比较的辛苦。Thank you, Estrella. Thank you. Thanks for today's interview.
Thank you， 谢谢。
谢谢。那我们今天的比赛到这里就全部结束了。接下来让我们把时间交还给解说。
Well, let's wish an early happy birthday to Estrella. Word of advice, if you're going to do anything to celebrate, do it tonight instead of tomorrow.
Yeah,
because then you can get the nice full day of rest ahead of playing in that grand final. But yeah, hell of a day that we have had. Ended up being a lot longer than we could have anticipated given how things had started. But it kind of also ended the same way as how it started. So it's just been a bit of a weird one here.
Yeah, a bit of a long day. Actually, not really. It's what?
It's 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock-ish, yeah. So
5 hours.
Good to hear
5
from
maps.
Australia, though, as well, that it's the first time that he's, getting through 2 BO3s in one day. Now he gets a little bit of taste of longevity, but they've been through BO5 before.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. So, I mean, we went over it, just to get the 4 wins instead of, play 5 maps. And they came out on top. So overall, DRX looking quite good, except for the times where they weren't.
There are a couple of those, let's be real, but it was entertaining. It was fun nonetheless. Recap of the day. DRX, seed number 2 from Pacific, dispatching of seed number 2 and seed number 1 from CM, Billy and XLG. We don't say farewell for too long. They will still be going over towards Masters Toronto, so for anyone tuning in, it will be coming back relatively soon, but what's going to be soon is this. Who's done good things today?
Well, Mako and Hyunmin both finished with 245 ACS at the end of that all. Hyunmin, you can't take away what he was able to do on that icebox, even with the roughness on the Neon on Haven, as well as not finding as much impact on the Jet on Ascent. He was just so damn good at the start of this series that it's impossible to not rate him highly, and he was also able to collect quite a bit of stats versus YZ and Russia in that first series.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably going to be happy with the day nonetheless. You can feel a little bit of problems, but you've got teammates, you've got a team, you've got coaches. It's all right, we got through it at the end of the day. You have your reset, you have your rest, and you prepare for very common occurrences back against old faithful, old rivals in Paper X.
Alrighty, well, a day to prepare. Unfortunately for our Chinese teams, we do have to bid them a fond adieu because we just have one more series left. The RX Derby in a best-of-5 fashion in a bigger venue with more fans.
Yeah.
This is going to be insane.
Yeah, and if you are going to make your way down there as well, maybe catch yourself a cheeky hello with anyone that you see will be there as well.
Well, it is going to be starting off at the same time on Sunday, but of course, everybody keep in mind, we don't have the stream tomorrow. So if you come to the stream to try to tune in, we won't be here. We're not doing any side content. We're going to enjoy the day off. We are going to get some extra rest as well, so that we're in tip-top shape, just like the players.
Yep, absolutely. But RX Derby, was this one that you were expecting to get into the grand final? Who do you think it was going to be originally?
I think after Paper Rex did, once they beat Gila, it seemed like DRX was going to do it because their first series was so dominant versus Billy. It kind of felt like the writing was on the wall and that this was going to happen. Also, you have, every one of the Chinese teams was playing with substitutes. So it felt like DRX was kind of going to be a little bit of a shoe, and I think it was mostly the XLG and Paper Rex one that was a little bit more up in the air, but it felt like DRX was going to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, I mean, nearly every team has some different player things happening at the moment with some new recruits, with some substitutions and everything, going back, to old comps and all that sort of stuff.
DRX clearly wanted a taste of that. That's why they put Freeing on Cypher instead of just having him play the tail. I don't think that that's going to happen in the grand final, though. Something tells me it's just keep him on the tail until the nerf is actually in.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a best of 5. We will, of course, get confirmation for everyone else if there's going to be the bounty and everything. We're assuming it's going to be the double ban for Paper X going in towards that one common best of 5 things. So DRX, you're going to have to play some maps you may not want to.
Very true. And they do have a couple, but they're not really too fond of. I mean, I think the Pearl is probably the first thing that I'm going for if I'm Paper X, because you've got that one unlocked. It's been a permaban for DRX throughout this tournament as well as back over in Pacific. They haven't really wanted to go to that map, so I think that that's probably the first thing that I'm trying to jump on. Lotus, I'm maybe a little bit more timid about if I'm Paper X.
I mean, they did choose to go for Ascent here instead of Lotus, so maybe they themselves feeling a little bit uncomfy on it, or maybe they just wanted to expose a weakness that they thought XLG would have. You never really know what that sort of thing is going to be presenting. Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of questions and lots of time for the teams to go ahead and try to figure that one out. But I think, for DRX now can be the combined forces of all the coaching staff coming together to try to once again prepare for none other than Paper X. And I'm sure Alex is somewhere watching, being like, oh man, why is it always this team?
All these days again, yeah. So we go from one coach per series now, one coach per map.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be able to get that win. But already plenty of cash racked up here for the side of DRX. A chance at maybe a bounty as well as the 50K at the end. And to have all of this on the line and have it be an RX Derby, this is going to be a fun one. Have you done the cast at RX Derby?
There was one in Pacific for the playoffs.
I think, I cast that one.
Was it the one that I subbed in with you?
It might have been.
It might have been.
Yeah, maybe.
Feels familiar.
Yeah. Possibly
was. It was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. In the brain, out the brain. Not going to be able to retain it too much there. But okay, so then you get your second exposure. But first time, of course, in a best of 5 setting. So
yes.
It'll be very, very different. So I'm.
Oh yeah, because we went from the PRX DRX into the Paper X Rex Regum. Or that's what it was. Yeah.
There you go. All right, well, we're done yapping. It's time for us to go to break and get some rest. We will see you guys in 2 days' time back here on this stream for the grand finals on Sunday. Make sure you tune in.